The Gospel according to Spiritism, codified by Allan Kardec. Special thanks. In the name of the Spiritist Society of the Carolinas, the board would like to give a special thanks to God for allowing the project to become a reality, International Spiritist Council and its Secretary General Jussara Pretti Korngold for giving the legal authorization to record the audiobook, The Gospel According to Spiritism, with no obstacles or delays. U.S. Spiritist Federation and its president, Tania Schwartz, for advertising all Spiritist audiobooks released by the Spiritist Society of the Carolinas. Also, we would like to extend a special thanks to our spiritual messengers, Jesus Christ, Allan Kardec, Dante Labbate, and Evolved Good Spirits. Monetary donors. The monetary donors allowed us to bring the Gospel According to Spiritism audiobook into fruition. Many thanks to Robert Oberg, Daryl Cedric Beringer, Jeanette Franco Beringer, R.M. To listeners, thanks to all of you for listening to the Gospel According to Spiritism audiobook and forwarding it to others. Credits. Spiritist Society of the Carolinas, sponsor. International Spiritist Council, sponsor. U.S. Spiritist Federation, supporter. Jeanette Franco Beringer, idolizer, supervisor, and producer. John Von Cannon, voiceover artist. Sandra Maldonado, photographer. Who are these two women headed to make the Gospel According to Spiritism audiobook tangible to the public? Jussara Korngold. Jussara is currently the Secretary General of the International Spiritist Council, former President and current Vice President of the United States Spiritist Federation. She is the founder and President of the Spiritist Group of New York and the Spiritist Alliance for Books. Mrs. Korngold is fluent in Portuguese, English, French, and Spanish. She is an international speaker, a published author, and a translator. Mrs. Korngold works for Brazil Child Health as its main executive. She is also an executive board member of the Grupo Mulheres do Brasil in New York. Jeanette Franco Beringer. Jeanette is the co-founder and president of the Spiritist Society of the Carolinas. Also, she is producer of Spiritism Today, the first Spiritist television show in the United States of America, which first aired in 2010 on Public Access Channel 21 through the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Public Access Corporation, SIMPAC. The Gospel According to Spiritism by Allan Kardec. Preface. Like an immense army setting out upon receiving its orders, the spirits of the Lord, who are the powers of heaven, have fanned out over the entire face of the earth. Like falling stars, they have come to illumine the way and open the eyes of the blind. Verily, I tell you that the time has come in which all things must be reestablished according to their true meaning, in order to dissipate the darkness, to confound the proud, and to glorify the righteous. The great voices of heaven resound like trumpets, and the choirs of angels have assembled together. Men and women, we invite you to the divine concert. May your hands take up the lyre. May your voices be as one, and like a sacred hymn expand and vibrate from one end of the universe to the other. Men and women, brothers and sisters whom we love, we are here beside you. Love one another also, and say from the bottom of your hearts, in obedience to the will of your Father who is in heaven, Lord, Lord, and you shall enter the kingdom of heaven. The Spirit of Truth. The Gospel According to Spiritism. Introduction. 1. The objective of this work. The subject matter contained in the Gospels may be divided into 5 parts: the ordinary events in the life of Christ, the miracles, the prophecies, the words that served for establishing the dogmas of the Church, and the moral teachings. Although the first 4 have been the object of controversy, the last has remained unassailable. Before this divine code, disbelief itself bows down. It is a ground upon which all sects can meet, the banner under which all may take shelter, whatever their beliefs may be, for it has never been the object of religious dispute, which is always and in all places originated from matters of dogma. Moreover, in arguing over such matters, sects would find in the moral teachings their own condemnation, because most of them are more attached to the mystical aspect than to the moral, which demands the reform of the self. For humankind in particular, this code is a rule of conduct, embracing all circumstances of private and public life, the principle for all social relations founded on strictest justice. It is finally and above all the infallible path to the happiness to come, a corner of the veil lifted regarding the future life. It is this part that is the sole object of this endeavor. Everyone admires gospel morality, everyone proclaims its sublimity and necessity, but many do so based trustingly on what they have heard said about it, or on the faith originating from a few maxims that have become proverbial. However, few know it in depth, and even fewer understand it and know how to deduce its consequences. In many cases, the reason for this lies in the difficulty that reading the gospel presents, which for most is quite unintelligible. The allegorical form and the intentional mysticism of the language make it something that most read to quiet their conscience and to fulfill a sense of duty, just as they read prayers without understanding them, that is, unfruitfully. The moral precepts scattered here and there throughout, mixed in with the throng of other narratives, go unnoticed, thus making it impossible to understand them as a whole, or rendering them the object of separate reading and meditation. It is true that treatises have been written on gospel morality, but adaptation to the modern literary style has robbed the moral precepts of their initial simplicity, which at the same time lends them their appeal and authenticity. The same has happened with the isolated maxims reduced to their simplest proverbial expression. They are no more than aphorisms, which in this case have lost part of their value and interest due to the lack of the incidents and circumstances in which they were given. In order to avert such incongruity, we have gathered together in this work the passages that may comprise a universal moral code per se, apart from the sectarian distinction. In the gospel citations, we have preserved everything that has been useful for the development of the thought, eliminating only matters that are irrelevant to the matter at hand. Furthermore, we have scrupulously respected the original translation by Sayce, as well as his divisions by verse. However, instead of holding to an impossible chronological order, which would have had no real advantage for such subject matter, the maxims have been methodically grouped and classified according to their nature, so that they follow from one another as far as possible. The indication of the chapter and verse number permits reference to the common classification whenever deemed proper. This was not to be only a material endeavor, which in and of itself would have been of only secondary usefulness. The essential objective was to put it within reach of everyone by explaining obscure passages and developing all their consequences with a view to applying them to the various situations of life. This is what we have attempted to do with the help of the good spirits who assist us. Many points of the gospel, the Bible, and the sacred authors in general are unintelligible and may even seem absurd for lack of key to comprehending their true meaning. This key is to be found entirely within Spiritism, as those who have seriously studied it have become convinced, and as they will realize even more so later on. Spiritism may be found everywhere in antiquity, in every epoch of humankind. Its vestiges may be found far and wide in writings, in creeds, and on monuments. It is for this reason that it has opened up new horizons for the future. It has shed a no less vivid light on the mysteries of the past. As a supplement to each precept, we have added certain teachings chosen from among those that were dictated by the spirits in various countries throughout different mediums. If these teachings had originated from only one source, they might have suffered a personal or environmental influence, whereas the diversity of their origins proves that the spirits delivered their teachings everywhere and that no one is privileged in this respect. This work is for everyone's use. All may find it in the means to conform their conduct to the morals of Christ. Moreover, Spiritists will find in its applications that concern them specifically, thanks to the communications that have been permanently established between humans and the invisible world. The law of the gospel, taught to all nations by the spirits themselves, will no longer be a dead letter, for all persons will understand it and will be incessantly encouraged to put it into practice through the counsels of their spirit guides. The Spirit's teachings are truly voices from heaven that have come to enlighten humans and invite them to practice the gospel. 2. The authority of the Spiritist doctrine, universal test of the Spirit's teachings. If the Spiritist doctrine were a purely human concept, it would have as a guarantee only the enlightenment of the one who had conceived it. Now, no one in this world would make the ill-founded claim of possessing the absolute truth by him or herself. If the spirits who have revealed it had manifested to only one person, nothing would guarantee its origin, for it would be necessary to believe the word of whoever stated that he or she had received their teachings. Admitting perfect sincerity on his or her part would at most convince a circle of acquaintances. He or she might have followers, but would never succeed in rallying everyone. God willed for the new revelation to reach humankind through the quickest and most authentic way possible. That is why God has entrusted the spirits with taking it from one pole to the other and manifesting themselves everywhere without giving anyone the exclusive privilege of hearing their word. One person may be deceived or may even deceive him or herself, but that will not happen when millions see and hear the same thing. It is a guarantee for each and for all. Furthermore, one individual can be made to disappear, but multitudes cannot be. Books can be burned, but the spirits cannot be. Hence, if all the books were burned, the source of the doctrine would not be any less inexhaustible, for the very reason that it is not of the earth. It has appeared everywhere, and thus everyone can partake of it. In the absence of individuals to spread it, there will always be the spirits who reach everyone and whom no one can reach. Thus, in reality, the spirits themselves are the ones who do the disseminating with the help of innumerable mediums whom they are arousing everywhere. If there were but one interpreter, no matter how favored he or she might be, Spiritism would barely be known. Such an interpreter, whatever social class he or she belonged to, would have been the object of prejudice on the part of many. Not every nation would have accepted him or her, whereas the spirits communicating everywhere to all peoples, to all sects, and to all parties have been accepted by all. Spiritism has no nationality. It lies outside all particular creeds and has not been imposed by any class of society. Hence, any person may receive instruction from his or her relatives and friends from beyond the grave. It had to be this way so that it could call all humankind to fraternity. If it had not placed itself on neutral ground, it would have maintained dissensions instead of placating them. This universality in the Spirit's teaching is what comprises Spiritism's power, and it is also the cause of its rapid spread. While the voice of one single individual, even with the help of the press, would require centuries to reach everyone, thousands of voices are making themselves heard simultaneously at all points of the earth, proclaiming the same principles and transmitting them to both the most unlearned and the most learned, so that no one may be disinherited. This is an advantage that none of the doctrines that have appeared until today have enjoyed. If therefore Spiritism is a truth, it will fear neither the ill will of humans, moral revolutions, nor the physical disturbances of the globe, because none of these things can affect the spirits. However, this is not the sole advantage resulting from such an exceptional position. Spiritism finds in it a powerful guarantee against all schisms that might arise, whether from the ambition of a few or whether from the contradiction of certain spirits. Such contradictions are surely an obstacle, but one that carries the medication alongside the malady. It is known that as a consequence of the differences that exist in their capabilities, spirits are far from being in possession of the whole truth individually. That is not given to all to grasp certain mysteries, that their knowledge is proportional to their purification. The ordinary spirits do not know any more than humans, and even less than some, that amongst them, as amongst the latter, there are presumptuous and pseudo-learned spirits who think they know what they in fact do not, and theorizers who take their own ideas for the truth. In short, that spirits of the highest order, those who are completely dematerialized, are the only ones divested of earthly ideas and prejudices. However, it is also known that deceitful spirits have no scruples in cloaking themselves with names they have borrowed in order to render their utopian ideas acceptable. The result is that for everything that is outside the exclusively moral teaching, the revelations that each one may obtain will have an individual character lacking authenticity, that such revelations must be considered as the personal opinions of this or that spirit, and that it would be imprudent to accept them or thoughtlessly promulgate them as absolute truths. The first test is undoubtedly that of reason, to which it is necessary to submit, without exception, everything that comes from spirits. Any theory in obvious contradiction to common sense, strict logic, and the hard evidence that one possesses in spite of any respectable name that may have signed the communication must be rejected. However, this test is incomplete in many cases due to the insufficiency of the knowledge of certain persons and the tendency of many to take their own judgment to be the sole arbiter of the truth. In such a case, what do those who do not have absolute faith in themselves do? They take the advice of the greatest number and the opinion of the majority as their guide. Thus it should be with respect to the teachings of spirits who themselves furnish us the means. Concordance among spirits' teachings is therefore the best test, but it is further necessary for such concordance to occur under certain conditions. The least secure of all is when the medium him or herself questions several spirits about a point in doubt. It is quite obvious that if the medium is under the control of an obsession or is dealing with a deceitful spirit, then the spirit may tell the medium the same thing using different names. Nor is there any sufficient guarantee in the conformity that may be obtained through mediums of one particular spiritist center, because they may be suffering the same influence. The only true guarantee for spirits' teachings is in the overall agreement amongst revelations made spontaneously through a large number of mediums unknown to one another and in several places. One must understand that we are not here dealing with communications of secondary interest, but with those related to the very principles of the doctrine. Experience has shown that when a new principle is to be revealed, it is taught spontaneously in different places at the same time in an identical manner, if not as to form, at least as to essence. Thus, if it pleases a spirit to formulate an eccentric theory based on its own ideas and outside the truth, one may be sure that such a theory will remain circumscribed and will fall before the unanimity of instructions given everywhere else. We have already had many examples of this. It is this unanimity that has caused the fall of all the partial theories that appeared at the beginning of Spiritism, when each person explained the phenomena in his or her own way, and before the laws that govern the relations between the visible and invisible worlds were understood. Such is the basis upon which we support ourselves when formulating a principle of the doctrine. It is not because it is in agreement with our own ideas that we present it as true. We in no way set ourselves up as the supreme arbiter of the truth, nor do we say to anyone, believe in such a matter because we tell you to. Our opinion is nothing in our own eyes except a personal one that might be correct or erroneous, for we are no more infallible than anyone else. It is not because a principle has been taught to us that it is the truth, but because it has received the sanction of concordance. In our position of having received communications from close to 1,000 authentic Spiritist centers scattered over diverse points of the globe, we are also in a position to observe the principles upon which this concordance is established. It is this observation that has guided us up to this day, and it is also that which will guide us in the new areas that Spiritism has been called to explore. It is thus that carefully studying the communications received from various places, both from France and abroad, we have recognized by the very special nature of the revelations that there has been a tendency to enter upon a new path and that the time has come to take a step forward. These revelations, at times made with veiled words, have frequently gone unperceived by many of those who have received them. Many others believe they are the only ones to have received them. Taken in isolation, they would have no value to us. Only coincidence confers authenticity upon them. Later, when the time comes to give them to the light of publicity, each person will then remember having received teachings with the same meaning. This is the general movement which we have observed, which we have studied with the assistance of our spirit guides, and which has helped to judge the appropriateness of doing something or abstaining from it. This universal test is a guarantee for the future unity of Spiritism and will annul all contradictory theories. It is in this universal test that in the future the criterion for truth will be sought. What determined the success of the doctrine formulated in the Spirit's book and in the Medium's book was that everywhere individuals were able to receive confirmation directly from the spirits as to what those books contain. If the spirits were to come from all sides to contradict them, then after some time these two books would have suffered the same fate as all other delusional conceptions. The support of the press itself would not have saved them from shipwreck, whereas deprived of such support, they have spread rapidly nonetheless because they have had the support of the spirits, whose goodwill has greatly compensated for the ill will of men and women. Thus it will be with all ideas that emanate from spirits or humans, and which cannot bear up under this test, whose power is incontestable. Therefore, let us suppose that it pleased certain spirits to dictate a book under some title, a book with a contrary meaning. Let us further suppose that with hostile intent and the purpose of discrediting the doctrine, apocryphal communications were malevolently instigated. What influence could these writings have if they were disproved at every point by the spirits? It is the acquiescence of the latter that one would need to be assured of before publishing a theory in their name. From the theory of one sole individual to a theory of many, there is a distance from a single unit to the infinite. What influence could all the arguments of detractors have on the opinion of the masses when millions of friendly voices from space have come into every corner of the world, even into family homes, to forcefully rebuff them? From this aspect, has not experience already confirmed the theory? What has become of all those publications that supposedly should have wiped out Spiritism? Which of them has been able so far to restrain its forward progress? Until now, the matter has not been considered from this point of view. Unquestionably one of the most serious. Each person has counted on him or herself alone without counting on the spirits. The principle of confidence is, moreover, a guarantee against any alterations that may be inflicted on Spiritism by sects that would like to appropriate it to their own advantage and accommodate it to their own means. Anyone who might try to divert it from its providential objective would fail for the simple reason that the spirits, through the universality of their teachings, will cause any modification that departs from the truth to fall. From all this, a crucial truth results, is that whoever might want to set him or herself against the current of established and sanctioned ideas might cause a small, localized, and momentary disturbance, but would never dominate the whole in the present, and even less in the future. Moreover, the teachings given by spirits on as yet unclarified points of the doctrine would not be law as long as such teachings remain isolated. They must not therefore be accepted except with all reserve and for information purposes. Hence the need for the greatest prudence in their publication, and in the case in which it is deemed necessary to publish them, it would be important not to present them except as more or less probable individual opinions, but having in all cases the need for confirmation. It is this confirmation that must be obtained before a principle is presented as absolute truth, unless one wants to be accused of frivolousness or thoughtless credulity. Highly evolved spirits proceed with extreme wisdom in their revelations. They do not address the great issues of the doctrine except gradually, to the degree that our intelligence is capable of comprehending truths of a higher order, and when circumstances are propitious for the release of a new idea. That is why that at the beginning they did not say everything, and why they still have not said everything today, nor have they given in to the impatience of hasty individuals who would like to harvest the fruit before it is ripe. Thus, it would be futile for them to rush the time assigned to each thing by Providence, because then truly serious spirits would positively refuse to offer their assistance. However, frivolous spirits concern themselves little with the truth and respond to anything. It is for this reason that on the issue of premature questions, there are always contradictory answers. The above stated principles are not the result of any personal theory, but are the unavoidable consequences of the conditions in which spirits manifest themselves. It is obvious that if one spirit says one thing somewhere, while millions of spirits say the opposite everywhere else, the presumption of the truth cannot lie with the one who is alone, or nearly alone in its opinion. Hence, to claim to be right against all others would be as illogical on the part of one spirit as it would be on the part of one human. Truly wise spirits, if they do not feel sufficiently knowledgeable about an issue, never resolve it in an absolute manner. They state that they are addressing it only from their own point of view, and that they themselves advise waiting for its confirmation. However great, beautiful, or just an idea may be, it is impossible for it to unite all opinions at the start. The conflicts that result from it are the unavoidable consequence of the movement that is taking place. Conflicts are even necessary to enable the truth to stand out more, and it is useful for them to occur at the beginning so that any erroneous ideas may be more quickly flushed out. Spiritists who harbor any fear in this regard should therefore be perfectly reassured. All isolated claims will fall due to the force of things before the great and powerful criterion of the universal test. It is not around the opinion of any one individual that others will rally, but around the unanimous voice of the spirits. It is not one individual, and no more us than anyone else, who will found Spiritist orthodoxy. Neither is it one spirit coming to impose itself upon whomever it wishes. It is the universality of the spirits communicating throughout the earth at God's orders. This is the essential character of the Spiritist doctrine, its power and authority. God has willed for the divine law to be seated upon an unshakable base, and that is why God did not rest it upon the fragile head of only one person. It is before that powerful Areopagus that knows no conspiracies, jealous rivalries, sects, or nations, that all opposition, all ambition, and all claims of individual supremacy will be crushed. We ourselves would be shattered if we wished to replace those sovereign decrees with our own ideas. Only God will decide all contentious matters, silence dissidents, and give reason or not to whomever it may concern. Faced with this imposing accord of all the voices of heaven, what is the opinion of one individual or spirit? Less than a drop of water that loses itself in the ocean, less than a child's voice drowned out by a storm. Universal opinion, the supreme judge, is what pronounces the last word. It is formed from all individual opinions. If one of them is true, it only has relative weight on the scales. If it is erroneous, it cannot prevail over all the others. In this generalized process, individualities are nil, and that ends up being a new defeat for human pride. The harmonious course has already been outlined, hence this century will not pass away before it shines in all its splendor in such a way as to settle all uncertainty, because from now onward, powerful voices will have received the mission of making themselves heard in order to unite all humankind under the same banner, once the field has been sufficiently plowed. In the meantime, those who waver between two opposing theories can observe in which direction general opinion is forming. This is the sure indication of the position in which the majority of spirits state themselves to be on the various points upon which they communicate. It is a no less certain sign as to which of the two theories will prevail. 3. Historical facts. In order to understand certain passages in the Gospels, it is necessary to know the significance of several words that are frequently used in them and which characterize the state of the customs and the Jewish society of the time. Since they do not have the same meaning for us, these words have frequently been misinterpreted and for that reason have led to a sort of uncertainty. The understanding of their significance, on the other hand, explains the true meaning of certain maxims that at first sight might appear strange. Samaritans. After the split up of the 10 tribes, Samaria became the capital of the dissident kingdom of Israel. Destroyed and rebuilt several times, it was, under Roman rule, the administrative seat of Samaria, one of the 4 divisions of Palestine. Herod, called the Great, adorned Samaria with opulent monuments, and to please Augustus, gave it the name Augusta, in Greek, Sebast. The Samaritans were almost always at war with the kings of Judah. A profound aversion dating back to the separation was perpetuated between the two peoples, who shunned all mutual relations. In order to make the schism deeper and to avoid having to go to Jerusalem to celebrate religious festivals, the Samaritans built their own temple and adopted certain reforms. They accepted only the Pentateuch, which contained the law of Moses, but rejected all the other books that were added afterward. Their sacred writings were written in Hebrew characters of highest antiquity. In the eyes of Orthodox Jews, they were heretics and were consequently despised, anathematized, and persecuted. The antagonism between the two peoples thus had as its sole principle the divergence of religious opinions, although their beliefs had the same origin. The Samaritans were the Protestants of their time. Even today, Samaritans may be found in a few regions of the Middle East, particularly in Nablus and Jaffa. They observe the law of Moses more strictly than other Jews and only marry amongst themselves. Nazarites. Name given to Jews who took vows under ancient law, whether for life or whether for a time, to keep themselves perfectly pure. They were committed to chastity, abstinence from alcohol, and the preservation of their hair. Samson, Samuel, and John the Baptist were Nazarites. The Jews gave this name to the first Christians, alluding to Jesus of Nazareth. This was also the name of a heretical set of the first centuries of the Christian era, and which, in the same manner as the Ebionites, from whom it adopted certain principles, mixed Mosaic practices with Christian dogmas. The set disappeared in the 4th century. Publicans. In ancient Rome, this was a name given to those who were leaseholders of public taxes. They were in charge of collecting taxes and income of every sort, whether in Rome itself or in other parts of the empire. They were analogous to the fermiers généraux et traitants in the old system in France, which still exists in certain regions. The risks they ran made most others close their eyes to the wealth they frequently acquired, and which for many was a product of levies and scandalous profits. The name publican was later extended to all who were in charge of administering public monies, and also to their subterranean agents. Today, the term has taken on a pejorative meaning to denote financiers and agents with few business scruples. It is sometimes stated greedy as a publican or rich as a publican, referring to a fortune of a dishonest origin. Under Roman rule, taxation was what the Jews found hardest to accept, and it caused them the greatest aggravation, giving rise to several revolts and turning into a religious issue, since it was regarded as contrary to the law. A powerful party was even formed, headed by a certain Judas the Gallaenite, having as its principle the refusal of paying taxes. Thus, the Jews despised taxes, and consequently all those who were in charge of collecting them. Hence their aversion toward publicans of all categories, amongst whom could be found many decent individuals, but who, due to their occupation, were despised along with all who associated with them. Distinguished Jews believed they jeopardized themselves by having any close relations with them. Tax collectors. These were lower-class tax collectors who were mainly in charge of collecting duties at the city gates. Their functions corresponded approximately to those of customs officials or toll collectors. They endured the same loathing extended to publicans in general. This is why in the Gospel we frequently find the name publican connected to sinners. This label did not imply only dissolute or disreputable individuals. It was a term of scorn, synonymous with bad company, individuals unworthy of mixing with decent people. Pharisees, from the Hebrew parash, meaning division, separation. Tradition formed an important part of Jewish theology. It consisted in the compilation of the successive interpretations given to the meaning of the scriptures, which became articles of dogma. Amongst scholars, tradition was the object of unending arguments, most frequently concerning simple issues as to words or form, similar to the theological disputes and subtleties of scholasticism during the Middle Ages. Different sects resulted from all this, with each claiming to have a monopoly on the truth, and as almost always happens, cordially detesting one another. Among these sects, the most influential was that of the Pharisees, whose head was Hillel, a Jewish scholar born in Babylonia and founder of a famous school where it was taught that faith arose only from the scriptures. The Pharisees' origin dated back to 180 to 200 BC. The Pharisees were persecuted at various times, notably under Hyrcanus, high priest and king of the Jews, Aristobulus, and Alexander, king of Syria. However, after Alexander restored their honors and their assets, they reacquired their power, which they retained until the downfall of Jerusalem in 70 AD, at which time their name disappeared as a result of the diaspora. The Pharisees took an active part in religious controversies. Several observers of outward worship practices and ceremonies, ardent zealots for polytheism, and enemies of anybody with new ideas, they feigned great strictness of principles. However, behind the appearance of meticulous devotion, they hid dissolute habits, much pride, and above all, an excessive passion for control. Religion for them was more of a means to rise through the ranks than an object of authentic faith. They possessed only the appearances and ostentation of virtue. Nevertheless, they exerted a great influence on the people, in whose eyes they were regarded as holy. That is why they were so powerful in Jerusalem. They believed, or at least professed to believe, in providence, the immortality of the soul, eternal punishment, and the resurrection of the dead. See chapter 4, number 4. Jesus, who above all else valued simplicity and the qualities of the heart, and who preferred in the law the spirit which gives life to the letter which kills, strove throughout his mission to unmask their hypocrisy, and as a result made them his fierce enemies. This is the reason why they allied themselves with the chief priests in order to incite the people against him and put him to death. Scribes. The name at first given to the secretaries of the Judean kings and to certain superintendents of the Jewish army. Later, the designation was applied specifically to the scholars who taught the law of Moses and interpreted it for the people. They had a cause in common with the Pharisees, with whom they shared their principles and their antipathy toward free thinkers. This is why Jesus included them in the same reproach. Synagogue, from the Greek synagoge, meaning assembly, congregation. In Judea, there was only one temple, that of Solomon, in Jerusalem, where the great ceremonies of Jewish worship were celebrated. Every year, the Jews would go there on a pilgrimage for the principal festivals such as Passover, the Feast of Dedication, and the Feast of Tabernacles. It was on such occasions that Jesus made a number of journeys to Jerusalem. The other cities did not have temples, but only synagogues, buildings where the Jews would gather on the Sabbath to offer public prayers under the leadership of the elders, the scribes, or the doctors of the law. There were also readings taken from the sacred books, which were explained and commented on. Everybody could take part in them, and that is why Jesus, although not a priest, taught in the synagogues on Sabbath days. After the downfall of Jerusalem and the diaspora, the synagogues in the cities they inhabited served as temples for the celebration of the cult. Sadducees, a Jewish sect that was formed around 248 BC, named after Sadoc, its founder. The Sadducees did not believe in the immortality of the soul, the resurrection, or good and evil angels. Nonetheless, they believed in God, but expecting nothing after death. They served God only with the objective of temporal recompense, to which, according to them, divine providence was limited. Furthermore, the satisfaction of the senses was, in their view, the essential objective of life. As for the scriptures, they held to the texts of the ancient Torah, accepting neither tradition nor any interpretation. They placed good deeds and the pure and simple observation of the law above outward worship practices. They were the materialists, the deists, the sensualists of the time. The sect was few in number, but it entailed important persons and became a political party constantly opposed to the Pharisees. Essenes, a Jewish sect founded around 150 BC during the time of the Maccabees. Its members lived in a type of monastery and formed amongst themselves a sort of moral and religious association. They were distinguished by their pacifist customs and austere virtues. They taught the love of God and one's neighbor, the immortality of the soul, and they believed in the resurrection. They lived in celibacy, condemned slavery and war, held all their assets in common, and devoted themselves to agriculture. Unlike the sensual Sadducees who denied immortality and the Pharisees who were rigid in their outward practices and in whom virtue was only apparent, the Essenes took no part in the quarrels dividing the other two sects. Their genre of life approached that of the first Christians, and the moral principles they profess have led some people to believe that Jesus had belonged to this sect before the beginning of his public mission. What is certain is that he must have known about it, but nothing proves that he was affiliated with it, and all that has been written in this respect is hypothetical. Therapeutes, from the Greek therapeutidai or therapeutein, to serve, to care for, meaning servants of God or healers. Jewish sectarians and contemporaries of Christ, established principally in Alexandria, Egypt. They had great relations with the Essenes, whose principles they professed. Like the Essenes, they devoted themselves to practicing all the virtues. Their nourishment was of extreme frugality, devoted to celibacy, contemplation, and the solitary life. They comprised a true religious order. Philon, a Platonic Jewish philosopher from Alexandria, was the first to refer to the therapeutes, considering them a sect of Judaism. Eusebius, St. Jerome, and other church fathers thought they were Christians. Whether they were Jews or Christians, it is obvious that, like the Essenes, they have formed a link of union between Judaism and Christianity. 4. Socrates and Plato, precursors of the Christian idea in Spiritism. Even though Jesus must have been familiar with the sect of the Essenes, it would be erroneous to conclude that he drew his doctrine from it, and that if he had lived in another environment, he would have professed other principles. Great ideas never appear suddenly. Those that have the truth as their basis always have precursors who partially prepare the way for them. Later, when the time has come, God sends someone with the mission of summarizing, coordinating, and completing the scattered elements to form them into a body. In this way, the idea, not having arrived abruptly, finds minds fully disposed to accept it. Such occurred with the Christian idea, which was foreseen several centuries before either Jesus or the Essenes, and of which Socrates and Plato were the principal precursors. Socrates, like Christ, wrote nothing himself, or at least left nothing written. Like Christ, he died the death of criminals, a victim of fanaticism, for having attacked established beliefs, and for having placed true virtue above hypocrisy and the illusion of forms. In other words, for having combated religious prejudices. Like Jesus, who was accused by the Pharisees of corrupting the people with his teachings, Socrates was also accused by the Pharisees of his time, since they have always existed in all epochs, for corrupting the youth by proclaiming the dogma of the unity of God, the immortality of the soul, and the future life. Just as we know about the doctrine of Jesus only through the writings of his disciples, we know about the doctrine of Socrates only through the writings of his disciple Plato. We believe it useful to summarize here the most prominent points in order to show their concordance with the principles of Christianity. To those who will consider this parallel to be a profanation and claim there could be no parity between the doctrine of a pagan and that of Christ, we will respond that Socrates' doctrine was not pagan, since its objective was to combat paganism, that Jesus' doctrine, purer and more complete than Socrates, has nothing to lose with the comparison, that the grandeur of Christ's divine mission would not be diminished because of it, that furthermore it is a historical fact which cannot be denied. Humankind has reached a point in which the light radiates by itself from under the bushel. It is mature enough to face it, so much the worse for those who do not dare open their eyes. The time has come to examine matters broadly and from a higher level, and no longer from the trivial and narrow point of view of the interests of sects and castes. Moreover, these citations will prove that if Socrates and Plato foresaw the Christian idea, the fundamental principles of Spiritism may also be found in their doctrine. A summary of the doctrine of Socrates and Plato. 1. The human being is an incarnate soul. Before its incarnation, it existed in union with the primordial types, the ideas of the true, the good, and the beautiful. Upon incarnating, it separates from them, and remembering its past, it is tormented to various degrees by the desire to return to it. One could not more clearly enunciate the distinction and independence between the intelligent principle and the material principle. Furthermore, this represents the doctrine of the preexistence of the soul, the vague intuition it retains of another world to which it aspires, its survival after the body, its exit from the spirit world in order to incarnate, and its re-entry into that world after death. In short, it is the seed for the doctrine of the fallen angels. 2. The soul wanders and becomes confused when it uses the body in order to consider any object. It feels giddy as if it were intoxicated because it is connected to things that are by their very nature subject to change. On the other hand, whenever it contemplates its own essence, it turns toward that which is pure, eternal, and immortal, and being of the same nature, it remains connected there for as long as possible. Its erroneous ways then cease, for it is united to that which is immutable, and this state of the soul is what is called wisdom. Hence, humans who consider things from below in a mundane fashion and from a materialistic point of view delude themselves. In order to evaluate them correctly, it is necessary to see them from above, i.e., from the point of view of the spirit. The truly wise must therefore in other way isolate the soul from the body in order to see with the eyes of the spirit. This is what Spiritism teaches. See Chapter 2, number 5. 3. While we have our body, and as long as our soul is immersed in this corruption, we will never possess the object of our desires, the truth. In fact, the body brings forth in us 1,000 obstacles due to our need to care for it. Moreover, it fills us with desires, appetites, fears, 1,000 chimeras, and 1,000 follies, so that while in it, it is impossible to be wise even for an instant. However, since it is not possible to know anything purely while the soul is united to the body, one of two things will happen. Either we will never know the truth, or we will only come to know it after death. Freed from the insanity of the body, we then will converse hopefully with individuals likewise freed, and we will know for ourselves the essence of things. That is why true philosophers prepare themselves to die, and why death in no way seems fearsome to them. See Heaven and Hell, Part 1, Chapter 11, Part 2, Chapter 1. Here we have the principle of soul's faculties being obscured by means of the corporeal organs and the expansion of its faculties after death. However, this applies only to the souls of the already purified elect. The same does not occur with impure souls. 4. The impure soul in this case is weighed down and is once again pulled to the visible world through the horror of that which is invisible and immaterial. It then wanders, it is said, around mausoleums and graves, near which at times terrible ghosts have been seen, which must be the images of souls who have left the body without being completely pure, and who have retained something of the material form, making the eye able to perceive them. These are not the souls of the good, but rather of the wretched, who are forced to wander around such places where they bear the punishment of their former life, and where they continue to roam until the appetites inherent to the material form they were given lead them to another body, and then of course they return to the same habits which during their former life were the object of their predilections. Not only is the principle of reincarnation clearly expounded here, but the state of souls who are still under the control of matter is described just as Spiritism demonstrates during evocations. Moreover, it is stated that reincarnation in a material body is a consequence of the soul's impurity, whereas purified souls are free of it. Spiritism says nothing else. It only adds that the soul who has made good resolutions during the errant state and who possess acquired knowledge brings fewer defects, more virtues, and more intuitive ideas on being reborn than it had possessed in its preceding existence. Hence, each existence represents for it both intellectual and moral progress. See Heaven and Hell, Part 2, examples. 5. After our death, the spirit, daemon, who had been assigned to us during life, leads us to a place where all those who must be taken to Hades are gathered in order to be judged. After having remained in Hades for the time required, souls are reconducted to this life for numerous and long periods. This is the doctrine of guardian angels or protector spirits, and of successive reincarnations after intervals of varying lengths in the errant state. 6. Daemons fill the space that separates the sky from the earth. They are the link that unites the great whole with itself. Since divinity never enters into direct communication with human beings, it is by means of daemons that the gods relate to and converse with them, whether during the wakened state or during sleep. The word daemon, which gave origin to demon, was not taken in the evil sense during antiquity, as it is amongst moderns. It did not mean evil beings exclusively, but all spirits in general, among whom were highly evolved spirits called gods, and less evolved spirits, demons per se, who communicated directly with humans. Spiritism also states that spirits populate space, that God only communicates with human beings through intermediary of pure spirits entrusted with transmitting the divine will, and that spirits communicate with humans during the wakened state and during sleep. Replace the word daemon with the word spirit, and you have the Spiritist doctrine. Replace it with the word angel, and you have the Christian doctrine. 7. The constant preoccupation of philosophers, as understood by Socrates and Plato, is to take greater care of the soul and less care of this life, which is only an instant from the perspective of eternity. If the soul is immortal, would it not be wise to live with a view to eternity? Both Christianity and Spiritism teach the same thing. 8. If the soul is immaterial, then after this life it must go to a world that is equally invisible and immaterial, the same way that the body upon its decomposition returns to matter. It is important only to clearly distinguish the pure, truly immaterial soul which, like God, nourishes itself with knowledge and thought, from the soul that is to various degrees tainted by material impurities that hinder its ascendancy towards the divine, retaining it in places of its earthly journey. Socrates and Plato, as one can see, understood perfectly the different degrees of the soul's dematerialization. They insist on the varieties of situations that result in its greater or lesser purity. What they said through intuition, Spiritism proves through the numerous examples it sets before us. See Heaven and Hell, Part 2. 9. If death were the complete dissolution of a person, it would be a great gain for evil ones, because after their death they would all at once be free from their bodies, souls, and vices. Only those who have adorned their soul, not with an improper ornament, but with a proper one, may peacefully await the hour of their departure to the other world. In other words, this means that materialism, which proclaims nothingness after death, would be the annulment of all final moral responsibility and consequently an incentive to evil, that such evil has everything to gain from nothingness, that only individuals who have rid themselves of their vices and have enriched themselves with virtues can peacefully await the awakening in the other life. By the examples it sets before us daily, Spiritism shows us how painful the passage from one life to the other and the entrance into the future life is for evil souls. See Heaven and Hell, Part 2, Chapter 1. 10. The body retains the well-marked vestiges of the care it has received or of the accidents it has experienced. The same occurs with the soul. When it is delivered from the body, it carries the obvious traces of its character, its sentiments, and the marks that each action of its life has left on it. Thus, the greatest misfortune that can occur to a person is to go to the other world with a soul loaded with crimes. You see, calicles that neither you, Pollux, nor Gorgias could prove that we must lead another life that will be useful when we find ourselves on the other side. From so many diverse opinions, the only one that remains unshakable is that it is better to receive than to commit an injustice, and that before anything else, we must apply ourselves not to seem virtuous, but to be so. Dialogues of Socrates with his disciples when he was in prison. Here another crucial point is encountered, confirmed today by experience, according to which the unpurified soul retains the ideas, tendencies, character, and passions that it had while on the earth. The maxim, it is better to receive than to commit an injustice, is it not entirely Christian? It is the same thought that Jesus expresses by this illustration. If someone strikes you on one cheek, turn to him the other as well. See chapter 12, numbers 7 and 8. 11. One of two things applies. Either death is absolute destruction, or it is the passage of a soul to another place. If everything is to be extinguished, then death is like one of those rare nights that we have without dreaming and without any self-awareness. However, if death is only a change of habitation, the passage to a place where the dead must meet, what happiness at re-encountering those whom we have known. My greatest pleasure would be to examine up close the dwellers of that habitation, and to distinguish there as here between those who are wise and those who believe they are, but are not. It is time, however, for us to part. I too die, you too live. Socrates to his judges. According to Socrates, those who have lived upon the earth meet again after death and recognize one another. Spiritism shows us the continuation of the relationships they had in such a way that death is neither an interruption nor a cessation of life, with no solution of continuity, but a transformation. Had Socrates and Plato known the teachings that Christ would give 500 years later, and those which the spirits provide nowadays, they would not have spoken in any other manner. There is nothing surprising about this if one remembers that great truths are eternal, and that advanced spirits had to have had known them before coming to earth, to which they brought them. That Socrates, Plato, and the other great philosophers of their time could have later been among those who aided Christ on his divine mission, and who were chosen precisely because more than anyone else they were capable of comprehending his sublime teachings, that in short today they may be part of the great host of spirits charged with coming to teach these same truths to humankind. 12. One should never return injustice for injustice, nor do evil to anyone, whatever may be the evil they have done to us. Few, however, will accept this principle, and those who are divided on this can only despise one another. Is this not the principle of charity, which teaches us not to return evil for evil and to forgive our enemies? 13. It is by its fruit that the tree is known. It is necessary to qualify every action according to what it produces, to call it evil when evil comes from it, good when the good is born from it. The maxim, the tree is known by its fruit, is textually repeated many times in the Gospel. 14. Wealth is a great danger. All who love wealth love neither themselves nor what they are, but something that is even more foreign to them than that what they are. See chapter 16. 15. The most beautiful prayers and the most beautiful sacrifices please the divinity less than a virtuous soul who puts forth the effort to resemble it. It would be a great thing if the gods were to have more consideration for our offerings than for our soul. This way, even the guiltiest could render themselves favorable. But no, they are truly just and wise, except those who, through their words and deeds, redeem what they owe to the gods and more. See chapter 10, numbers 7 and 8. 16. I call to pray of that commonplace lover who loves the body more than the soul. Love is everywhere in nature, which invites us to exercise our intelligence. It is found even in the movements of the heavenly bodies. It is love that adorns nature with its rich cover. It puts on its finery and sets its dwelling where it finds flowers and fragrances. It is also love that gives peace to humans, tranquility to the sea, silence to the winds, and sleep to pain. Love, which must unite humankind through a fraternal tie, is a consequence of Plato's theory on universal love as a law of nature. Socrates' affirmation that love is neither a god nor a mortal, but a great daemon, that is, a great spirit presiding over universal love, was imputed to him as a crime above all else. 17. Virtue cannot be taught. It comes as a gift from God to those who possess it. This is approximately the Christian doctrine regarding grace. However, if virtue is a gift from God, then it is a favor, and we may ask why it is not granted to everyone. On the other hand, if it is a gift, then there is no merit on the part of those who possess it. Spiritism is more explicit. It states that those who possess virtue have acquired it through their own efforts during successive existences by gradually ridding themselves of their imperfections. Grace is the power that God bestows on all men and women of goodwill so that they may rid themselves of evil and practice the good. 18. It is a natural disposition in each of us to perceive our own defects much less than those of others. The gospel states you see the speck that is in your neighbor's eye, but you do not see the plank that is in your own. See chapter 10, numbers 9 and 10. 19. If physicians fail in treating most ailments, it is because they treat the body without treating the soul, and since the whole is not in a good state, it is impossible for any one part of it to be well. Spiritism provides the key to the relationship between the soul and the body and proves that there is a constant reaction of one upon the other. Thus, it opens up a new pathway to science, and by showing it the true cause of certain illnesses, it provides it with the means of combating them. Once science begins taking into account the spiritual element in the body's economy, it will fail less frequently. 20. All humans starting from infancy do much more evil than good. These words by Socrates touch on the serious issue of the predominance of evil on the earth, an issue that is unsolvable without the knowledge of the plurality of worlds and the destiny of the earth, upon which only a small fraction of humanity dwells. Only Spiritism provides it with a solution, which is developed below in chapters 2, 3, and 5. 21. There is wisdom in not believing that you know what you do not know. This is addressed to those persons who frequently criticize that about which they do not know the first word. Plato completes this thought of Socrates by saying, "Let us first try to render them more honest in words, if possible. If not, let us not concern ourselves with them. Let us seek nothing but the truth. Let us endeavor to educate ourselves, but not offend each other. This is how Spiritists should act regarding their detractors of good or bad faith. If Plato were alive today, he would find things almost as they were in his time and would be able to use the same language. Socrates, too, would encounter individuals who would mock his belief in spirits and would judge both him and his disciple Plato insane. It was for having professed these principles that Socrates was first ridiculed, then later accused of sacrilege and condemned to drink hemlock. All this renders it certain that great new truths arising against the personal interests and prejudices they upset cannot be established without a struggle or without making martyrs. The Gospel according to Spiritism. Chapter 1. I have not come to destroy the law. The three revelations, Moses, Christ, Spiritism, the alliance between science and religion, the Spirit's teaching, the new era. 1. Do not think that I have come to destroy the law or the prophets. I have not come to destroy them, but to fulfill them. For I say to you in truth that heaven and earth shall not pass away before everything in the law is perfectly fulfilled up to one single iota and one single dot. Matthew 5, 17 and 18. The three revelations. Moses. 2. There are two distinct parts to the Mosaic law, the law of God promulgated on Mount Sinai and the civil or disciplinary law established by Moses. One is invariable, the other appropriate for the customs and character of the people, changes with the times. The law of God is formulated in the 10 following commandments. 1. I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. You shall have no other foreign gods before me. You shall make neither a graven image, nor any figure of anything that is above in the heavens or below on earth, nor of anything that is in the waters under the earth. You shall not bow down to them, nor shall you render them supreme worship. 2. You shall not take the name of the Lord your God in vain. 3. You shall remember to sanctify the Sabbath day. 4. You shall honor your father and your mother so that you may live long in the land that the Lord your God will give you. 5. You shall not kill. 6. You shall not commit adultery. 7. You shall not steal. 8. You shall not covet false testimony against your neighbor. 9. You shall not covet your neighbor's wife. 10. You shall covet neither your neighbor's house, nor his servant, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor any of the things that belong to him. This law is for all times and all nations, and therefore has a divine character. All the others were laws established by Moses, who had used fear in order to restrain a naturally troublesome and undisciplined people, among whom he had to combat the deep-rooted abuses and prejudices acquired during their slavery in Egypt. In order to give authority to his laws, he had to attribute them to a divine origin, as did other lawgivers of early peoples. He Human authority had to be based on God's authority, but only the idea of a terrible God could impress ignorant men and women in whom moral sense and the sentiment of a refined justice were still little developed. It is quite obvious that the one who prescribed the commandments, "You shall not kill, you shall not cause harm to your neighbor," could not be self-contradictory by making extermination a duty. The Mosaic laws per se thus had an essentially transitory character. Christ. 3. Jesus did not come to destroy the law, that is, God's law. He came to fulfill it, that is, to develop it, to give it its true meaning, and to adapt it to the degree of humankind's advancement. That is why that in this law may be found the principle of duty to God and one's neighbor, which comprises the basis of his doctrine. On the contrary, as for the laws of Moses per se, Jesus modified them profoundly either in form or in substance. He constantly combated the abuse of outward practices and erroneous interpretations, and he could not make them undergo a more radical reform than that of reducing them to these words: "Love God above all things and your neighbor as yourself," and in stating, "This is the whole of the law and the prophets." By these words, heaven and earth shall not pass away before everything is fulfilled up to one single iota. Jesus meant that it would be necessary for God's law to receive its fulfillment, that is, to be practiced all over the earth in all of its purity, with all of its development and all of its consequences. For what good would it have done to have established this law if it were to have remained the privilege of only a few people, or even of one sole nation? As children of God, all humans are, without distinction, the object of the same solicitude. 4. Jesus' role, however, was not simply that of a moralistic lawgiver with no other authority than his own word. He came to fulfill the prophecies that had announced his coming. His authority derived from the exceptional nature of his spirit and his divine mission. He came to teach humans that true life is to be found not on the earth but in the kingdom of heaven, to teach them the way that leads there, the means of reconciling themselves to God, and to forewarn them regarding the progress of future things for the fulfillment of human destiny. Nonetheless, he did not say everything, and on many points he limited himself to sow in the seeds of truth that he himself declared could not yet be comprehended. He spoke of all things, but in terms explicit in varying degrees. In order to understand the hidden meaning of certain words, it would be necessary for new ideas and knowledge to come to provide humans the key, and such ideas could not come before the human mind had acquired a certain degree of maturity. Science would have to contribute strongly toward the emergence and development of these ideas. Therefore, it would be necessary to give science time to progress. Spiritism. 5. Spiritism is a new science that has come to reveal to humans, by means of irrefutable proofs, the existence and nature of the spirit world and its relations with the corporeal world. It shows us that world no longer as something supernatural, but instead as one of the living and incessantly active forces of nature, as the source of a multitude of phenomena hitherto incomprehensible, and for that reason relegated to the domain of the fantastic and extraordinary. It is to such relations that Christ alludes on several occasions, and that is why many things that he said have remained unintelligible or wrongly interpreted. Spiritism is the key that enables everything to be easily explained. 6. The law of the Old Testament is personified in Moses. That of the New Testament is personified in Christ. Spiritism is the third revelation of God's law, but it is not personified in any particular individual. Rather, it is the product of a teaching given not by one person, but by the spirits, who are the voices of heaven, at all points of the earth, and through a countless multitude of intermediaries. It is a sort of collective being entailing a group of beings from the spirit world, each one coming to bring to humans the tribute of its knowledge in order to enable them to know about that world and the fate that awaits them in it. 7. In the same way that Christ said, "I have not come to destroy the law, but to fulfill it," Spiritism says, "I have not come to destroy the Christian law, but to fulfill it." It teaches nothing contrary to what Christ taught, but develops, completes, and explains in clear terms for everybody what he stated only in allegorical form. Spiritism has come to fulfill at the foretold time what Christ announced, and to prepare the fulfillment of future things. It is therefore the work of Christ, who himself is presiding, as he also announced, over the regeneration that is occurring, and who is preparing the reign of the kingdom of God on earth. The alliance between science and religion. 8. Science and religion are the two levers of human intelligence. One reveals the laws of the material world, and the other the laws of the moral world. But neither, having the same principle, which is God, can contradict the other. If they were to negate each other, one would necessarily be wrong and the other right, because God could not possibly be willing to destroy God's own work. The incompatibility that is thought to exist between these two orders of ideas arises from an erroneous observation and an excess of exclusivity on one side and the other. This has resulted in a conflict from which both disbelief and intolerance have emerged. The time has come in which Christ's teachings must receive their completion, in which the veil cast intentionally over some parts of these teachings must be lifted, in which science ceases to be exclusively materialistic and takes into account the spiritual element, and in which religion ceases to misinterpret the organic and immutable laws of matter. These two forces supporting each other and advancing together will lend each other mutual support. Then religion, no longer having to endure the discredit of science, will acquire unshakable power, because it will be in accord with reason and will no longer be able to oppose the irresistible logic of the facts. Science and religion were unable to understand each other until today. Because each examining matters from its own exclusive point of view, they mutually rejected each other. Something was needed to fill the gap that separated them, a mark of union that would bring them close to each other. The mark of union resided in the knowledge of the laws that govern the spirit world and its relations with the corporeal, laws as immutable as those governing the movement of the heavenly bodies and the existence of beings. Once they were proven by experience, these relations caused a new light to dawn. Faith turned toward reason, reason found nothing illogical in faith, and materialism was defeated. But in this, as in everything else, there are persons who remain behind until they are swept along by the movement of the whole, which crushes them if they try to resist it instead of surrendering to it. It is a whole moral revolution that is occurring at this time and is molding people's spirits. After being prepared for over more than 18 centuries, this revolution is nearing its fulfillment, and it will mark a new era for humankind. The consequences of this revolution are easy to foresee. As for social relations, it must bring inevitable changes that no person has the power to oppose, because they are in the designs of God and result from the law of progress, which is a law of God. The Spirit's teachings, the new era. 9. God is one, and Moses is a spirit whom he sent on a mission to make him known not only to the Hebrews, but to pagan peoples as well. The Hebrew people were the instrument that God used to deliver the divine revelation through Moses and the prophets, and the vicissitudes of these people were meant to impress the eyes and bring down the veil that had hidden the divinity from humankind. God's commandments given through Moses contain the seed of the broadest Christian morality. However, biblical commentaries have restricted their meaning, because put into practice in all their purity, they would not have been understood. Nevertheless, the Ten Commandments remain the shining frontispiece, the beacon that should have illumined humankind on the road it was to travel. The morality taught by Moses was appropriate for the state of advancement of the people it was called to regenerate, and these people, semi-primitive with regard to the perfection of their soul, would not have understood that it was possible to worship God by means other than burnt offerings, or that they should forgive an enemy. Their intelligence, noteworthy from their materialistic point of view, and even from that of the arts and sciences, was morally quite backward, and they would never have been converted under the rule of an entirely spiritual religion. They needed a semi-material representation, like the one the Hebrew religion offered them. Hence, burnt offerings spoke to their senses, whereas the idea of God spoke to their spirit. Christ was the initiator of the purest and most sublime morality, the evangelical Christian morality that is to renew the world, bring men and women together, and make them brothers and sisters. That is to enable charity and love for one's neighbor to blossom forth in all human hearts and create a common solidarity amongst all humans. A morality, in short, that is to transform the earth and make it a dwelling place for spirits more highly evolved than those inhabiting it today. It is the law of progress to which nature is subject and which is self-fulfilling, and Spiritism is the lever that God is employing to enable humankind to advance. The time has come in which moral ideas must be developed so that the progress contained in the designs of God may be realized. These ideas must follow the same route that the ideas of liberty, their forerunner, traveled. However, one should not believe that this development will occur without struggle. No, in order to reach maturity, these ideas need to be discussed and argued over so that they may attract the attention of the masses. Once attention is fixed on them, the beauty and sanctity of Christ's morality will touch people's mind, and they will become interested in a science that provides them with the key to the future life and opens to them the doors to eternal happiness. It was Moses who opened the way. Jesus continued the work. Spiritism shall finish it. An Israelite Spirit, Mulhouse, 1861. 10. One day, God, out of his inexhaustible charity, allowed humankind to see the truth dissipate the darkness. That day was the advent of Christ. After that living light, the darkness returned. The world, after the alternatives of truth and obscurity, became lost once again. Then, just like the prophets of the Old Testament, the spirits began to speak and to warn you. The world is being shaken on its very foundations. The thunder shall resound. Stand firm. Spiritism is of a divine order, since it rests upon the very laws of nature, and you can be certain that everything of a divine order has a great and useful purpose. Your world has lost its way, and science, developing at the cost of moral order and leading you only to material well-being, has reverted to profiting the spirit of darkness. Christians, you know that the heart and love must walk hand in hand with science. The reign of Christ, alas, after 18 centuries and in spite of the blood of so many martyrs, that reign has not yet come. Christian, turn toward the Master who wishes to save you. Everything is easy for those who believe and love. Love fills them with the ineffable joy. Yes, my children, the world is being shaken. The good spirits have told you this more than enough times. Bend under the foretelling breeze of the storm so that you are not knocked over. That is, prepare yourselves and do not be like the foolish virgins who were taken by surprise at the arrival of the bridegroom. This revolution that is being prepared is more moral than material. The great spirits, the divine messengers, inspire faith so that all of you, enlightened and fervent workers, may make your humble voices heard, for you are only a grain of sand, but without grains of sand there would be no mountain. Hence the words, "We are so small," hold no meaning for you. To each his or her mission, to each his or her labor. Do not ants build their republic, and do not imperceptible animalcules raise continents? The new crusade has begun. Apostles of universal peace and not of war, modern St. Bernards, look and march ahead. The law of worlds is the law of progress. Fenelon, Poitiers, 1861. 11. St. Augustine is one of the greatest divulgers of Spiritism. He manifests himself almost everywhere. We find the reason for this in the life of this great Christian philosopher who belongs to the mighty phalanx of the Church Fathers, to whom Christianity owes its most solid basis. Like many others, he was uprooted from paganism, or rather from the most profound impiety, by the splendor of the truth. When in the midst of his excesses, he felt in his soul that strange vibration calling him back to himself, enabling him to understand that happiness lay elsewhere than in debilitating and fleeting pleasures. When finally on his way to Damascus, he too heard the holy voice exclaim, "Saul, Saul, why do you persecute me?" He exclaimed, my God, forgive me. I believe I am a Christian." And from then on, he became one of the firmest supporters of the gospel. In the famous confessions that this eminent spirit left us, one may read the simultaneously characteristic and prophetic words he uttered after having lost St. Monica. "I am convinced that my mother will return to visit me and give me counsel, revealing to me what awaits us in the future life." What a lesson in these words, and what a brilliant foresight of the future doctrine. That is why today, seeing that the hour has come to divulge the truth that he had predicted, he has become its ardent propagator and has multiplied himself, so to speak, in order to answer all who call upon him. Erastus, disciple of St. Paul, Paris, 1863. Comment. Has St. Augustine therefore come to destroy what he himself built? Certainly not, but like so many others, he sees with the eyes of the Spirit what he could not see as a man. His unconstrained soul sees a new light and understands what it could not understand before. New ideas have revealed to him the true meaning of certain words. While on earth, he judged matters according to the knowledge he possessed, but when a new light shone upon him, he was able to judge things more wholesomely. It was thus that he had to change his mind regarding incubus and succubus spirits, as well as the anathema that he had launched against the theory of the antipodes. Now that Christianity has appeared to him in all its purity, he can think differently about certain points than when he was alive, but without ceasing to be a Christian disciple. Without renouncing his faith, he can make himself the propagator of Spiritism because he sees in it the fulfillment of things foreseen. As a herald of Spiritism today, he leads us to a more careful and logical interpretation of the text. The same is occurring with other spirits who have found themselves in a similar position. The Gospel according to Spiritism. Chapter 2. My kingdom is not of this world. The future life, the kingship of Jesus, the point of view, the Spirit's teachings, and earthly kingship. 1. Then Pilate, returning to enter the palace and having made Jesus come to him, asked him, Are you the king of the Jews? Jesus responded to him, My kingdom is not of this world. If my kingdom were of this world, my people would have fought to prevent my falling into the hands of the Jews, but my kingdom is not here. Pilate said to him, Then you are a king. Jesus replied, You have said it, I am a king. I was not born, nor did I come into this world, except to bear witness to the truth. Whoever belongs to the truth hears my voice. John 18:33, 36, and 37. The future life. 2. With these words, Jesus clearly refers to the future life, which he presents in every circumstance as the end where humankind will end up and as the object of people's principal concerns while on earth. All of his maxims refer to this great principle. Indeed, without the future life, the greater part of his moral precepts would have no reason for being. That is why those who do not believe in the future life, imagining that he is speaking only of the present life, either do not understand them or find them puerile. This doctrine, therefore, can be considered as the focal point of Christ's teaching, and it is placed toward the beginning of this book because it must be the goal of all persons. Only this doctrine can justify the anomalies of earthly life and harmonize them with the justice of God. 3. The Jews had only very imprecise ideas regarding the future life. They believed in angels, whom they regarded as the privileged beings of creation, but they did not know that human beings could someday become angels and share in their bliss. According to them, observing God's laws was rewarded with earthly possessions, the supremacy of their nation, and victory over their enemies. Public calamities and defeats were punishment for their disobedience. Moses could not have said more than he did to an uneducated people comprised mostly of shepherds and who needed to be touched before anything else by the things of this world. Later, Jesus came to reveal to them that there is another world where God's justice follows its course. It is this world that he promises to those who observe God's commandments and where the good ones will find their recompense. The world is his kingdom. It is there that he is to be found in all his glory, and to where he will return upon leaving the earth. However, adapting his teaching to the state of people at that time, Jesus did not believe he should give them complete enlightenment, which would dazzle them without edifying them, for they would not comprehend it. Thus, he limited himself to presenting the future life in principle as a law of nature from which no one could escape. Therefore, every Christian strongly believes in the future life, but the idea that many hold about it is vague and incomplete, and therefore erroneous on various points. For a great many, it is only a belief without absolute certainty, hence doubt and even disbelief. Spiritism has come to complete on this point, as well as many others, the teaching of Christ now that humans have matured enough to comprehend the truth. With Spiritism, the future life is no longer a simple article of faith, a hypothesis. It is a material reality demonstrated by the facts. Eyewitnesses have come to describe this reality in all its phases and in all its peripeties, in such a way that not only is doubt no longer possible, but the most commonplace intelligence can depict it in its true appearance, just as one could depict a country about which one had read a detailed description. And this description of the future life is so circumstantiated, the conditions of the happy or unhappy existence of those who are there are so logical, that one must state in spite of oneself that it could not be otherwise, and that the true justice of God is contained therein. The kingship of Jesus. 4. Everyone understands that Jesus' kingdom is not of this world, but might he not also have a kingship on the earth? The title of king does not always imply the exercise of temporal power. It is given by unanimous consensus to those whose genius places them on the forefront of any order of idea, who dominate the times in which they live and influence the progress of humankind. It is in this sense that it is stated, the king or prince of philosophers, artists, poets, writers, etc. Does not this royalty, born of personal merit and consecrated by posterity, often display an ascendancy that is greater than that held by the crowned? The ascendancy is imperishable, whereas the other is a plane of vicissitudes. The ascendancy is always blessed by future generations, whereas the other is sometimes cursed. Earthly sovereignty ends with life. Moral sovereignty continues to govern, especially after death. From this aspect, is Jesus not a more powerful king than many sovereigns of earth? It was with good reason, therefore, he said to Pilate, I am a king, but my kingdom is not of this world. The point of view. 5. The clear and precise idea that one holds of the future life provides an unshakable faith in the future. This faith carries enormous consequences for the moralization of human beings because it completely changes the point of view from which they consider earthly life. For those who, through their thought, place themselves in the spirit life, which is limitless, corporeal life is no more than a passage, a brief stay in an ungrateful country. The vicissitudes and tribulations of life are no more than incidents which they bear with patience, because they know that they are only of short duration, and that they must be followed by a happier state. Death no longer has anything terrifying about it, and it is no longer a door to nothingness, but rather the deliverance that opens to the exile the entryway to a dwelling place of happiness and peace. Knowing they are in a temporary, not final situation, they accept the worries of life with more indifference, which results in a composure of spirit that mitigates their afflictions. Due to the mere doubt regarding the future life, people direct all their thoughts toward the earthly life. Uncertain of the future, they give everything to the present. By not foreseeing possessions that are more precious than those of earth, they are like children who can see nothing beyond their toys. There is nothing they will not do to obtain them. The loss of even the least of their possessions causes pungent hurt, a disappointment, a frustrated hope, an unsatisfied ambition, an injustice of which they are the victim. Wounded pride or vanity are also torments that make their life a perennial agony, and in this way they intentionally cause themselves true torment at every moment. Taking their point of view from earthly life at whose center they place themselves, everything around them assumes vast proportions. The evil that reaches them, as well as the good that falls on others, everything takes on a great importance in their eyes. The same occurs with those who are inside a city, where everything seems big. The individuals who occupy high positions seem like monuments. However, upon ascending a mountain, individuals and things both seem quite small. This is what happens with those who contemplate earthly life from the point of view of the future life. Like the stars in the firmament, humankind is lost in the immensity. They then perceive that great and small things are all mixed together like ants atop a mound of earth, that proletarians and potentates are of the same stature, and they lament those ephemeral individuals who hand themselves over to such worry in order to win a place which will elevate them so little, and which they must occupy for such a short time. It is thus that the importance attributed to earthly things is always in reverse proportion to faith in the future life. 6. If everyone thought in this manner, one might say that with no one being any longer concerned with the things of the earth, everything would be endangered. No, People instinctively look after their own well-being, and although certain that they will remain for only a short time in a place, they still want to feel as good or as comfortable as possible. There is no one who, upon finding a thorn under his or her hand, will not remove it in order not to get pricked. Well then, the search for well-being forces people to improve everything, possessed as they are of the instinct for progress and self-preservation, both being contained in the laws of nature. Therefore, they labor out of necessity, enjoyment, and duty, thereby fulfilling the designs of providence, which has placed them on the earth for such a purpose. Only those who consider the future attribute a relative importance to the present, and they are easily consoled in their failings by thinking of the destination that awaits them. Accordingly, God does not condemn earthly pleasures, but rather their abuse at the expense of matters of the soul. Moreover, it is against such abuse that those who apply Jesus' words, "My kingdom is not of this world," are protected. Those who identify themselves with the future life are like a rich person who loses a small sum without being disturbed by it. Those who concentrate their thoughts on the earthly life are like a poor person who loses everything he or she owns and becomes desperate. 7. Spiritism broadens one's thought and opens up new horizons, instead of this narrow and small-minded view that concentrates on the present life, which makes the instant that one passes on the earth the unique and fragile pivot of the eternal future. Spiritism shows that this life is only one link in the harmonious and magnificent whole of the Creator's work. Spiritism also demonstrates the solidarity that interconnects all the existences of one being, all beings of the same world, and all beings of all worlds. It thus provides a basis and a reason for universal fraternity, whereas the doctrine of the creation of the soul at the moment of the birth of each body renders all beings strangers to one another. This solidarity among the parts of the same whole explains what is inexplicable if only one part is considered. It is this whole that at the time of Christ's people would not have comprehended, and that is why he reserved such knowledge for another time. The Spirit's teachings, an earthly kingship. 8. Who better than I can understand the truth of these words of our Lord? My kingdom is not of this world. I lost myself in pride while on the earth. Who then could understand the insignificance of earth's kingdoms if not I? What of my earthly kingdom did I bring back here with me? Nothing, absolutely nothing. And as if to make my lesson more terrible, it did not even accompany me to the tomb. I was a queen amongst men. As a queen, I thought I would enter the kingdom of heaven. Such delusion, such humiliation when, instead of being received as a sovereign, I saw above me, far above me, beings whom I had deemed quite small and whom I had despised because they were not of noble blood. Oh, how I then understood the barrenness of the honors and grandeurs that I so eagerly sought on earth. In order to prepare oneself for a place in this kingdom, self-denial, humility, charity in all its heavenly forms, and benevolence toward all are required. You are not asked who you were or what position you occupied, but what good you did, the tears you wiped away. O Jesus, you said that your kingdom is not of this world because one must suffer in order to reach heaven, and the steps of a throne cannot lead us to it. Only the most trying paths of life do. Therefore, seek your path through the briars and thorns, and not amongst the flowers. People run after earthly things as if they were able to keep them forever, but here there are no more illusions. They soon perceive that they had only been chased in a shadow, and that they had neglected the only possessions that were solid and durable, the only ones they could use in the heavenly home, the only ones that give them access to it. Have pity on those who have not gained the kingdom of heaven. Help them with your prayers, for prayer brings people closer to the Most High. It is the link of union between heaven and earth. Do not forget that. A Queen of France, Havre, 1863. The Gospel according to Spiritism, Chapter 3. There are many dwellings in my Father's house. The different states of the soul in the errant state, the different categories of inhabited worlds, earth's destiny, the cause of earthly miseries, the Spirit's teachings, highly evolved and less evolved worlds, worlds of trial and expiation, regenerative worlds, the progression of worlds. 1. Let not your hearts be troubled. You believe in God, believe also in me. There are many dwellings in my Father's house. If it were not so, I would have told you, for I am going to prepare the place, and after I have gone and have prepared the place for you, I will return and will take you with me, so that there when I am, you may be also. John 14, 1 through 3. The different states of the soul in the errant state. 2. The Father's house is the universe. The different dwellings are the worlds that revolve in infinite space, offering to incarnate spirit stations appropriate to their advancement. Regardless of the diversity of worlds, these words may also be understood as referring to the happy or unhappy situation of the spirit in the errant state. The spirit's environment, its point of view regarding things, the sensations it experiences, and its perceptions will vary infinitely depending on its degree of purification and how detached it is from material ties. While some spirits cannot leave the sphere in which they live, others can travel through space and go to other worlds. While certain guilty spirits wander in darkness, the blessed ones enjoy a resplendent light and the sublime spectacle of the infinite. Finally, while the evil spirit, tormented by remorse and lamentation, frequently alone, without consolation, and separated from the objects of its affection, groans under the duress of mental suffering, the righteous spirit, reunited with those whom it loves, enjoys the delights of an indescribable bliss. There are therefore many mansions, although they are neither circumscribed, not localized. The different categories of inhabited worlds. 3. From the teaching given by the spirits, one comes to understand that the various worlds are in conditions very different from one another as to the degree of advancement or the lower order status of their inhabitants. Among them are those whose inhabitants are physically and morally even less evolved than those of Earth. Others' inhabitants are of the same level, where others are more highly evolved to different degrees in every respect. On lower order worlds, existence is completely material, the passions reign supreme, and moral life is almost non-existent. To the degree that moral life is developed, the influence of matter diminishes in such a way that on more advanced worlds, life is entirely spiritual, so to speak. 4. On intermediate worlds, there is a mixture of good and evil with the predominance of one or the other according to the degree of advancement. Although it is not possible to make an absolute classification of the various worlds, one can nevertheless, due to their status and destiny, and based on the more accentuated differences, divide them in a general way as follows. Primitive worlds intended for the first incarnations of the human soul, worlds of trial and expiation where evil dominates, regenerative worlds where souls who still have something to expiate may absorb new strength by resting from the fatigue of struggles, happy worlds where the good outweighs evil, and heavenly or divine worlds, the habitations of purified spirits where the good reigns completely. Earth belongs to the trial and expiation category, and that is why humans on it are the target of so many miseries. 5. Spirits who incarnate on any one world are not connected to it forever, nor do they complete on it all the progressive phases they must traverse in order to attain to perfection. When on one particular world they have reached the degree of advancement it offers, they go to a more advanced one, and so on, until they have reached the state of pure spirits. These various worlds are the stations on which they find elements of progress proportional to their advancement. It is a recompense for them to go to a world of a higher order, just as it is a punishment to prolong their stay on an unhappy world, or to be relegated to one that is even unhappier than the one they are forced to leave if they have been obstinate and evil. Earth's destiny, the cause of earthly miseries. 6. Surprised at finding on earth so much wickedness and evil passion, so many miseries and infirmities of every sort, one might come to the conclusion that the human species is a very sad thing indeed. The judgment arises from the limited point of view of those who hold it, and it gives an erroneous idea of the whole. One must remember that not all of humankind is to be found on the earth, but only a tiny fraction of it. Actually, the human species entails all beings endowed with reason, who populate the innumerable worlds of the universe. Hence, what is Earth's population when compared to the total population of all those worlds? Much less than that of a tiny village when compared to a great empire. The material and moral situation of Earth's humankind is nothing surprising considering Earth's destination and the nature of those who inhabit it. 7. One would form a very erroneous idea of the inhabitants of a large city if they were judged by the populace of its infamous and sordid quarters. In a hospital, one sees only the sick or maimed. In a penitentiary, one sees all sorts of turpitudes and vices in one place. In unhealthy regions, most of the inhabitants are pale, weak, and sickly. Well then, imagine the earth as being a sordid district, a hospital, a penitentiary, and an unhealthy region, because it is all of these at once, and you will understand why afflictions outweigh joys. This happens because one does not send healthy persons to a hospital, or those who have practiced no evil to houses of correction, nor can hospitals or houses of correction be places of delight. Hence, in the same way that in a city the whole population is not in hospitals or prisons, the whole of humankind is not on the earth. And just as one leaves the hospital when one has been cured and the prison when one has served one's time, humans leave the earth for happier worlds when they have been healed of their moral infirmities. The Spirit's teachings. Highly evolved and less evolved worlds. 8. The categorizing of worlds as either less evolved or highly evolved is more relative than absolute. A world is less evolved or highly evolved in relation to those that are above or below it on the scale of progression. Taking the Earth as a point of comparison, one can form an idea of the state of a less evolved world by supposing its inhabitants to be at the degree of the primitive or barbaric cultures that may be still found on Earth's surface and which are remnants of Earth's primitive state. On the least evolved worlds, the beings that inhabit them are, to a certain extent, rudimentary. They have the human form, but are devoid of any beauty. Their instincts are not tempered by any sentiment of refinement or benevolence, nor by any notions of right or wrong. Brute force is the only law. With no industry or inventions, they spend life in conquest of food. Nevertheless, God does not abandon any of his creatures. In the darkest depths of their mind lies the latent, sometimes more, sometimes less developed, vague intuition of a supreme being. This instinct is enough to render some more advanced than others, and to prepare their ascension to a more complete life, for they are not degraded beings, but children who are growing up. In between the lowest and highest degrees there are innumerable levels, and in the pure dematerialized spirit shining in glory, it is difficult to recognize those who used to animate such primitive beings, in the same way that in the adult person it is difficult to recognize the embryo. 9. In worlds that have reached a highly evolved degree, the conditions of moral and material life are very different from those on Earth. The corporeal form, as everywhere else, is always the human form, but embellished, perfected, and above all, purified. The body possesses nothing of earthly materiality, and consequently is subject neither to the needs, the diseases, nor the deteriorations that the predominance of matter engenders. The senses, more refined, have perceptions that the denseness of the organs stifle on this world. The specific lightness of the body enables rapid and easy locomotion. Instead of dragging itself laboriously over the ground, it glides, so to speak, over the surface or sails through the air with no other effect than that of the will, in the way in which angels are portrayed or in which the ancients imagined their manes on the Elysian fields. Depending on their wishes, humans retain their features of their past migrations and appear to their friends as they were known to them, but illuminated by a divine light and transfigured by inner impressions that are always of an elevated nature. Instead of pallid faces stricken by suffering and passion, intelligence and life radiate from that splendor which painters have portrayed by the halo or aureole of the saints. The little resistance that matter poses to highly advanced spirits renders the development of bodies more rapid and infancy short or almost non-existent. In the absence of worries and troubles, life is proportionally much longer than on earth. In principle, longevity is proportional to the degree of advancement of each world. Death holds none of the horrors of decomposition. Far from being an object of dread, it is regarded as a happy transformation, because on such worlds the doubt as to the future does not exist. During life, the soul, not being enclosed within compact matter, radiates and enjoys a lucidity that places it in an almost permanent state of emancipation and allows for the free transmission of thought. 10. On such blissful worlds, relationships between nations are always friendly and are never disturbed by the ambition of dominating their neighbor or by war, which is its consequence. There are no masters, slaves, or privileges of birth. Only moral and intellectual ascendancy establish the difference of conditions and confer supremacy. Authority is always respected, for it is conferred only on those who have merit, and it is always exercised with justice. Humans do not try to raise themselves above others, but only above themselves by striving for perfection. Their objective is to reach the class of the pure spirits, and this unceasing desire is not a torment, but a noble ambition that makes them study ardently in order to become like them. All the tender and elevated sentiments of human nature are found there, augmented and purified. Hatred, petty jealousies, and the menial covetousness of envy are unknown. A bond of love and fraternity unites all humans. The strongest help the weakest. Their possessions vary to a greater or lesser degree according to what they have acquired by means of their intelligence. But no one suffers for lack of necessities, since no one is undergoing expiation. In other words, evil does not exist. 11. On your world, you need evil in order to sense the good, night to admire the light, sickness to appreciate health. On highly evolved worlds, such contrasts are not necessary. Eternal light, eternal beauty, and eternal serenity of the soul provides an eternal joy that is disturbed neither by the anxieties of material life nor contact with evil persons who have no access there. This is what the human spirit finds most difficult to comprehend. Ingenious at painting the torments of hell, it could never represent the delights of heaven. Why not? Because being little evolved, it has borne only pain and misery, and not having glimpsed the heavenly splendor, it can only speak of what it knows. As the human spirit evolves and purifies itself, however, the horizon becomes resplendent, and it comprehends the good that lies ahead as well as the evil that has been left behind. 12. Nevertheless, such fortunate worlds are not privileged, for God is not partial toward any of his children. He gives to all the same rights and faculties to ascend to such worlds. God makes all start from the same point and endows no one with more than the others. The highest positions are accessible to all, and it is their responsibility to win them through labor, to reach them as soon as possible, or to linger through centuries and centuries in the underworlds of humankind. Summary of the teaching of all the spirits. Worlds of trial and expiation. 13. What more can I tell you about worlds of expiation than what you already know, since all you have to do is consider the earth that you inhabit? The superior intelligence of a large number of its inhabitants indicates that it is not a primitive world meant for the incarnation of spirits who have just left the hands of the Creator. The innate qualities they bring with them are proof of that they have already lived and achieved a certain amount of progress. However, the numerous vices to which they are inclined are also an indication of great moral imperfection. This is why God has placed them on an ungrateful earth, so that they may expiate on it their wrongs through pain-filled labor and the miseries of life until they have merited going to a happier world. 14. Nevertheless, not all the spirits that incarnate on the earth are sent there in expiation. The so-called primitive peoples are spirits who have just left infancy and who are there for an education, so to speak, and to develop themselves through contact with more advanced spirits. Next come the semi-civilized peoples comprised of the same spirits in more advanced stages of progress. Generally speaking, these are the indigenous peoples of Earth who have evolved little by little through long centennial periods. Some of them have been able to reach the intellectual advancement of more enlightened peoples. Spirits undergoing expiation are foreigners there, if we may so express ourselves. They have already lived on other worlds from which they were banished because they persisted in evil and because they were a cause of disturbance to the good inhabitants. They have been relegated to living for a time among less advanced spirits, and since they carry with them their developed intelligence and the seed of acquired knowledge, they have the mission of helping them advance. That is why punished spirits are found in the midst of the most intelligent peoples. Having more sensitivity, the miseries of life are bitterer to them because sufferings bruise them more deeply than they bruise the primitive peoples whose moral sense is more obtuse. 15. Consequently, the earth portrays one of the types of expiatory worlds whose variety is infinite, although they all possess the common characteristics of serving as a place of exile for spirits who rebel against the law of God. There, such spirits must struggle simultaneously against the wickedness of humankind and the inclemency of nature, a twofold and arduous endeavor that at the same time develops the qualities of both heart and intelligence. It is thus that God, in his divine goodness, enables punishment itself to revert to the advantage of the spirit's progress. St. Augustine, Paris, 1862. Regenerative worlds. 16. Among the stars that twinkle in the blue canopy of the firmament, how many worlds there are like yours, designated by the Lord for trial and expiation. But there are also some that are more miserable and some that are better, and there are those of transition, which may be called regenerative. Each planetary vortex moving in space around a common center draws along with it its own worlds: primitive, exile, trial, regenerative, and blissful. We have already spoken to you of those worlds where the newborn soul is placed. When still ignorant of good and evil, it can progress toward God, Lord of itself, in possession of its free will. You have already been informed regarding the ample faculties given to the soul so that it may practice the good. But alas, there are those who succumb, and God, not desiring their annihilation, permits them to go to those worlds where, from incarnation to incarnation, they purify and regenerate themselves and return worthy of the glory that has been reserved for them. 17. Regenerative worlds serve as a transition between worlds of expiation and worlds of bliss. The repentant soul finds peace and repose on them and ends up purifying itself. Of course, on such worlds, humans are still subject to the laws that govern matter. Their humanity still experiences your sensations and desires, but is free of the muddled passions that enslave you. On regenerative worlds, there is no longer the pride that renders your heart silent, the envy that tortures it, and the hatred that suffocates it. The word love is written on every brow. A perfect equity governs social relationships, and all acknowledge God, endeavoring to evolve toward him by following his laws. Nonetheless, on them there is still not perfect bliss, but the dawning of happiness. Human beings there are still of flesh, and therefore subject to the vicissitudes from which only completely dematerialized beings are freed. There are still trials to endure, but they do not have the pungent anguish of expiation. Compared to the earth, these worlds are very happy, and many of you would be satisfied to settle on them, for they are the calm after the storm, the convalescence after a cruel disease. Since humans there are less absorbed by material things, they foresee the future better than you do. They comprehend the joys that the Lord promises to those who render themselves worthy when death has once again reaped their bodies in order to bestow upon them true life. It is then that the delivered soul hovers above all horizons. There are no longer the material and coarse senses, but the senses of a pure and celestial perispirit, breathing emanations from God and aromas of love and charity that emanate from his heart. 18. But alas, on those worlds humans are still fallible, and the spirit of evil has not completely lost its empire. Not to advance is to retreat, and if individuals are not firm on the pathway of the good, they may fall back to worlds of expiation, where new and more fearsome trials await them. So at night, at the time of repose and prayer, contemplate that blue canopy and the innumerable spheres that shine above your heads, and ask yourselves which ones lead to God. Ask him for a regenerative world to open up to receive you after your expiation on the earth. St. Augustine, Paris, 1862. The progression of worlds. 19. Progress is one of the laws of nature. All animate and inanimate beings of creation are submitted to it by the goodness of God, who wills for everything to grow and prosper. Death, which to humans appears to be the end of things, is only a means of reaching a more perfect state through transformation, since everything dies in order to be reborn, and nothing suffers annihilation. At the same time that living beings progress morally, the worlds they inhabit progress materially. Whoever could follow a world in its different phases from the instant in which the first atoms destined to constitute it begin to agglomerate would see it traveling in an incessantly progressive scale, but by degrees imperceptible to each generation, and offering its inhabitants a dwelling more agreeable as they themselves advance on the path of progress. Thus, the progress of human beings, animals, their helpers, plants, and the forms of habitations progress in parallel. Nothing in nature remains stationary. How grand this idea is, and how worthy of the magnificence of the Creator. On the other hand, how small and unworthy of the Creator's power is the idea that focuses his kindness and providence on the imperceptible grain of sand that is the earth, and restricts humankind to the few humans who inhabit it. The earth, according to that law, was once materially and morally in a state inferior to today, and under this dual aspect, it will reach a more elevated degree. It has arrived at one of its periods of transformation, in which from being an expiatory world, it will become a regenerative one. Then humans will be happy because God's law will reign on it. St. Augustine, Paris, 1862. The Gospel according to Spiritism. Chapter 4. No one can see the kingdom of God unless he is born again. Resurrection and reincarnation. Family ties, strengthened by reincarnation but severed by a single existence. The Spirit's teachings. 1. Jesus, having come to the outskirts of Caesarea Philippi, asked his disciples and said to them, "What do men say regarding the Son of Man? Who do they say I am?" They answered him, "Some say you are John the Baptist, others Elijah, others Jeremiah, or one of the prophets." Jesus said to them, "And you, who do you say I am?" Simon Peter said to him, "You are the Christ, the Son of the living God." Jesus responded to him, "You are blessed, Simon, son of Jonah, because it was neither flesh nor blood that has revealed this to you, but my Father who is in heaven." Matthew 16:13-17, Mark 8:27-30. 2. Meanwhile, when Herod the Tetrarch heard about everything that Jesus was doing, his spirit was perplexed, because some were saying that John had come back to life from among the dead, others that Elijah had appeared, and others that one of the ancient prophets had come back to life. Herod then said, "I had John beheaded, so who is this of whom I have heard such great things?" And he desired to see him. Mark 6:14-15, Luke 9:7-9. 3. After the transfiguration, his disciples asked him, saying, "Why then do the scribes say that it is necessary for Elijah to come first?" But Jesus answered them, "It is true that Elijah must come and reestablish all things, but I declare to you that Elijah has already come, and they did not recognize him, but treated him as they wished. It is likewise that they shall cause the Son of Man to suffer." Then his disciples understood that it was John the Baptist about whom he had spoken to them. Matthew 17:10-13, Mark 9:10-12. Resurrection and reincarnation. 4. Reincarnation was part of the Jewish dogmas under the name resurrection. Only the Sadducees, who thought that everything ended with death, did not believe in it. Jewish ideas on this point, like many others, were not clearly defined because they had only vague and incomplete notions regarding the soul and its connection with the body. They believed that a person who had lived could live again without comprehending the exact manner in which it could happen. They designated by the word resurrection what Spiritism more correctly calls reincarnation. Actually, resurrection supposes the return to life of the body that died, which science has demonstrated to be materially impossible, especially when the elements of that body were dispersed and absorbed long ago. Reincarnation is the return of a soul or spirit to corporeal life, but in another body newly formed for it and having nothing in common with the old one. The word resurrection might thus be applied to Lazarus, but not to Elijah or other prophets. Hence, if according to their belief John the Baptist was Elijah, John's body could not have been Elijah's, since John had been seen as a child and his mother and father were known. John then could be Elijah reincarnated, but not resuscitated. 5. Now there was a man among the Pharisees named Nicodemus, a senator of the Jews, who went at night to meet Jesus and said to him, Rabbi, we know you have come from God to instruct us as a doctor, for no one could perform the miracles you are doing if God were not with him. Jesus answered him, Verily, verily, I say to you, no one can see the kingdom of God unless he is born again. Nicodemus said to him, How can a man who is already old be born? Can he enter the mother's womb in order to be born a second time? Jesus responded, Verily, verily, I say to you, if a man is not born again of water and the Spirit, he cannot enter the kingdom of God. Whatever is born from flesh is flesh, and whatever is born from the Spirit is spirit. Do not be surprised that I have said to you that it is necessary for you to be born again. The Spirit blows wherever it wishes, and you hear its voice, but you do not know where it comes from or where it is going. The same occurs with every man who is born of the Spirit. Nicodemus responded to him, How can this be? Jesus said to him, You are a teacher in Israel, and yet you are unaware of these things. Verily, verily, I say to you that we say only what we know, and that we testify only to what we have seen. Yet you have not accepted our testimony. But if you do not believe me when I speak about things of the earth, how will you believe me when I speak to you about things of heaven? John 3, 1-12. 6. The thought that John the Baptist was Elijah and that the prophets could live again on the earth may be found in many passages of the Gospels, especially in those indicated above, Numbers 1-3. If this belief had been an error, Jesus would not have failed to combat it just as he combated so many others. Far from it, he sanctioned it with all his authority and set it as a principle and necessary condition when he said, No one can see the kingdom of heaven if he is not born again. And he insisted, adding, Do not be surprised that I have said that it is necessary for you to be born again. 7. If a man is not born again of water and of the Spirit have been interpreted in the sense of regeneration through the waters of baptism, but the original text simply stated not born again of water and of the Spirit, whereas in some translations the words of the Spirit have been replaced by of the Holy Spirit, which no longer implies the same thought. This crucial point stands out in the first commentaries written on the Gospels and will someday be confirmed beyond a doubt. 8. In order to understand the real meaning of these words, one must also pay attention to the significance of the word water, which has not been employed in its proper acceptation. The ancients' knowledge regarding the physical sciences was highly imperfect because they believed that the earth had arisen from the waters, and that is the reason they regarded water as the absolute generative element. That is why it is stated in Genesis that the Spirit of God hovered over the waters, it hovered over the surface of the waters. Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters. Let the waters that are under the heavens be gathered together in one place, and let the dry element appear. Let the waters produce living animals that swim in the water, and birds that fly above the earth and under the firmament. According to this belief, water became the symbol of the material nature, just as spirit was the symbol of the intelligent nature. The words, if a man is not born again of water and of the Spirit, or in water and in the Spirit, thus mean, if humans are not born again with their body and their soul. This is the sense in which these words were originally understood. Moreover, such an interpretation is justified by these words, whatever is born of the flesh is flesh, and whatever is born of the Spirit is spirit. Here Jesus makes a positive distinction between spirit and body. Whatever is born of the flesh clearly indicates that only the body proceeds from the body and that the spirit is independent of it. 9. The Spirit blows wherever it wishes, and you hear its voice, but you do not know where it comes from or where it is going, may be understood either as the Spirit of God who gives life to whomever God wishes, or the human soul. In this later acceptation, you do not know where it comes from or where it is going, means that no one knows what the Spirit had been or what it will be. If the Spirit or soul were created at the same time as the body, one would know where it came from because one would know its beginning. In any case, this passage is the consecration of the principle of the preexistence of the soul, and consequently the plurality of existences. 10. Now since the time of John the Baptist until the present, the kingdom of heaven has been taken by violence, and violent are those who obtain it. For up until John, all the prophets and the law thus prophesied. And if you wish to understand what I have said, he himself is Elijah who must come. Let him hear who has ears to hear. Matthew 11:12-15. 11. If the principle of reincarnation as expressed in John could be strictly interpreted in a purely mystical sense, the same could not apply to this passage from Matthew's, which is unmistakable. He himself is Elijah who must come. Here there is neither symbol nor allegory. It is a positive affirmation. Since the time of John the Baptist until the present, the kingdom of heaven has been taken by violence. What do these words mean, since John the Baptist was still alive at that time? Jesus explains them, saying, if you want to understand what I have told you, he himself is Elijah who must come. Hence, since John was none other than Elijah himself, Jesus was alluding to the time when John was living under the name of Elijah. Until the present, the kingdom has been taken by violence is another allusion to the violence of the Mosaic law, which ordered the extermination of the infidels to win the promised land, the paradise of the Hebrews, whereas according to the new law, heaven is won by charity and kindness. Then he added, let him hear who has ears to hear. These words, so frequently repeated by Jesus, clearly states that not everyone was in a condition to understand certain truths. 12. Those of your people who have been made to die shall live again. Those who have been slain around me shall live again. Awaken from your sleep and sing the praises of God, you who dwell in the dust, because the dew that falls upon you is a dew of light, and because you shall destroy the earth and the kingdom of the giants. Isaiah 26:19. 13. This passage from Isaiah is also quite explicit. Those of your people who have been made to die shall live again. If the prophet had intended to speak of the spirit life, if he had wanted to say that those who have been made to die were not dead in spirit, he would have said, live still, and not will live again. In the sense of the spirit, these words would be a contradiction, since they would imply an interruption in the life of the soul. In the sense of moral regeneration, however, they would be the negation of eternal punishment, since in principle they establish that all those who are dead will live again. 14. But when a man has died once, when his body separated from his spirit has been consumed, what does he become? Having died once, can he live again? In this war in which I find myself every day of my life, I wait for my transformation to come. Job 14:10-14, translation by Le Maistre de Sacy. When a man dies, he loses all his strength and expires. Afterward, where is he? If a man dies, will he live again? Will I wait all the days of my struggle until that one in which some kind of transformation comes to me? ID Protestant translation by Osterwald. When a man has died, he lives forever. The days of my earthly existence ending, I will wait, because to it I shall return. ID version of the Greek Church. 15. The principle of the plurality of existences is clearly expressed in these three versions. It cannot be assumed that Job wanted to speak of regeneration through the waters of baptism, which he of course did not know about, but when a man has died once, could he live again? The idea of dying once and living again implies dying and living again several times. The Greek Church version is even more explicit, if that is possible. The days of my earthly existence ending, I will wait, because to it I shall return, which means I shall return to earthly existence. This is as clear as if someone were to say, I'm leaving my house, but I shall return to it. In this war in which I find myself every day of my life, I wait for my transformation to come. Job obviously wanted to speak of the struggle he bore against the miseries of life. He awaits his transformation, meaning he had resigned himself. In the Greek version, I will wait seems especially to apply to a new existence. The days of my earthly existence ending, I will wait, because to it I shall return. Job seems to place himself after death in the interval that separates one existence from another, and says that there he will await his return. 16. Hence, there is no doubt that under the name resurrection, the principle of reincarnation was one of the fundamental beliefs of the Jews, that it was confirmed by Jesus and the prophets formerly, from which it follows that to deny reincarnation is to deny the words of Christ himself. Someday his words will comprise an authority regarding this point, like many others, when they are meditated upon without preconceived ideas. 17. However, to this authority that arises from the religious point of view is added the philosophical point of view of the proofs that result from observing the facts. When one wants to go from the effects to the cause, reincarnation emerges as an absolute necessity, a condition inherent to humanity, in other words, as a law of nature. It reveals itself by its results in a way that is material, so to speak, like a hidden motor reveals itself by the movement. Only the doctrine of reincarnation can tell human beings where they came from, where they are going, and why they are on the earth, and justify all the anomalies and all the apparent injustices that life presents. Without the principle of the pre-existence of the soul and the plurality of existences, most of the maxims in the gospel are unintelligible, and that is why they have given way to such contradictory interpretations. The principle is the key that must restore them to their true meaning. Family ties strengthened by reincarnation but severed by a single existence. 18. Family ties are not destroyed by reincarnation as certain persons believe. On the contrary, they are strengthened and become tighter. It is the opposite principle that does destroy them. In the spirit world, spirits form groups or families united by affection, sympathy, and similar inclinations. These spirits, happy at being together, seek out one another. Incarnation separates them only momentarily, because after their re-entry into the errant state, they meet again like friends who have returned from a journey. Frequently, they even follow one another into incarnation, wherein they are reunited in the same family or the same circle, working together for their mutual advancement. If some are incarnate while others are not, they are nevertheless united by thought. Those who are free watch over those who are captive. The more advanced try to help the less advanced to progress. After each existence, they will have taken a step on the path toward perfection. Less and less attached to matter, their affection is more alive due to the fact that since their spirit has become more purified, it is no longer troubled by selfishness or the clouds of the passions. They can therefore pass through an unlimited number of corporeal existences without any harm affecting their mutual affection. It is to be understood that we are here referring to real affection from soul to soul, the only affection that survives the destruction of the body, because beings of this world who are united to one another only through the senses have no reason to look for each other in the world of spirits. There are no lasting affections except spiritual ones. Physical affections die out with the cause that gave rise to them, but that cause no longer exists in the world of spirits, whereas the soul exists forever. As for persons united by the sole reason of self-interest, they really do not mean anything to each other. Death separates them both in heaven and on earth. 19. The union and affection that exists between family members are an indication of a former sympathy that has brought them together. One also says of someone whose character, tastes, and inclinations have no similarity to those of their closest relatives, and that he or she is not of that family. Saying this declares a greater truth than one might suppose. God allows such incarnations of antipathetic or foreign spirits within families with the dual objective of serving as a trial for some and as a means of advancement for others. The evil ones better themselves little by little through contact with the good ones and the care they receive from others. Their character becomes milder, their habits more purified, and antipathies are erased. It is thus that the fusion amongst different categories of spirits is established, as occurs on the earth amongst ethnicities and cultures. 20. The fear of the unending increasing of kinship as a consequence of reincarnation is a selfish fear, which demonstrates that one does not feel a sufficiently broad love to carry it over to a large number of individuals. Does a father who has many children love them all any less than he would if he had had only one? But selfish people may rest at ease because such fear is without foundation. From the fact that one man has had 10 incarnations, it does not follow that in the spirit world he will encounter 10 fathers, 10 mothers, 10 wives, and a proportional number of children and new relatives. There he will always re-encounter only the same objects of his affection, those who have been connected with him while on earth under various relationships, or perhaps even the same ones. 21. Let us now look at the consequences of the non-reincarnation doctrine. This doctrine necessarily annuls the preexistence of the soul. Since souls are created at the same time as the body, there are no previous links between them. They are complete strangers to one another. The father is a stranger to the child. The kinship between families is thus reduced solely to corporeal kinship without any spiritual link. There is therefore no reason to glorify oneself for having had such and such famous personages as ancestors. With reincarnation, ancestors and descendants may have known each other, lived together, loved each other, and find themselves reunited later on in order to tighten their bonds of sympathy. 22. All this has to do with the past. As for the future, according to one of the fundamental dogmas resulting from non-reincarnation, the destiny of souls is irrevocably set after one soul existence. This definitive fixing of their destiny implies the cessation of all progress, because if there is any progress at all, there is no longer a definitive destiny. Depending on whether they have lived well or badly, they go immediately either to the dwelling place of the blessed or to eternal hell. Hence they are immediately separated forever without hope of ever being united again, so that fathers, mothers, and children, husbands and wives, brothers, sisters, and friends are never certain of seeing each other again. It is the most complete rupture of family ties. With reincarnation and the progress that results from it, all those who have loved one another meet again on earth and in space, gravitating together to reach God. Those who fail along the way delay their advancement in happiness, but all hope is not lost. Helped, encouraged, and upheld by those who love them, they will one day exit the quagmire in which they have been immersed. In short, with reincarnation, there is ongoing solidarity between incarnates and discarnates, and hence the tightening of the bonds of affection. 23. In summary, 4 alternatives are presented to humans for their future beyond the grave. First, nothingness according to the materialistic doctrine. Second, absorption into the universal whole according to the pantheistic doctrine. Third, individuality with a definitive fixed fate according to the church's doctrine. Fourth, individuality with unending progress according to the Spiritist doctrine. According to the first two, family ties are broken after death, and there is no hope of meeting again. With the third, there is a chance family members will see each other again, provided they are in the same environment, and this environment might be hell as well as heaven. With the plurality of existences, which is inseparable from gradual progression, there is certainty about the continuity of relationships between those who love one another, and this is what comprises the true family. The Spirit's teachings. The limits on incarnation. 24. What are the limits of incarnation? Incarnation per se does not have precisely traced limits if the term is understood as referring to the envelope that comprises the body of the spirit, considering the fact that the materiality of this envelope diminishes as the spirit purifies itself. On certain worlds more advanced than Earth, the body is less compact, less heavy, and less coarse, and consequently less subject to vicissitudes. At a higher degree, it is diaphanous and almost fluidic. Degree by degree, it is dematerialized and ends up melding with the pure spirit. Depending on the world on which the spirit is called to live, the spirit takes on the envelope appropriate to the nature of that world. The perispirit itself endures successive transformations. It becomes more and more etherealized each time up to complete purification, which characterizes pure spirits. If special worlds are meant as stations for highly advanced spirits, such spirits are not connected there as on lower worlds. The state of detachment in which they find themselves enables them to go anywhere the missions entrusted to them may call them. If incarnation is considered from the material point of view, as is the case here on Earth, it would be stated that it is limited to less evolved worlds. It therefore depends on the spirit to free itself quickly or less quickly by working for its purification. One must also consider the fact that in the errant state, that is, in the intervals between corporeal existences, the situation of the spirit is in keeping with the nature of the world to which it is connected according to its degree of advancement, that in the errant state it is more or less happy, free, and enlightened according to the degree of its dematerialization. St. Louis, Paris, 1859. Need for incarnation. 25. Is incarnation a punishment, and are only guilty spirits subject to it? The passage of spirits through corporeal life is necessary so that they may accomplish, with the help of physical action, the designs whose execution God has entrusted to them. This is necessary for them because the activity they are obliged to perform helps the development of their intelligence. God, being supremely just, must regard all his children equally. That is why he gives all of them the same starting point, the same aptitude, the same obligations to fulfill, and the same freedom to act. Any privilege would be a preference, and any preference an injustice. But incarnation is nothing for all spirits but a transitory state. It is a task that God imposes on them upon their entry into life as the first test of the use they will make of their free will. Those who eagerly fulfill this task quickly and less painfully clear their first degree of initiation and enjoy the fruits of their labor sooner. On the other hand, those who make bad use of the freedom that God has granted them delay their advancement. It is thus that by their obstinacy they may prolong indefinitely the need to reincarnate, and it is at that point that incarnation becomes a punishment. St. Louis, Paris, 1859. 26. Comment. A rough comparison will make this difference more understandable. Students can reach degrees of knowledge only after having passed through the series of classes leading to it. These classes, whatever the work they require, are a means for reaching the objective and not a punishment. Diligent students shorten the way and encounter fewer thorns along it. It is otherwise for those whose negligence and laziness obligate them to repeat certain classes. It is not the classwork that is a punishment, but the obligation to recommence the same work. The same applies to humankind on the earth. For the spirits of primitives who are nearly at the beginning of their spirit lives, incarnation is a means for developing their intelligence. However, for educated individuals in whom the moral sense is broadly developed and who are obligated to recommence the steps of a corporeal life full of anguish when they could have already reached the objective, it is a punishment because of their need to prolong their stay on lower and unfortunate worlds. On the other hand, those who work actively for their moral progress not only shorten the duration of physical incarnation, but they may all at once transcend the intermediate degrees that separate them from the more highly evolved worlds. Might spirits incarnate only once on the same globe and fulfill their many existences on different spheres? This opinion would be acceptable only if all the humans on Earth were at the same intellectual and moral level. The differences among them, from primitives to civilized individuals, show the many degrees that they are called to ascend. Moreover, an incarnation must have a useful purpose. But what would be the useful purpose of the ephemeral incarnations of children who die very young? They would have suffered without profiting either themselves or others. God, whose laws are all supremely wise, does nothing useless. Through reincarnation on the same globe, God has willed that the same spirits come into contact with one another again for the chance to repair their mutual offenses. Because of their previous relationships, God wishes furthermore to establish family ties on a spiritual basis and to support the principles of solidarity, fraternity, and equality as a natural law. The Gospel according to Spiritism, Chapter 5. Blessed are the afflicted. The justice of afflictions, current causes of afflictions, prior causes of afflictions, forgetfulness of the past, reasons for resigning oneself, suicide and insanity, the Spirit's teachings, to suffer well or badly, evil and its remedy, happiness is not of this world, the loss of loved ones, premature deaths, if he had been a good man he would have died, voluntary suffering, true misfortune, melancholy, voluntary trials, true sackcloth. Should we put an end to our neighbor's trials? Is it permissible to shorten the life of a patient who is suffering with no hope of a cure, sacrificing one's own life, making one's own suffering profitable for others? 1. Blessed are they who weep, for they shall be comforted. Blessed are they who hunger and thirst for righteousness, for they shall be filled. Blessed are they who suffer persecution because of righteousness, for the kingdom of heaven is theirs. Matthew 5, 4, 6, and 10. 2. You are blessed, you who are poor, for the kingdom of heaven is yours. You are blessed, you who now hunger, for you shall be filled. You are fortunate, you who now weep, for you shall laugh. Luke 6, 20 and 21. But woe to you who are rich, for you have your consolation in this world. Woe to you who are filled, for you shall be hungry. Woe to you who now laugh, for you shall be reduced to mourning and tears. Luke 6, 24 and 25. The justice of afflictions. 3. The compensations that Jesus promises to the afflicted of the earth cannot occur except in the future life. Without certainty about the future, these maxims would be nonsense. Even more, they would be a falsehood. But even with this certainty, it is difficult to understand the usefulness of suffering in order to be happy. It is said that it is in order to have greater merit, but then one must ask, why do some suffer more than others? Why are some born into poverty and others into opulence without having done anything to justify such a position? Why does nothing ever work out for some while everything seems to smile on others? But what is even harder to grasp is seeing benefits and misfortune so unequally divided between vice and virtue, seeing virtuous people suffer alongside the wicked ones who prosper. Faith in the future might offer consolation and leads to patience, but it does not explain these anomalies, which appear to belie God's justice. However, if one believes in God, one cannot conceive of God apart from infinite perfection. God must be all-powerful, wholly just, and wholly good, otherwise God would not be God. If God is supremely good and just, then God can neither act capriciously nor with partiality. Therefore, the vicissitudes of life have a cause, and since God is just, that cause must also be just. This is what everyone must understand very well. By means of Jesus' teachings, God has placed humans on the path toward that cause, and today, having deemed them sufficiently mature to understand it, God has revealed it entirely through Spiritism, i.e., through the voice of the spirits. Current causes of afflictions. 4. The vicissitudes of life are of two types, or if one prefers, they have two very different sources that are important to differentiate. Some have their cause in the present life, others outside of it. On searching for the source of earthly misfortunes, it will be realized that many are the natural consequence of the character and behavior of those who bear them. How many fail due to their own fault? How many are the victims of their own imprudence, pride, and ambition? How many ruin themselves for lack of discipline or perseverance, for wrong conduct, or for not having limited their desires? How many unfortunate marriages there are because they result from calculated self-interest or vanity, and because the heart has played no part? How many disagreements and disastrous quarrels could have been avoided with more moderation and less susceptibility? How many ills and infirmities are the consequence of intemperance and excesses of all kinds? How many parents are unhappy with their children because they did not combat their bad inclinations right from the start? Whether from weakness or indifference, they allowed the seeds of pride, selfishness, and foolish vanity to develop in them, withering their hearts. Afterward, much later, in reaping what they have sown, they are surprised and afflicted by their children's lack of respect and gratitude. Let all those who are stricken in their hearts by life's vicissitudes and disappointments calmly examine their conscience. Let them go back step by step to the source of the misfortunes that afflict them, and see whether they would not often say, "If only I had or had not done this or that, I would not be in such a conundrum." Who then can they blame for all their afflictions but themselves? Humans are thus, in the majority of cases, the artisans of their own misfortunes. But instead of acknowledging this fact, they find it simpler and less humiliating to their vanity to accuse fate, providence, bad luck, or their unlucky star, whereas their unlucky star lies in their own carelessness. Misfortunes of this nature assuredly comprise a noteworthy contingent in life's vicissitudes, and humans will avoid them only by working for their moral as well as their intellectual improvement. 5. Human law reaches certain wrongs and punishes them. Condemned persons can thus be said to bear the consequences of what they have done. However, the law does not and cannot reach every wrong. It touches mainly the wrongs that harm society and not the ones that harm those who commit them. God, however, wills the progress of all creatures, which is why God does not fail to punish any departure from the moral path. There is no wrong, no matter how small, or any infraction of the divine law that does not have powerful and unavoidable consequences that may be more regrettable or less so. Hence it follows that in both small and great matters, humans are always punished for that in which they have sinned. The suffering that is the sin's consequence is a warning that they have erred. It gives them experience, enabling them to sense the difference between good and evil, and the need to improve themselves so that in the future they may avoid what has been for them a source of bitterness. Otherwise, there would be no motive for mending their ways, and trusting in their impurity, they would delay their advancement and consequently their future happiness. Experience, however, sometimes arrives a bit late, after life has already been wasted and troubled, after strength has already been spent, and after evil no longer has a remedy. Then the person will say, if only at the beginning of my life I had known what I know today, how many wrongs I would have avoided. If I had it to do all over again, I would do everything differently. But there is no more time left. Like the lazy worker who says, I have wasted my day, he or she likewise says, I have wasted my life. Nonetheless, just as the sun rises the next day for the worker and a new day begins that allows him or her to make up for lost time, so also after the night of the grave, the sun will shine with a new life, making it possible to take advantage of the experiences of the past and make good resolutions for the future. Prior causes of afflictions. 6. However, if there are misfortunes in this life of which humans are the primary cause, there are others which, at least in appearance, are completely foreign to them and which seem to touch them fatalistically. Such as, for example, the loss of loved ones and family breadwinners. Such are, furthermore, the accidents that no foresight could have prevented, the reversals of fortune that frustrate all measures of prudence, natural disasters and congenital infirmities, especially those that take from their unfortunate victims the means of earning their livelihood through labor, such as physical disabilities and mental impairment, etc. Those who are born into such conditions have obviously done nothing in their present life to deserve, without compensation, such a sad fate, which they could not avoid, which they are powerless to change by themselves, and which puts them at the mercy of public commiseration. Why then are there such unfortunate beings, while right beside them, under the same roof and in the same family, there are others who have been favored in every way? Finally, what can be said of those children who die at a very young age and who knew of life only suffering? These are problems that no philosophy has yet been able to resolve, anomalies that no religion has been able to justify, and which would be the negation of God's goodness, justice, and providence, according to the hypothesis that the soul is created at the same time as the body, and that its fate is irrevocably set after a stay of but a few instants upon the earth. What caused these souls, having just left the hands of the Creator, to bear such miseries in this world, and to merit in the future any sort of recompense or punishment, when they could have done neither good nor evil? Nevertheless, in virtue of the axiom that every effect has a cause, these miseries are effects that must have a cause, and if one believes in a just God, then that cause must also be just. Consequently, since the cause always precedes the effect, and since the cause in this case cannot be found in the present life, then it must be prior this life, that is, it belongs to a previous existence. On the other hand, since God can neither punish us for the good we have done nor for the evil we have not done, then if we are being punished, it is because we have done evil. If we have not done evil in this life, then we did it in another. This is an alternative that is impossible to escape, and whose logic shows on what side the justice of God lies. Therefore, humans are not always or fully punished in their current existence, but they can never escape the consequences of their wrongs. The prosperity of evil persons is only momentary, and if they do not expiate their evil today, they will tomorrow. Likewise, those who suffer today are expiating their past. The misfortune that at first seems to be undeserved thus has its reason for being, and those who are suffering may always say, "Forgive me, Lord, for I have sinned." 7. Sufferings due to prior causes are frequently like those that arise from current wrongs, the natural consequence of wrongs that were committed previously. That is, through justice that is strictly meted out, humans bear what they made others bear. If they were hard and inhumane, they might in turn be treated harshly and inhumanely. If they were proud, they might be born into humiliating conditions. If they were miserly or selfish, or if they made bad use of their wealth, they might be deprived of necessities. If they were bad children, they might suffer from their own children, etc. Thus, through the plurality of existences and the function of the earth as an expiatory world, one can explain the anomalies displayed in the distribution of fortune and misfortune between good and bad persons on this world. This anomaly exists in appearance only because it is considered from the point of view of the present life. However, if we elevate ourselves by means of thought so as to embrace a series of existences, we will see that everyone receives the share they deserve without harm to what will be given to them in the spirit world, and that God's justice is never broken. Humans must never lose sight of the fact that they are on a less evolved world, and that they are kept there solely because of their imperfections. With each vicissitude, they must tell themselves that if they belong to a more advanced world, it would not be happening, and that it depends on them alone, by working to improve themselves, not to have to return to this world. 8. Life's tribulations may be imposed on hardened spirits or those too ignorant to make a choice knowingly, but they are freely chosen and accepted by repentant spirits who want to repair the evil they committed and to try to do better. So it is that, having performed its task poorly, the spirit asks to start over so as not to lose the benefit of its labor. Therefore, tribulations are at the same time expiations that punish the past and trials for the future, which they prepare. Let us render thanks to God, who out of divine goodness grants humans the possibility of reparation and does not irrevocably condemn them for their first wrong. 9. One must not think, however, that every instance of suffering endured on this world is necessarily the indication of a specific wrong. They are often simply trials chosen by a spirit to finish its purification and to accelerate its advancement. Hence, expiation always serves as a trial, but a trial is not always an expiation. Trials or expiations, however, are always signs of a relatively low-order spirit, because one who is perfect has no more need of being tested. Consequently, a spirit may have acquired a certain degree of elevation, but wanting to advance further, it requires a mission, a task to complete. The more trying the struggle, the more it will be recompensed if it emerges victorious. Such are more specifically those persons of naturally good instincts, of elevated spirit, and noble innate sentiments, who seem to have brought nothing evil from their previous existence, and who endure the greatest afflictions with holy Christian resignation, asking God that they might bear them without complaining. On the other hand, one may consider as expiations those afflictions that provoke complaint and compel humans to rebel against God. Suffering that does not provoke complaint may undoubtedly be an expiation, but this indicates it was voluntarily chosen beforehand rather than imposed, and it is a test of a strong resolution, which is a sign of progress. 10. Spirits cannot aspire to perfect happiness as long as they are impure. Any kind of blemish prevents their entry onto blissful worlds. They are like the passengers on a plague ship to whom entrance to a town is forbidden until they have been purified. It is in their many corporeal existences that spirits rid themselves little by little of their imperfections. The trials of life enable advancement when well accepted. As expiations, they erase wrongs and purify. It is the medicine that cleanses the sores and heals the patient. The graver the illness, the stronger the medicine must be. Therefore, those who suffer greatly must tell themselves that they have much to expiate and should rejoice at being healed sooner. It depends on them through resignation to make such suffering profitable and not to waste the fruit by complaining. Without resignation, they will have to start all over again. Forgetfulness of the past. 11. It is in vain that one objects that forgetfulness is an obstacle to taking advantage of experiences from previous lives. If God has deemed it appropriate to cast a veil over the past, it is because it must be useful. In fact, such remembrance would entail serious inconveniences. In certain cases, it could humiliate us greatly or perhaps exalt our pride, and for that very reason interfere with our free will. In any case, it would cause an unavoidable disturbance in social relationships. A spirit is frequently reborn into the same environment in which it has already lived and finds itself in relationships with the same individuals in order to repair the evil it did to them. If it were to recognize in them those whom it used to hate, perhaps its hatred would reawaken. In any case, it would feel humiliated in the presence of those it offended. God has given us for our advancement precisely what is necessary and what will be enough for us, the voice of conscience and our instinctive tendencies, taking from us what could harm us. On being born, human beings bring with them whatever they have acquired. They are born as they have made themselves. Each existence is for them a new starting point. It matters little for them to know what they were. If they are punished, it is because they committed evil. Their current evil tendencies are indicative of what still remains within them to be corrected, and that is what they should concentrate their attention on, for whatever has been corrected completely leaves no remaining trace. The good resolutions they have made are the voice of conscience that warns them as to what is good or evil and provides them the strength to resist their evil tendencies. Furthermore, this forgetfulness occurs only during corporeal life. Upon re-entering the spirit life, their spirit reacquires its memories of the past. Hence, forgetfulness is only a momentary interruption, similar to what occurs in earthly life during sleep, but which does not prevent our remembering on the next day what we did the day before or on preceding ones. It is not only after death that the spirit recovers the memories of its past. It can be stated that it never loses them, because experience proves that during incarnation, during the sleep of the body, and while it enjoys a certain amount of liberty, the spirit is conscious of its previous acts. It knows why it is suffering and that it is suffering justly. Remembrance is blotted out only during the outward life of relationships. However, due to the absence of a precise memory, which might be painful and harm its social relations, it draws new strength in these moments of the soul's emancipation if it knows how to take advantage of them. Reasons for resigning oneself. 12. With the words, "Blessed are the afflicted, for they shall be consoled," Jesus indicates simultaneously the compensation that awaits those who suffer and the resignation that leads one to bless suffering as a prelude to healing. These words could also be translated like this: "You should consider yourselves fortunate to suffer, because your pains in this world are the debt of your past wrongs. And these pains, if borne patiently while you are on earth, will save you from centuries of suffering in the future life. Hence, you should be happy because God has reduced your debt by permitting you to repay it now, which will guarantee you tranquility for the future." The one who suffers is like a debtor who owes a large sum, and to whom his creditor says, "If you will pay me today even 100th part of your debt, I will release you from the rest, and you will be free. But if you don't, then I will hound you until you pay the very last cent." Would that debtor not be happier bearing all kinds of hardships in order to free himself by paying only 100th of what he owes, instead of complaining to his creditor? Should he not be thankful? Such is the meaning of the words, "Blessed are the afflicted, for they shall be consoled." They are blessed because they are releasing themselves from their debt, and after they have done so, they will be free. However, if upon being released on the one hand they go into debt on the other, they will never attain their freedom. Consequently, each new wrong increases the debt, for there is not even one, whatever it may be, that does not entail its obligatory and unavoidable punishment, if not today, then tomorrow, if not in this life, then in another. Among these wrongs, one must put in first place the lack of submission to God's will. Therefore, if we complain in our afflictions and do not accept them with resignation and as something deserved, if we accuse God as unjust, we contract a new debt that causes the loss of the benefit that we could have gotten from suffering. That is why it is necessary to start over, exactly as if you were to pay a creditor who has been hounding you, but then asked for the money back as a new loan. Upon re-entering the world of spirits, humans are like laborers who show up on payday. To some, the Lord will say, "Here is your pay for the days you worked." To others, the fortunate ones of earth, those who lived in idleness, who placed their happiness in the satisfactions of self-centeredness and in worldly pleasures, he will say, "Nothing is owed to you since you received your pay while on earth. Go and begin your task again." 13. Humans can either soften or increase the bitterness of their trials according to the manner in which they view earthly life. Their suffering is greater if they consider its duration to be long. Consequently, those who look at things from the standpoint of the spirit life understand corporeal existence at a glance. They see it as a dot in the infinite. They grasp its brevity, and they tell themselves that this painful moment will soon be over. The certainty of a happier future that is not far off sustains and encourages them, and instead of complaining, they thank heaven for the pains that enable them to evolve. On the other hand, for those who see only corporeal life, pain seems unending to them, and it presses on them with all its weight. The result of the former way of looking at life is that it decreases the importance of the things of this world, leading humans to moderate their desires and to be content with their station in life without envying others, thereby attenuating the mental effect of the setbacks and disappointments they experience. Thus, they derive from it a calmness and resignation as useful to the health of the body as to that of the soul, whereas with jealousy, envy, and ambition, they willfully give in to torment and thus increase the misery and anguish of their short existence. Suicide and insanity. 14. The calm and resignation acquired in the manner of looking at earthly life and in the faith in the future gives the spirit a serenity that is the best preservative against insanity and suicide. In fact, it is certain that most cases of insanity are due to the troubles produced by the vicissitudes that people do not have the strength to bear. However, if due to the manner in which Spiritism enables them to regard the things of this world, they end up accepting with indifference, even joy, the reversals and disappointments that would render them desperate in other circumstances. It is obvious that this strength which puts them above such events protects their minds from the distresses that would jolt them otherwise. 15. The same applies to suicide, except for suicide committed in a state of intoxication or insanity, and which we might call unconscious. It is certain that whatever may be the particular motive, it is always the discontentment as the cause. Hence, those who are sure that they will be unfortunate only for a day and that better days will follow easily have patience. They only become desperate if they can see no end to their suffering. What is a human lifetime compared to eternity, if not less than one day? For those who do not believe in eternity, however, for those who believe that all is over when life ends, if they are oppressed by trouble and misfortune, they see no end to them except in death. Expecting nothing, they find it very natural and even logical to shorten their miseries by suicide. 16. Disbelief, simple doubts about the future, materialistic ideas, in other words, are the greatest incitements to suicide. They cause moral cowardice. And when men and women of science rest on the authority of their knowledge in order to try to prove to their listening or reading audience that they have nothing to hope for after death, are they not in fact leading them into the conclusion that if they are unfortunate, then there is nothing better for them to do than to kill themselves? What could they possibly have to say that would turn them away from this conclusion? What compensation could they offer them? What hope could they give them? None at all, except nothingness. From this, one must conclude that if nothingness is the only heroic remedy, the sole prospect, then it would be more worthwhile to fall into it immediately rather than later on and thereby suffer for less time. This propagation of materialistic ideas is therefore the poison that injects the idea of suicide into a large number of individuals, and those who become apostles of such ideas assume an awful responsibility. With Spiritism, however, wherein doubt is no longer allowed, one's outlook on life changes. Believers know that life goes on indefinitely beyond the grave, although in other conditions. Hence the patience and resignation that quite naturally keep them from any thought of suicide, and hence in some moral courage. 17. From this point of view, Spiritism has yet another equally positive and perhaps more decisive result. It shows us suicides themselves who come to reveal their unhappy situation and to demonstrate the fact that no one violates with impunity God's law, which forbids human beings to cut their own life short. Among suicides, the suffering, although temporary instead of eternal, is nonetheless terrible and of such a nature as to induce to reflection those who might be tempted to leave here before God has so ordained. Spiritists thus have several reasons to counterbalance the idea of suicide: the certainty of a future life in which they know that their happiness will be in proportion to their unhappiness and the level of resignation they had while on earth; the certainty that if they shorten their life, they will in fact attain a result exactly opposite to what they were hoping for; that they free themselves from one evil to incur one that is worse, longer, and more dreadful; that they are fooling themselves if they believe that by killing themselves they will go to heaven more quickly; that suicide is an obstacle to being reunited in the other world with the objects of their affections and whom they had hoped to meet there again, from whence follows the conclusion that suicide, bringing nothing but disappointment, is against their best interests. Therefore, the number of suicides prevented by Spiritism has been considerable, and one may conclude from this fact that when everyone is a Spiritist, there will be no more conscious suicides. Thus, comparing the results between materialist and Spiritist doctrines solely from the suicide point of view, we find that the logic of the former leads to suicide, whereas the logic of the latter deters it, which is a fact confirmed by experience. The Spirit's teachings. To suffer well or badly. 18. When Christ said, "Blessed are the afflicted, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven," he was not referring to those who suffer in general, since everyone on the earth suffers, whether upon the throne or upon straw. But alas, few suffer well. Few understand that only trials that are borne well can lead them to the kingdom of God. Discouragement is a fault. God refuses you consolation because you lack courage. Prayer is a support for the soul, but it is not enough. It must be based on a living faith in God's goodness. You've often been told that God does not put heavy burdens on weak shoulders. The burden is proportional to the strength, just as the reward will be proportional to the resignation and courage. The reward will be greater than the affliction is painful. However, one must merit that reward, and that is why life is full of tribulations. The soldier who is not sent to the front is discontent because the repose of the barracks does not bring them a promotion. So then, be like the soldier and do not desire a repose in which your body would weaken and your soul would become numb. Be content when God sends you into battle. The battle is not one of gunfire, but the bitterness of life, where sometimes more courage is needed than in bloody combat, since those who remain firm before the enemy might weaken under the duress of mental pain. Humans are not rewarded for this kind of courage, but God reserves victory, laurels, and a glorious place for them. When a reason for trouble or vexation touches you, try to lift yourselves above it, and when you have managed to control the impulses of impatience, anger, or despair, say to yourselves with just satisfaction, I was the stronger. Blessed are the afflicted may be translated thusly: blessed are those who have the opportunity to test their faith, firmness, perseverance, and submission to God's will, for they will receive 100 times the joy they lacked on earth, and after labor will come repose. Lacordaire, Havre, 1863. Evil and its remedy. 19. Is your earth then a place of joy, a paradise of delights? Does not the voice of the prophet resound any longer in your ears? Did he not proclaim that there would be weeping and gnashing of teeth for those who are born into this valley of pain? You who have gone to live there must therefore expect burning tears and bitter suffering. But no matter how acute and deep your suffering may be, look up to heaven and bless the Lord for having willed to test you. O people, do you acknowledge power of your master only when he has healed the sores of your body and crowned your days with beatitude and joy? Do you acknowledge his love only when he has adorned your body with all sorts of glories and has restored its brilliance and purity? You must imitate the one who was given to you as the example. Having reached the ultimate degree of abjection and misery, and while laying upon the dung heap, he said to God, Lord, I have known all the joys of opulence, and you have reduced me to the most absolute misery. Thank you, my God, for having willed to test your servant so. How long will your gaze remain fixed upon the horizons limited by death? When will your soul finally desire to leap beyond the limits of the grave? Even if you had to weep and suffer an entire lifetime, what would that be when compared to the eternal glory reserved for those who have endured their trials with faith, love, and resignation? So seek consolation for your ills in the future that God has prepared for you, and seek the cause of your ills in the past. And you who suffer the most, consider yourselves the blessed of this earth. In your state as discarnates, when you were gliding through space, you yourselves chose your trial because you believed you were strong enough to bear it. So why complain now? You who asked for riches and glory, it was for bearing the struggle of temptation and overcoming it. You who asked to struggle in body and soul against moral and physical evil, it was because you knew that the harder the trial, the greater and more glorious the victory would be, and that if you emerged triumphant, even if your body were thrown onto a dung heap at death, it would release a soul with unblemished radiance, made pure by the baptism of expiation and suffering. What remedy, therefore, is recommended for those who are attacked by cruel obsessions and excruciating ills? Only one is infallible: faith, turning your gaze toward heaven. If in the turmoil of your cruelest suffering your voice would sing to the Lord, the angel at your bedside would show you the sign of salvation and the place you will someday occupy. Faith is the sure remedy for suffering. It always points to the horizons of the infinite, before which the few dark days of the present are erased. Therefore, do not ask us what remedy should be employed to remedy this ulcer or that sore, this temptation or that trial. Remember that those who believe are strengthened by the remedy of faith, and those who doubt its effectiveness, even for 1 second, are immediately punished, because they experience in the same instant the pungent anguish of affliction. The Lord has set his seal upon all those who believe in him. Christ told you that with faith you can move mountains, and I say to you that those who suffer and have faith as a support will be placed under his watch care and will suffer no more. The moments of greatest pain will be for them the first happy notes of eternal joy. Their soul will disengage itself from the body in such a way that, while the body is still writhing in convulsions, it will be gliding through the heavenly regions, singing with the angels hymns of thanksgiving and glory to the Lord. Happy are they who suffer and weep. May their souls rejoice, for God will fill them with blessing. St. Augustine, Paris, 1863. Happiness is not of this world. 20. I'm not happy. Happiness wasn't made for me. People of every social position generally exclaim. This, my dear children, proves better than any possible reason the truth of this maxim from Ecclesiastes. Happiness is not of this world. Indeed, neither wealth, power, nor even the flower of youth are the essential conditions for happiness. I would say more, not even the combining of these three much desired conditions are, since we constantly hear persons of all ages amongst the most privileged classes bitterly complaining about their situation. Faced with such a fact, it is inconceivable that the working and militant classes envy with such avarice the position of those whose fortune seems to have favored. No matter what they may do in this world, all have their share of work and misery, their lot of suffering and disappointment, from which it is easy to draw the conclusion that the earth is a place of trial and expiation. So then, those who preach that the earth is humans' only home and that it is only there and in only one lifetime that they are permitted to reach the highest degree of happiness that their nature will allow are deluding themselves and are deceiving those who listen to them, since it has been demonstrated through many centuries of experience that this globe entails only in exceptional cases the conditions needed for an individual's complete happiness. In general terms, one can affirm that happiness is a utopia, the search for which successive generations have set out without ever having been able to reach it. For if a wise individual is a rarity in this world, an absolutely happy one is not any easier to find. That in which happiness on earth consists is something so ephemeral for those who do not act wisely that despite 1 year, 1 month, or 1 week of complete contentment, the rest of their lifetime slips away in a series of afflictions and disappointments. And note, my dear children, that I am speaking of those who are the fortunate ones of the earth, those who are envied by the masses. Consequently, if the earthly dwelling place is meant for trial and expiation, one must accept the fact that there are more favorable homes elsewhere, where the human spirit, although still imprisoned in physical flesh, possesses the fullness of the joys connected with human life. That is why God has planted in your solar system those beautiful higher order planets toward which your efforts and tendencies will someday enable you to gravitate once you have become sufficiently purified and perfected. Nevertheless, do not deduce from my words that the earth is dedicated forever to the fate of being a penitentiary. Certainly not, because for the progress already accomplished, you can easily infer future progress, and from the social improvements that have been gained, new and more fertile improvements. Such is the immense task that must be accomplished by the new doctrine that the spirits have revealed to you. So then, my dear children, may a saintly emulation animate you, and may each one of you vigorously shed the old ways. You must all dedicate yourselves to spreading the Spiritism that has already begun your own regeneration. It is your duty to enable your brothers and sisters to share in the rays of the sacred light. Therefore, get to work, my beloved children. Within this solemn assembly, may all your hearts aspire to the great objective of preparing for future generations a world on which happiness is no longer a meaningless word. Francois Nicolas Madeleine Carnot Morlot, Paris, 1863. The loss of loved ones, premature deaths. 21. When death comes to reap a harvest in your families, indiscriminately taking the youngest before the oldest, you often say, God is not just, since he sacrifices the one who is strong and has a great future, while preserving those who have already lived many years full of disappointment, taking those who are useful and leaving behind those who no longer are, and breaking a mother's heart by depriving her of the innocent creature that was her whole joy. Humans, it is in this matter that you must lift yourselves above the commonplace thoughts of life in order to understand that the good is often where you believe you are beholden evil, and providential wisdom is where you believe you are beholden the blind fatalism of destiny. Why do you measure divine justice according to your own? Do you think the Lord of worlds inflicts you with cruel punishments out of mere caprice? Nothing is done without an intelligent purpose, and no matter what happens, everything has its reason for being. If you were to better scrutinize all the pains that strike you, you would always find in them a divine reason, a regenerating reason, and your miserable self-interest would be a secondary consideration that you would relegate to last place. Believe me, in the case of an incarnation of 20 years, death is preferable to those shameful immoderations that desolate respectable families, break a mother's heart, and cause parents' hair to gray before its time. Premature death is frequently a great blessing that God grants to those who depart, thus preserving them from the miseries of life or the seductions that could have led them to their loss. Those who die in the flower of youth are not victims of fatalism. Rather, God deemed it useful for them not to remain on earth any longer. It is an awful misfortune, you say, for a life so full of hopes to be cut short so soon. What hopes are you talking about? Those of earth, where the one who departed could have shone, making his or her way and fortune? The narrow way of looking at things is always what renders you incapable of rising above matter. Do you know what would have been the fate of that life which, according to you, was so full of hope? Who is to say that it would not have been full of bitterness? Do you then count as nothing the hopes of the future life? Are you saying that you would prefer those of the ephemeral life that you trudge through on the earth? Do you think a high position amongst other humans is worth more than one amongst the blessed spirits? Rejoice instead of complaining when it pleases God to take one of his children from this valley of misery. Would it not be selfish to wish for them to have remained in order to suffer along with you? Ah, that is the grief conceived by those who have no faith. You see in death an eternal separation. But you Spiritists know that the soul lives better when disencumbered from its corporeal envelope. Mothers, you know your beloved children are close to you, yes, very close. Their fluidic bodies envelop you, their thoughts watch over you, and your memory of them inebriates them with joy. But your unreasonable sorrow afflicts them too, because it denotes a lack of faith and is a revolt against God's will. You who understand the spirit life, listen to the beating of your heart calling to those loved ones, and if you would ask God to bless them, you would feel within you those powerful consolations that dry tears, those marvelous aspirations that show you the future promised by the Sovereign Lord. Sanson, former member of the Parisian Spiritist Society, 1863. If he had been a good man, he would have died. 22. When speaking of a bad person who has escaped some peril, you often say, if he had been a good man, he would have died. Well then, in saying this, you state a truth, because it just so happens that God often gives to a spirit who is still budding on the paths of progress a longer trial than to a good spirit who, as a reward for its merit, will receive the grace of its trial being as short as possible. Consequently, whenever you use that axiom, have no doubt that you commit a blasphemy. If a good man dies whose neighbor is a bad man, you rush to say, I would rather it had been him instead. You are greatly mistaken, because the one who has departed has completed his task, whereas the one who remains perhaps has not even begun. So why would you want the bad person not to have time to finish, and the other to remain imprisoned on terrestrial soil? What would you say about a prisoner who served his sentence but was kept in prison, while another who had no such right was set free? Understand, therefore, that true freedom consists in deliverance from the bonds of the body, and that as long as you are on the earth, you are in captivity. Accustom yourselves not to criticize what you cannot understand, and believe that God is just in all things. Many times what appears to be an evil is really a blessing, but your faculties are so limited that the great whole escapes your obtuse senses. Through thought, strive to leave your limited sphere, and to the measure that you ascend, the importance of the material life will diminish before your eyes, for it will show itself to you only as one incident in the infinite duration of your existence as a spirit, the only true existence. Fenelon, Sins, 1861. Voluntary suffering. 23. Human beings are constantly in search of the happiness that incessantly escapes them, for spotless happiness does not exist on the earth. Nevertheless, despite the vicissitudes that form an unavoidable procession in this life, they might at least enjoy relative happiness. However, they search for it in perishable things subject to the same vicissitudes, that is, in material pleasures instead of the pleasures of the soul, which are a foretaste of the imperishable pleasures of heaven. Instead of seeking peace of mind, the only real happiness in this world, they are avid for anything that can agitate and upset them, and oddly enough, they seem to create on purpose the torments that were up to them to avoid. Are there any greater torments than those caused by envy and jealousy? For the envious or jealous there is no rest. They are in a constant fever. What they do not have and what others do have causes them insomnia. The successes of their rivals make them giddy. Their emulation is exerted only to eclipse their neighbors. All their joy consists in inciting in those as senseless as themselves the raging jealousy they themselves possess. Poor senseless beings, in effect, are those who do not imagine that perhaps tomorrow they will have to leave behind all such futilities which by coveting them poison their lives. It is not to them that these words apply. Blessed are the afflicted, for they shall be comforted, since their preoccupations are not those that bring compensation in heaven. On the other hand, how many torments will those who know how to be content with what they have spare themselves, those who behold without envy what they do not have, and who do not try to appear to be what they are not? These are always wealthy, since, if they would look beneath themselves instead of above, they would always see persons who have even less. They are serene because they do not create imaginary needs for themselves, and is not serenity in the midst of life's storms real happiness. Fenelon, Leon, 1860. True misfortune, 24. Everyone talks about misfortune, all have experienced it and believe they know about its multiple character. I have come to tell you that nearly everyone is mistaken, and that true misfortune is not everything that people, that is, those who are unfortunate, believe it to be. They see it in poverty, the fireless chimney, the threatening creditor, the cradle empty of that angel who used to smile. They see it in tears, the coffin we walk behind with an uncovered head and broken heart, the anguish of betrayal, and the bearing of the pride, in which can barely hide its nakedness beneath the ragged tatters of vanity. All this and much more is called misfortune in human language. Yes, it is misfortune for those who see nothing but the present. However, true misfortune is found more in the consequences of a thing than in the thing itself. Tell me if an event that is most happy for the moment, but which leads to disastrous consequences, is not really more unfortunate than the one that at first causes a great vexation, but ends up resulting in the good. Tell me if the storm that snaps your trees but purifies the air, dissipating unhealthy miasmas that would cause death, is not a blessing rather than a misfortune. In order for one to judge something, one must look at the consequences. That is why, in order to determine what is really fortunate or unfortunate, one must be transported beyond the life, because it is there that the consequences will be felt. Hence, everything that is called unhappiness, according to your short-sightedness, ends with corporeal life and finds its compensation in the future life. I will reveal misfortune to you under a new form, under a beautiful and colorful form that you will desire and welcome with all the strength of your deluded souls. Misfortunes are the joy, the pleasure, the turmoil, the empty agitation, and the insane satisfaction of vanity that silence the conscious, oppress the action of thought, and confuse people about their future. Misfortune is the opium of the forgetfulness that you ardently desire. Have hope, you who weep. Tremble, you who laugh, because your body is satiated. We do not fool God, we do not dodge our destiny, and the trials whose creditors, more pitiless than the wolf pack let loose by misery, are watching your illusory repose to plunge you suddenly into the agony of true misfortune, the kind that surprises the soul indolent through indifference and selfishness. May Spiritism enlighten you and reestablish truth and error in their true light after having been so strangely deformed by your blindness. Then you will act like brave soldiers who, instead of running away from peril, prefer the battles of brave combat to the peace that will bring them neither glory nor promotion. What does it matter to the soldier to lose his weapons, equipment, and uniform in the fray, as long as he emerges as the victor and covered with glory? What does it matter to those who have faith in the future to leave their riches and their mantle of flesh upon the battlefield of life, provided their soul enters radiantly into the heavenly kingdom? Delphine de Girardin, Paris, 1861. Melancholy, 25. Do you know why a vague sadness sometimes weighs upon your hearts and makes you find life so bitter? It is your spirit, which aspires to happiness and freedom, and which, bound to the body that serves as its prison, exhausts itself in vain efforts to escape. However, seeing that such efforts are useless, it falls into despondency, and the body, bearing the spirit's influence, sluggishness, dejection, and a kind of apathy, seizes you, and you find yourself unhappy. Believe me, and strongly resist those feelings that weaken your willpower. The yearnings for a better life are innate in the spirit of all humans, but do not seek them in this world. And nowadays, as God is sending his spirits to instruct you about the divine happiness reserved for you, patiently await the angel of deliverance who will help you break the bonds that hold your spirit captive. Remember that during your trial on the earth, you have a mission that you cannot doubt, whether in dedicating yourself to your family or whether in fulfilling the various obligations that God has entrusted to you. If during the course of this trial and while performing your task, you see worries, troubles, and vexations fall upon you, be strong and courageous in order to bear them. Face them resolutely. They are of short duration and will lead you to the friends for whom you weep. They will rejoice at your arrival amongst them and will extend their arms to you to lead you to a place where the afflictions of earth have no access. Francois de Genève, Bordeaux. Voluntary trials, true sackcloth, 26. You ask if it is permissible to mitigate your trials. This question leads to these. Is it permissible for those who are drowning to save themselves? For those who have a thorn to remove it? For those who are ill to call a doctor? Trials are meant to engender intelligence as well as patience and resignation. Individuals may be born into a painful and difficult situation precisely to make them search for the means of overcoming it. The merit consists in bearing without complaint the consequences of the ills that cannot be avoided, in persevering in the struggle, and in not becoming desperate if unsuccessful, but without giving in to indifference, which would be laziness more than virtue. This question, of course, leads to another. Since Jesus said, "Blessed are the afflicted," is there any merit in seeking afflictions, thereby increasing trials by means of voluntary suffering? To this I will respond very clearly. Yes, there is great merit if such suffering and privations are meant for the good of one's neighbor, because it is charity through sacrifice, and no, if they are meant only for the good of oneself, because it results from selfishness through fanaticism. A big distinction must be made here. As for you personally, be content with the trials that God sends you, and do not increase their burden, which is often already so heavy. Accept them faithfully without complaining. That is all God asks of you. Do not weaken your body with useless privations and purposeless mortifications, because you have need of all your strength in order to fulfill your mission of labor on the earth. Intentionally torturing and martyring your body is an infringement of the law of God, who has given you the means of nourishing and strengthening it. To needlessly weaken it is true suicide. Use it, but do not abuse it. Such is the law. The abuse of the best things brings its punishment in unavoidable consequences. The suffering that one imposes on oneself for the relief of one's neighbor is something else. If you endure cold and hunger in order to warm and feed someone who is in need, and if your body suffers because of it, it is then a sacrifice that is blessed by God. You who leave your fragrant homes to go to an infected hovel to bring consolation, you who dirty your delicate hands to treat wounds, you who lose sleep to watch over the bedstead of a sick person who is only your brother or sister in God, in short, you who use your health in the practice of good deeds, that is your sackcloth, the true sackcloth of blessing. For the pleasures of the world have not shriveled your heart. You have not slept in the bosom of the voluptuous innovations of wealth, but have made yourself into consoling angels for the disinherited poor. But you who retire from the world in order to avoid its seductions and to live in isolation, what is your usefulness? Where is your courage and trial, since you run from the struggle and desert the fight? If you want sackcloth, apply it to your soul and not your body. Mortify your spirit and not your flesh. Whip your pride. Receive humiliation without complaint. Flog your selfishness and harden yourselves against the pain of insult and slander. More pungent than bodily pain, this is true sackcloth, whose wounds will be taken into account because they will testify to your courage and submission to God's will. A Guardian Angel, Paris, 1863. Should we put an end to our neighbor's trials? 27. Should we put an end to our neighbor's trials if we can, or should we, out of respect for God's designs, let them take their course? We have stated and repeated many times that you are on this earth of expiation to conclude your trials, and that everything that happens to you is a consequence of your previous existences, an installment on the debt you owe. However, in some people, this thought provokes notions that must be deterred because they may have disastrous consequences. Some think that because one is put on the earth for expiation, all trials must take their course. There are even those who want to believe that not only must nothing be done to mitigate them, but that on the contrary, it is necessary to contribute to them to make them more profitable, adding to their intensity. This is a great error. Yes, your trials must take the course marked out by God, but do you know what that course is? Do you know how far they must go, or if your merciful Father has not said to the suffering of this or that brother or sister, you shall go no further? Do you know if God's providence has chosen you not as an instrument of punishment to intensify the suffering of the guilty, but as the balm of consolation that must heal the wounds that God's justice had opened up? Therefore, when you see one of your brothers or sisters be afflicted, do not say it is God's justice and it must take its course. Instead, say to yourselves, let's see what means our merciful Father has put within my reach in order to ease the suffering of my brother or sister. Let's see if my moral consolation, my material help, or my counsels might not assist in overcoming this trial with greater strength, patience, and resignation. Let's even see if God has not placed in my hands the means of putting an end to this suffering, if it has not been given to me also as a trial and expiation, perhaps, in order to deter evil and replace it with peace. Therefore, always mutually help one another in your respective trials, and never regard yourselves as instruments of torment. Such a thought should be revolting to every man and woman of heart, especially to all Spiritists, because Spiritists, better than anyone else, should understand the infinite extent of God's goodness. Spirits ought to believe that their entire life should be an act of love and devotion, that no matter what they may do to oppose the Lord's wishes, His justice will take its course. Therefore, they can fearlessly make every effort to mitigate the bitterness of expiation, but only God can shorten or prolong it as He deems necessary. Would there not be great pride on the part of humans in believing themselves to have the right, so to speak, to twist the knife in the wound, to increase the dose of poison in the heart of someone who is suffering under the pretext that it is his or her expiation? Oh, always regard yourself as instruments chosen to make the suffering stop. To summarize, all of you are on the earth for expiation, but all of you, without exception, must employ all your efforts to mitigate your neighbor's expiation according to the law of love and charity. Bernardin, a Protector Spirit, Bordeaux, 1863. Is it permissible to shorten the life of a patient who is suffering with no hope of a cure? 28. A man is dying, the victim of cruel suffering. His state is known to be hopeless. Would it be permissible to save him a few moments of anguish by hastening his end? Who would give you the right to foresee God's designs? Could He not lead certain persons to the edge of the grave and then bring them back in order to make them examine themselves and lead them to other thoughts? No matter how extreme the condition of a dying person, no one can say with certainty that his or her final hour has arrived. Has science never been wrong in its predictions? I know very well that there are cases which with good reason may be considered as desperate. However, even if there is no basis for hope of a definite return to life and health, are there not countless examples in which at the moment of taking their final breath, patients rouse themselves and recover their faculties for a few moments? Well then, this time of grace that has been granted them may be of great importance to them, because you may be unaware of the thoughts that the spirit may have in the death throes, or how much torment may be spared by the sudden flash of repentance. The materialist who sees the body only and does not consider the soul cannot comprehend these things, but the Spiritist who knows what happens beyond the grave knows the value of one last thought. So mitigate final suffering as much as you can, but guard against shortening a life even for only a minute, for that minute might save many tears in the future. St. Louis, Paris, 1860. Sacrificing one's own life. 29. Are persons who are disillusioned with life but who do not want to commit suicide guilty for seeking death on the battlefield with the intention of making their death useful? Whether persons kill themselves or have someone else do it, their purpose is always to shorten their life, and consequently there is suicide by intent, if not in fact. The thought that their death will be useful for something is delusional. It is only a pretext for coloring their act and rendering it excusable in their own eyes. If they seriously wanted to serve their country, they would seek to stay alive, defending it in everything, and not seeking to die, because once dead they can no longer serve it for anything. True devotion consists in not fearing death when it might be useful, in braving peril, and in sacrificing their lives beforehand and without regret if that is necessary. However, premeditated intent in seeking death by exposing oneself to danger, even if to render service, annuls the merit of the act. St. Louis, Paris, 1860. 30. A certain man exposes himself to imminent danger in order to save the life of a fellow being, knowing beforehand that he himself will die. Would this be considered a suicide? From the moment in which there is no intent to seek death, there is no suicide, but devotion and self-denial despite the certainty of dying. But who can be so certain? Who can say that Providence has not reserved an unexpected means of salvation at the most critical moment? Could not Providence save someone who was right in front of the mouth of a cannon? On many occasions, Providence wishes to prolong the trial of resignation to the ultimate limit, when an unexpected circumstance diverts the fatal blow. St. Louis, Paris, 1860. Making one's own suffering profitable for others. 31. Do not those who resignedly accept their suffering by submitting to God's will with an eye on their future happiness work only for themselves, and can they render their suffering profitable for others? This suffering might be materially and morally beneficial to someone else. Materially, if through labor, the privations and sacrifices they impose on themselves contribute to the material welfare of their neighbor. Morally, by the example they offer of their submission to God's will. This example of the power of the Spiritist faith can encourage unfortunate people to resignation and save them from despair and its disastrous consequences for the future. St. Louis, Paris, 1860. The Gospel according to Spiritism, Chapter 6. The Consoling Christ, the Easy Yoke, the Promised Consoler, the Spirit's Teachings, the Coming of the Spirit of Truth, the Easy Yoke. 1. Come unto me, all you who suffer and who are overburdened, and I will comfort you. Take my yoke upon you, and learn from me that I am gentle and humble of heart, and you will find rest for your souls. For my yoke is easy, and my burden is light. Matthew 11:28-30. 2. All types of suffering, misery, disappointment, physical pain, loss of loved ones, find their consolation and faith in the future and in trust in God's justice, which Christ came to teach humankind. On the other hand, upon those who expect nothing after this life, or who simply doubt, afflictions bear down with all their weight, and no hope comes to soften their bitterness. This is what led Jesus to say, "Come unto me, all you who are weary, and I will comfort you." Nevertheless, Jesus places one condition on the assistance and happiness he promises to the afflicted. That condition is found in the law that he teaches. His yoke is the observance of that law, but this yoke is easy, and the law is gentle, since it imposes love and charity as a duty. The Promised Consoler. 3. If you love me, keep my commandments, and I will pray to my Father, and he will send you another consoler, so that he may remain with you forever, the Spirit of truth, whom the world cannot receive, because it neither sees him nor knows him. But as for you, you will know him, because he will remain with you and will be among you. But the Consoler, who is the Holy Spirit, whom my Father will send in my name, will teach you all things and will enable you to remember everything that I have said to you. John 14:15-17 and 26. 4. Jesus promises another consoler, the Spirit of truth, whom the world does not yet know, because it is not mature enough to understand him, and whom the Father will send to teach all things and bring to remembrance what Christ has said. Therefore, if the Spirit of truth must come later to teach all things, it is because Christ has not said everything. If the Spirit comes to bring to remembrance what Christ has said, it is because it has been forgotten or poorly understood. Spiritism has come at the stated time to fulfill Christ's promise. The Spirit of truth presides over its establishment. It calls humans to observe the law and teaches all things by enabling them to understand what Christ said only in parables. Christ stated, "Let those hear who have ears to hear." Spiritism has come to open eyes and ears because it speaks without figures or allegories. It lifts the veil intentionally left over certain mysteries. It has come finally to bring supreme consolation to the disinherited of the earth and all those who suffer, attributing a just cause and useful purpose to all pain. Christ said, "Blessed are the afflicted, for they shall be comforted." But how can we bless suffering if we do not know why we suffer? Spiritism shows that the cause lies in previous existences and in the destiny of the earth, where humans expiate their past. It shows them the purpose of their sufferings as being salutary crises, which lead to healing and which are the purification that ensures happiness in future existences. Humans understand that they deserve to suffer, and they find suffering to be just. They know that this suffering aids their progress, and they accept it without complaining, just as workers accept the work that will ensure their wages. Spiritism provides them an unshakable faith in the future, and bitter doubt no longer falls upon their soul. It enables them to see things from a higher point of view. The importance of earthly vicissitudes is lost in the vast and splendid horizon that Spiritism contemplates, and the perspective of happiness that awaits them gives them the patience, resignation, and courage needed to follow their pathway to the end. Thus, Spiritism accomplished what Jesus said about the promised consoler, the knowledge of things that enables humans to know where they have come from, where they are going, and why they are on the earth. It is the call to the true principles of God's law and consolation through faith and hope. The Spirit's teachings, the coming of the Spirit of truth. 5. I have come as I have once came amongst the wayward children of Israel to bring the truth and dissipate the darkness. Listen to me. Spiritism, as my word of old, must remind disbelievers that above them reigns the immutable truth, the good God, the great God who makes the plant germinate and raises the tides. I have revealed the divine doctrine, and like a reaper, I have gathered into sheaves the good scattered amid humankind, and have said, "Come unto me, all you who suffer." However, ungrateful men and women have strayed from the straight and broad way that leads to the kingdom of my Father, and have become lost on the bitter path of impiety. My Father does not want to annihilate the human race. He wants you, through the help you give one another, both the living and the dead, that is, dead according to the flesh, since death does not exist, to succor one another, and for the voice of the prophets and apostles no longer to be heard, but instead the voice of those who had departed from the earth, proclaiming to you, "Pray and believe, for death is resurrection, and life is the chosen trial, during which your cultivated virtues must grow and develop like the cedar." O frail humans who are aware of the darkness of your minds, do not stray from the beacon that divine clemency has placed in your hands to light your way and lead you, as lost children, back to the bosom of your Father. I am too moved with compassion for your miseries, your great frailty, not to extend a sure hand to those wayward unfortunates who, seeing heaven, fall into the abysses of error. Believe, love, and meditate upon the things that are being revealed to you. Do not mix tares with the good seed, utopias with the truth. O Spiritists, love one another. This is the first teaching. Educate yourselves. This is the second. All truths are found in Christianity. The errors that have become rooted within it are of human origin, and here, beyond the grave, which you believed was nothingness, voices cry out to you. Brothers and sisters, nothing perishes. Jesus Christ is the victor over evil. Be victors over impiety. The Spirit of Truth, Paris, 1860. 6. I have come to teach and console the disinherited poor. I have come to tell them to raise their resignation to the level of their trials, to weep, for sorrow was sacred in the Garden of Olives, but also to hope, for consoling angels will come to wipe away their tears. Workers, trace out your path. The next day, restart the trying journey of the day before. The labor of your hands supplies earthly bread for your bodies, but your souls are not forgotten. I, the divine gardener, cultivate them in the silence of your thoughts. When the hour for your repose sounds, when the thread of your life slips through your fingers, and when your eyes are closed to the light, you will sense my precious seed emerge and germinate within you. Nothing is lost in the kingdom of our Father, and your sweat and miseries from a treasure that will make you wealthy in the higher realms, where light replaces darkness, and where the most unclothed among you will perhaps be the most resplendent. Truly I say to you, those who bear their burdens and help their brothers and sisters are my beloved. Instruct yourselves in the precious doctrine that dissipates the error of rebelliousness and teaches you the sublime purpose of the human trial. Just as the wind sweeps the dust away, may the breeze of the spirits dissipate your jealousy toward the wealthy of the world, who are often the most miserable because their trials are more perilous than yours. I am with you, and my apostle teaches you. Drink from the living fount of love, and prepare yourselves, O captives of life, to someday freely and joyfully throw yourselves into the bosom of the one who created you weak so that you could become perfect, and who wills for you yourselves to knead your pliable clay so that you may be the artisans of your immortality. The Spirit of Truth, Paris, 1861. 7. I am the great doctor of souls, and I have come to bring you the medicine that shall heal them. The frail, the suffering, and the infirm are my blessed children, and I have come to save them. Therefore come to me, you who suffer and who are overburdened, and you will be soothed and consoled. Do not look elsewhere for strength and consolation, for the world is unable to provide them. God makes a supreme appeal to your hearts through Spiritism. Listen to it. May impiety, deceit, error, and disbelief be uprooted from your aching souls. They are the monsters that suck your purest blood and which nearly always wound you mortally. In the future, humble and submissive to your Creator, may you practice His divine law, love and pray. Be docile before the spirits of the Lord. Invoke Him from the depths of your heart, and then He will send you His beloved Son to teach you and say these good words. I am here. I have come to you because you have called me. The Spirit of Truth, Bordeaux, 1861. 8. God consoles the humble and gives strength to the afflicted who ask for it. God's power covers the earth, and everywhere besides a tear, He places a consoling balm. Devotion and self-denial are a continual prayer, and they contain a profound teaching. Human wisdom resides in these two words. May all suffering spirits understand this truth instead of complaining about their pain, about the moral sufferings which in this world are your lot. Take these two words as your motto, devotion and self-denial, and you will be strong, for they summarize all the duties that charity and humility impose on you. The sentiment of a duty fulfilled will provide resignation and rest for your spirit. The heart beats better, and the soul becomes serene, and the body is no longer feeble, because the body suffers all the more depending on how deeply the spirit is struck. The Spirit of Truth, Havre, 1863. The Gospel according to Spiritism, Chapter 7. Blessed are the poor in spirit. What should be understood by poor in spirit? Whoever exalts himself shall be humbled. Mysteries hidden from the learned and wise. The Spirit's teachings, pride and humility. The mission of the intelligent person on the earth. What should be understood by poor in spirit? 1. Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Matthew 5:3. 2. Disbelief has made fun of the maxim, blessed are the poor in spirit, just as it has many other things without understanding them. By poor in spirit, Jesus does not mean persons devoid of intelligence, but the humble. He said the kingdom of heaven is for them and not for the proud. Persons of knowledge and intellect, according to the world, usually have such a high opinion of themselves and their superiority that they consider divine things as unworthy of their attention. Their gaze, focused on themselves, cannot lift itself up to God. This inclination to believe themselves to be above anything and everything quite often leads them to deny anything that might be above them, even the divinity itself, and which could humble them. Or if they do consent to believe in the divinity, they contest one of its most beautiful attributes, its providential action regarding matters of this world. They are persuaded that they are good enough to govern it well enough by themselves, taking their own intelligence as the standard of universal intelligence, and deeming themselves capable of comprehending everything. They cannot believe in the possibility of what they do not comprehend. Once they have passed sentence, their judgment is unappealable. If they refuse to believe in the invisible world and an extra-human power, it is not because it is beyond their ability, but because their pride revolts against the idea of something above which they cannot place themselves, and which would make them come down from their pedestal. Thus they have only smiles of disdain for anything that is not of the visible and tangible world. They attribute to themselves too much intelligence and knowledge to believe in things which, according to them, are good for simple folk, and they regard those who take such things seriously as poor in spirit. Nonetheless, say what they may, like everyone else, they will have to enter that invisible world that they now deride, where their eyes will be opened, and they will realize their error. However, God is just and cannot put in the same category those who scorn the divine power and those who humbly submitted to the divinely established laws, nor can they be equal to each other. In stating that the kingdom of heaven is for the simple, Jesus means that no one is admitted into it without simplicity of heart and humility of spirit. That ignorant persons who possess such qualities will be preferred to the learned who believe more in themselves than in God. In every instance, Jesus places humility in the category of virtues that bring us closer to God, and pride among the vices that distance us from God, and for a very obvious reason. Humility is an act of submission to God, whereas pride is revolt against God. Therefore, it is more valuable for people's happiness to be poor in spirit in the earthly sense and rich in moral qualities. Whoever exalts himself shall be humbled. 3. At that time the disciples approached Jesus and asked, "Who is the greatest in the kingdom of heaven?" Jesus, having called to a child, set him in their midst and said to them, "Verily I say to you that if you do not convert, and if you do not become like children, you will not enter the kingdom of heaven. Therefore everyone who humbles himself and becomes small like this child will be the greatest in the kingdom of heaven. And as I have stated, everyone who receives a child in my name receives me likewise." Matthew 18, 1-5. 4. Then the mother of the sons of Zebedee approached him with her 2 sons and kneeled before him, showing him that she wanted to ask him something. He said to her, "What do you want?" She said to him, "Command that my 2 sons here may have a seat in your kingdom, one on your right and the other on your left." But Jesus answered her, "You do not know what you are asking. Can you drink from the cup that I will drink?" They said to him, "We can." Jesus answered them, "It is true that you will drink from the cup that I will drink, but as for being seated on my right or on my left, it is not for me to grant, but it will be for those for whom it has been prepared by my Father." Having heard this, the other 10 disciples were filled with indignation against the 2 brothers. Jesus called them to himself and said to them, "You know that the princes of the nations rule over them, and that the mighty treat them with authority. It shall not be the same among you. But let him who wants to become the greatest be your servant, and let him who wants to be first among you be your slave. Just as the Son of Man has not come to be served, but to serve and to give his life for the redemption of many." Matthew 20, 20-28. 5. On the day of the Sabbath, Jesus entered the home of one of the principal Pharisees in order to have his meal, and those who were there were watching him. Then, observing how the guests were choosing the best places, he proposed to them this parable, saying, "Whenever you are invited to a wedding feast, do not take the best seat, for fear that among the guests there might be a person who is more distinguished than you, and so that the one who has invited you will not have to say to you, "Give your seat to this one," and you will not be reduced to taking the lowest seat in shame. But whenever you are invited, go and sit in the lowest seat, so that when the one who has invited you comes, he will say to you, "My friend, move up higher." And then this will be a reason for honor before those who are at the table with you. For whoever exalts himself shall be humbled, and whoever humbles himself shall be exalted. Luke 14:1 and 7 through 11. 6. These maxims are the consequence of the principle of humility, which Jesus incessantly presents as the essential condition for the happiness promised to the Lord's elect, and which he expressed with these words: "Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven." He takes a child as a model of simplicity of heart and says, "The greatest in the kingdom of heaven will be the one who humbles himself and becomes small like a child." That is the one who has no pretension of superiority or infallibility. The same fundamental thought is found in this other maxim: "Let the one who wants to become the greatest be your servant," and this: "Whoever humbles himself will be exalted, and whoever exalts himself will be humbled." Spiritism has come to sanction the theory by example, showing us that those who are great in the spirit world are those who were small while on earth, and frequently quite small are those who were the greatest and most powerful while on earth. This is because upon dying, the former brought with them that which makes them truly great in heaven, and which they will never lose, their virtues, whereas the latter had to leave behind that which made them great on earth, and which could not be brought with them: wealth, titles, glory, and birth. Not having anything else, they arrive in the other world bereft of everything, like shipwrecked survivors who have lost it all, even their clothes. They retain only their pride, which makes their new position all the more humiliating, because they see above them and resplendent in glory those whom they used to belittle on earth. Spiritism shows us another application of this principle in successive incarnations, where those who were the most exalted in one existence are humbled to the least position in a following existence if they have been dominated by pride and ambition. Therefore, do not seek the highest place while on earth, or set yourselves above others if you do not want to be obligated to go to a lower place. On the contrary, seek the humblest and most modest position, because God will know to give you a higher place in heaven if you deserve it. Mysteries hidden from the learned and wise. 7. Then Jesus spoke these words: "I render you glory, my Father, Lord of heaven and earth, for having hidden these things from the learned and wise, and for having revealed them to the simple and small." Matthew 11:25. 8. It might seem peculiar that Jesus renders thanks to God for having revealed such things to the simple and the poor in spirit, and for having hidden them from the learned and wise, who would apparently be more capable of grasping them. It is because one must understand the former as being the humble, who humble themselves before God, and who do not believe themselves superior to everyone else, and the latter as being the proud, conceited with their worldly knowledge, who believe themselves to be wise because they deny God or treat God as an equal when they do not repudiate God outright, despite the fact that in antiquity learned was synonymous with wise. That is why God allows them to search for the secrets of earth, whereas God reveals the secrets of heaven to the simplest and to the humble who bow down before God. 9. The same occurs today with the great truths revealed by Spiritism. Some disbelievers are surprised that spirits put forth such little effort to convince them. This is because spirits concern themselves only with those who search for the light in good faith and with humility, rather than those who believe they possess all the light, and who seem to think that God should be very happy to lead them to God by proving to them that God exists. God's power shines in the smallest matters as much as in the greatest. God does not put the light under a bushel, but scatters it abundantly far and wide. Thus those who do not see it are blind. God does not will to open their eyes forcefully, since it pleases them to keep them shut. that time will come. But first they must feel the anguish of darkness and acknowledge God, and not mere chance as the one who hurts their pride. In order to overcome disbelief, God employs the means most appropriate according to the individual. It is not up to the disbeliever to prescribe to God what God must do and say to God, if you want to convince me, you must choose this or that matter at such and such a time, because that time is the most suitable. Disbelievers should not be surprised, therefore, if God and the spirits as agents of the divine will do not submit to their requirements. They should ask themselves what they would say if the least of their servants wanted to impose him or herself on them. God imposes the conditions and does not submit to others. God listens kindly to those who humbly address God, and not to those who deem themselves to be greater than God. 10. Some might ask, could God not touch them personally with manifest signs, in whose presence the most hardened disbelievers would bow down? Of course, but then where would the merit be in that, and moreover, what good would it do? Do we not see individuals every day who deny the evidence and say, even if I saw it, I wouldn't believe because I know it's impossible? If they refuse to recognize the truth, it is because their spirit is not yet mature enough to grasp it, nor their heart to feel it. Pride is a veil that clouds their sight. What good would it do to present the light to a blind person? Hence it is necessary to heal the cause of the ill first, and like a skillful doctor, God punishes their pride first. God does not abandon any lost children. God knows that sooner or later their eyes will open, but God wants this to be of their own will. When overcome by the torments of disbelief, they throw themselves into the divine arms, and like the prodigal son, ask for divine grace. The Spirit's teachings. Pride and humility. 11. May the peace of the Lord be with you, my dear friends. I have come to encourage you to follow the path of the good. To the humble spirits who formerly used to inhabit the earth, God has given the mission to come and enlighten you. Blessed be God for the grace given to us of being able to help you with your advancement. May the Holy Spirit illumine me, help me render my world understandable, and grant me the favor of putting it within the reach of all. All you who are incarnate, who are suffering and searching for the light, may the will of God help me to make it shine in your eyes. Humility is a much neglected virtue among you. The great examples that have been given you are followed very little. However, without humility, can you be charitable toward your neighbor? Oh, no, because this sentiment puts all men and women on the same level. It tells them they are brothers and sisters and that they must mutually help one another, and it leads them to the good. Without humility, you adorn yourselves with virtues you do not possess, as if wearing clothes to hide the deformities of your body. Remember the one who saves us. Remember his humility, which made him so great and placed him above all the prophets. Pride is a terrible adversary of humility. If Christ promises the kingdom of heaven to those who are poorest, imagine that titles and riches are rewards given for their merit, and that their essence is purer than that of the poor. They believe that these are owed to them, and that is why they accuse God of injustice whenever he takes them away. Oh, such mockery and blindness! Does God make distinctions among you because of your bodies? Is the envelope of the poor not the same as that of the rich? Did the Creator make two types of human beings? Everything that God does is great and wise. Never attribute to him the ideas that are conceived in your proud minds. Oh, you rich! While you sleep under golden roofs and sheltered from the cold, do you not know that thousands of your brothers and sisters who are just like you are sleeping on straw, and not the wretches suffering from hunger your equal? These words are revolting to your pride, I know full well. You may agree to give them alms, but to fraternally shake hands with them, never. What you say, I, a descendant of noble blood, one of the great ones of the earth, equal to those wretches in rags? A vain utopia of the so-called philosophers. If we are equal, why has God set them so low and me so high? It is true that your garments are scarcely the same. However, undress both of you, and what difference would there be between you? Nobility of blood, you will say. But chemistry has not found any difference between the blood of the nobleman and that of the plebe, or between that of the master and that of the slave. Who says that you yourself were not also once impoverished and unfortunate like them, that you did not beg for alms, that someday you will not beg from those whom you despise today? Are riches eternal? Do they not end with your body, the perishable envelope of your spirit? Oh, apply some humility to yourself. Set your eyes upon the reality of the things of this world, upon what leads to greatness on one hand and humiliation on the other. Remember that death will not spare you any more than anyone else, that titles will not save you from it, that it can strike you tomorrow, today, in an hour. And if you shroud yourselves in your pride, oh, then I feel sorry for you, because you are worthy of pity. You proud, what were you before you were noble and powerful? Perhaps you were lower than the least of your servants. Therefore, bow your haughty brow, which God can bring down at the moment in which you raise yourself the highest. All humans are equal on the divine scales, and only their virtues distinguish them from one another in God's eyes. All spirits are of one and the same essence, and all bodies are made of the same substance. Your titles and your names do not change them in any way. They remain in the grave, and they do not give you the bliss promised to the elect. Charity and humility are their titles of nobility. Poor creature, you are a mother, your children are suffering. They are cold and hungry, bent under the weight of your cross. You go and humiliate yourself so that they might have a piece of bread. Oh, I bow down before you. How nobly holy and great you are in my eyes. Hope and pray. Happiness is not yet of this world. To the poor and oppressed who trust in him, God gives the kingdom of heaven. And you, young maiden, poor child, given to work and privation, why such sad thoughts? Why do you weep? Lift up your gaze, pious and serene, to God, who provides food to the little birds. Trust in him, and he will not abandon you. The noise of particles, the pleasures of the world make your heart beat fast. You who would love to adorn your head with flowers and mingle with the wealthy of this earth, you say to yourself that, like these women who pass you by, nonchalant and laughing, you too could be rich. Oh, be still, child. If you knew how many tears and nameless sorrows are hidden beneath those embroidered dresses, how many sobs are muffled under the noise of that joyous orchestra, you would prefer your humble solitude and your poverty. Keep yourself pure in God's eyes if you do not want your guardian angel to return to him, hiding its face with its white wings and leaving you to your remorse. Without a guide, without support in this world, where you will be lost, waiting to be punished in the next. And all you who endure human injustice, be indulgent with the wrongs of your brothers and sisters by remembering that you yourselves are not exempt from reproach. To do so is charity, but it is also humility. If you suffer slander, bow your head under the trial. What does the world's slander matter to you? If your conduct is pure, cannot God compensate you? To courageously beat humiliation from others is to be humble and to recognize that only God is great and powerful. Oh dear God, must Christ come a second time to earth to teach human beings your laws, which they have forgotten? Will he once more have to expel the merchants from the temple as they defile your house, which is a place of prayer only? And who knows, O humankind, if God were to grant you such grace, perhaps you would reject it as before. You would call him a blasphemer, for he would humiliate the pride of modern Pharisees. Perhaps you would make him take up the road to Golgotha once again. Left to themselves when Moses went up on Mount Sinai to receive God's commandments, the people of Israel forsook the one true God. Men and women gave their gold and jewels to make an idol to worship. You civilized men and women, you do the same. Christ left you his doctrine. He provided you with an example of all the virtues, and you have forsaken his examples and precepts. With your passions you have all made a god to your own liking, according to some terrifying and bloodthirsty, according to others uncaring about the concerns of the world. The god you have made is still the golden calf that each of you adapts to his or her own tastes and ideas. Wake up, my brothers and sisters, my friends. May the voice of the spirits touch your hearts. Be generous and charitable without ostentation. That is, do the good with humility. Let each of you tear down little by little the altars you have erected to pride. In a word, be true Christians, and you will possess the kingdom of truth. No longer doubt God's goodness when he gives you so many proofs of it. We have come to prepare the way for the fulfillment of the prophecies. When the Lord comes to give you a more resounding manifestation of his clemency, may the heavenly messenger find you as one great family. May your gentle and humble hearts be worthy of understanding the divine word that he will bring you. May the chosen one find on his path only the palm branches laid there by your return to goodness, charity, and fraternity. Then your world will become a terrestrial paradise. But if you remain insensitive to the voice of the spirits sent to purify and renew your civilized society, so rich in knowledge and yet so poor in good sentiments, alas, nothing will remain for us but to weep and groan about your fate. But no, it will not be that way. Return to God your Father, and then all of us who have served for the fulfillment of his will shall sing the canticle of thanksgiving to thank the Lord for his unbounded goodness and glorify him forever and ever. Amen. Lacordaire, Constantine, 1863. 12. O humankind, why do you complain about the calamities that you have heaped upon your own heads? You have despised the holy and divine morals of Christ. Do not be surprised, therefore, that the cup of iniquity has overflowed on all sides. Troubles have become widespread. Who is to blame except you yourselves, who incessantly seek to crush one another? You cannot be happy without mutual benevolence, but how can benevolence exist with pride? Pride is the fount of all your ills, so devote yourselves to destroying it if you do not want to perpetuate its devastating consequences. There is only one way offered to you for this, but it is foolproof. Take as your invariable rule of conduct the law of Christ, the law you have rejected or falsified in its interpretation. Why do you hold such high regard for whatever shines and enchants the eyes rather than what touches the heart? Why is the vice found in opulence the object of your adulations, while you have only a look of disdain for the true merit that lies in obscurity? Let rich debauchees, lost in body and soul, appear anywhere, and all doors are open to them, and all eyes are on them, whereas hardly anyone will concede a gesture of greeting to moral persons who live by their labor. As long as the consideration granted to persons is measured by the weight of the gold they possess or by the name they bear, what interest could they possibly have in correcting their defects? The opposite would occur if the defect of gold were criticized by public opinion in the same way as the defect of tatters. Pride, however, is indulgent toward anything that pleases it. This is a time of cupidity and money, you say. No doubt about it, but why have you let material needs encroach on good sense and reason? Why does anyone want to rise above his or her brothers and sisters? Society today is suffering the consequences of this fact. Do not forget that such a state of things is always a sign of moral decadence. When pride reaches extremes, it is an indication that a downfall is close at hand, for God always punishes the arrogant. If he sometimes allows them to ascend, it is to give them time to reflect and mend their ways under the blows that he gives to their pride from time to time in order to warn them. Instead of humbling themselves, however, they rebel. Then when their cup is full, God brings them down suddenly, and their downfall is all the more terrible the higher they have ascended. Poor humankind, whose selfishness has corrupted every pathway, take heart once again nonetheless. In his infinite mercy, God has sent you a powerful remedy for your ills, an unexpected aid in your affliction. Open your eyes to the light. There are the souls of those who are no longer on the earth and who have come to call you to your real duties. With all the authority of their experience, they will tell you how the vanities and grandeur of your temporary existence are a small thing in comparison with eternity. They will tell you that the greatest is the one who was the humblest among the small of your world, that those who love their brothers and sisters the most are also those who will be loved the most in heaven, that the powerful of the earth, if they abuse their authority, will be reduced to obeying their servants, that in short, charity and humility, those two sisters who walk hand in hand, are the most effective means for obtaining grace before the Eternal One. Adolfo, Bishop of Argel, Marmande, 1862. The mission of the intelligent person on the earth. 13. Do not pride yourself on what you know, because such knowing has very narrow limits in the world on which you dwell. But even supposing you were one of those distinguished personalities on this globe, you would still have no right to flatter yourself. If in His designs God has enabled you to be born into an environment where you are able to develop your intelligence, it is because He wills for you to employ it for the good of all. It is a mission He has given you, putting in your hands the instrument that will help you in your turn to develop the intelligences lagging behind and lead them to God. Does not the nature of that instrument indicate the use to be made of it? Does not the hoe that the gardener places in the hands of his helper show the helper that he must till? What would you say if this helper, instead of working, raised the hoe in order to strike his master? You would say that is horrible and that he deserves to be dismissed. Well then, does not the same occur with those who use their intelligence to destroy the idea of God and providence amongst their brothers and sisters? Do they not raise against their master the hoe that was given to them to till the soil? Do they have a right to their wages, or do they deserve to be expelled from the garden instead? Do not doubt that they will be expelled, and they will trudge through miserable lives full of humiliation until they bow before the one to whom they owe everything. Intelligence is rich in merit for the future, but on the condition that it is employed rightly. If all people who have been given it used it according to God's designs, the Spirit's task of enabling humankind to advance would be easy. Unfortunately, many make of it an instrument of pride and perdition for themselves. Humans abuse their intelligence like all their other faculties. Nonetheless, the lessons are not lacking to warn them that a powerful hand can take back what it has given them. Ferdinand, a Protector Spirit, Bordeaux, 1862. The Gospel according to Spiritism, Chapter 8. Blessed are the pure of heart. Let the children come to me, sinning in thought, adultery, rude purity, unclean hands, scandals. If your hand is a cause for scandal, cut it off. The Spirit's teachings. Let the children come to me. Blessed are they whose eyes are closed. Let the children come to me. 1. Blessed are the pure of heart, for they shall see God. Matthew 5:8. 2. Then some children were presented to him so that he would touch them, but as his disciples kept away with scolding words those who were being presented, Jesus was displeased and said to them, Let the children come to me, and do not hinder them, for the kingdom of heaven is for those who are like them. Verily I say to you, anyone who does not receive the kingdom of heaven like a child will not enter it. And embracing them, he blessed them, placing his hands upon them. Mark 10:13-16. 3. Purity of heart is inseparable from simplicity and humility, and excludes every thought of selfishness and pride. That is why Jesus uses childhood as a symbol of such purity, just as he uses it as a symbol for humility. The comparison might not seem just, considering the fact that the spirit of a child may be quite old, and that upon being reborn to corporeal life, it brings with it the imperfections that it had not gotten rid of in its previous existences. Only a spirit who has reached perfection could give us a model of true purity. However, the comparison is precise from the present life point of view, because having not yet manifested any perverse inclinations, little children offer us the picture of innocence and candor. Furthermore, Jesus does not say that the kingdom of God is for them literally, but for those who are like them. 4. Since the spirit of a child has already lived before, why does it not show from birth what it really is? Everything is wise in God's work. Children have need of sensitive care, which only a mother's tenderness can give them, and this tenderness increases with their frailty and innocence. To a mother, her child is always an angel, and it has to be that way in order to capture her concern. She would not have the same care toward her child if, instead of innocent charm, she found behind her child's infantile features a virile character and adult thoughts, and she would care even less if she knew about the child's past. Furthermore, the activity of the intelligent principle would have to be in proportion to the weakness of the body, which could not endure a large amount of activity of the spirit, such as that which may be seen in highly precocious individuals. That is why, as incarnation draws near, the spirit enters a state of confusion and gradually loses its self-awareness. For some time it remains in a sort of sleep, during which all its faculties remain latent. This transitory state is necessary to give the spirit a new starting point and to enable it to forget the things that might hinder it in its new earthly existence. Nevertheless, its past acts upon it. It is reborn to a greater life, both morally and intellectually, as it is upheld and aided by the intuition it has retained of its previously acquired experience. Beginning at birth, its thoughts gradually regain momentum to the degree that its organs develop, so that it may be said during the first few years the spirit is truly a child, since the ideas that will form the basis of its character are still dormant. During this time, it is more malleable and therefore more accessible to the impressions that can modify its nature and enable it to progress, which in turn renders the task imposed on the parents easier. Thus the spirit wears the tunic of innocence for a while, and Jesus is correct when, notwithstanding the soul's previous lives, he uses the child as a symbol of purity and simplicity. Sinning in thought, adultery. 5. You have learned that it was said to the ancients, "You shall not commit adultery." But I say to you that he who looks at a woman with a wicked desire for her has already committed adultery with her in his heart. Matthew 5:27 and 28. 6. The word adultery must in no way be understood here in the exclusive sense of its normal meaning, but in a more generalized sense. Jesus often employed it by extension to designate evil, sin, and every bad thought, as, for example, in this passage, "For if anyone amongst this adulterous and sinful nature is ashamed of me and my words, the Son of Man will be ashamed of him also when he comes accompanied by the holy angels in the glory of his Father." Mark 8:38. True purity is not only displayed in one's actions, it is also displayed in one's thoughts, for those who have a pure heart do not even think about evil. This is what Jesus meant. He condemns sin even in thought, because it is a sign of impurity. 7. This principle naturally leads to the following question: does one suffer the consequences of an evil thought if it is not followed by an effect? Here is an important distinction to be made. As the soul caught up on the wrong path advances in its spiritual life, it enlightens itself and rids itself little by little of its imperfections, depending on the greater or lesser willingness it employs in virtue of its free will. Every evil thought thus results from the soul's imperfection. However, depending on its desire to purify itself, even an evil thought can become an opportunity for advancement if it forcefully rejects it. This indicates an effort to wipe away a stain. Hence, it will not yield if presented with an opportunity to satisfy an evil desire, and after having resisted it, it will feel much stronger and happier with its victory. On the other hand, the soul that has not made good resolution seeks an opportunity for an evil act, and if it does not actually commit one, it is not because of its will, but because it lacked the opportunity. Consequently, it is as guilty as if it had actually committed it. And some persons who do not even conceive the thought of evil have already made progress. Those to whom the thought occurs but who reject it are on their way to making progress. Finally, those who have such a thought and take pleasure in it are still indwelt by evil in all its strength. In one, the work is finished, and the others, it remains yet to be done. God is just and considers all such nuances in people's responsibility for their actions and thoughts. True purity, unclean hands. 8. Then the scribes and Pharisees who had come to Jerusalem approached Jesus and said to him, "Why do your disciples violate the tradition of the ancients, for they do not wash their hands when they eat their meals?" But Jesus responded to them, "Why do you yourselves violate the commandment of God in order to follow your tradition? Although God gave this commandment, honor your father and mother, and this one, he who speaks outrageous words to his father or mother is to be put to death. You have said, anyone who has said to his father or mother, every offering that I have made to God is useful to you and fulfills the law. Even if afterward he neither honors nor helps his father or mother, thus you have made God's commandment useless for the sake of your tradition. Hypocrites! Isaiah rightly prophesied about you when he said, "These people honor me with their lips, but their hearts remain far from me. And it is in vain that they honor me by teaching maxims and ordinances that come from men." Then having called the people, he said to them, "Hear and understand this well. It is not what enters the mouth that defiles a man, but what comes out of the mouth of the man. What comes out of the mouth proceeds from the heart, and is what makes the man unclean. For it is from the heart that evil thoughts, murders, adulteries, fornications, robberies, perjuries, blasphemies, and slanders proceed. The thing that makes the man unclean are there, but eating without having washed one's hands does not make a man unclean." Then his disciples approached and said to him, "Did you know that when the Pharisees heard what you just said, they were offended by it?" But he answered them, "Every plant that my heavenly Father has not planted will be uprooted. Leave them. They are the blind who lead the blind. If one blind man leads another, both fall into the pit." Matthew 15, 1-20. 9. While he was speaking, a Pharisee asked him if he would dine with them in his home, and Jesus went there and took his place at the table. The Pharisee then began to say to himself, "Why did he not wash his hands before dinner?" But the Lord said to him, "You Pharisees take great care in washing the outside of the cup and plate. However, the inside of your heart is full of greed and iniquity. How foolish you are! Did not he who made the outside also make the inside?" Luke 11:37-40. 10. The Jews had neglected the true commandments of God in order to hold to the practice of regulations established by humans, and of which strict observers made matters of conscience. The very simple basis had ended up disappearing beneath the complexity of form. Since it was much easier to observe outward acts than to reform oneself morally by washing their hands instead of cleansing their hearts, people deluded themselves and believed that they were square with God because they conformed to such practices. Even though they remained as they were taught that God required nothing more. That is why the prophet said, "In vain these people honor me with their lips, teaching human maxims and ordinances." The same occurred with Christ's moral doctrine, which ended up being placed on a secondary level. Just like the Jews of old, many Christians came to believe that their salvation was more surely guaranteed by means of outward practices than by morality. It is to such human additions to the law of God that Jesus makes the allusion when he said, "Every plant that my heavenly Father has not planted shall be uprooted." The purpose of religion is to lead people to God, but people cannot reach God unless they are perfect. Consequently, any religion that does not enable people to become better does not meet its objective. Any religion on which people believe they can support themselves for doing evil is either false per se or false in principle. Such is the result of all religions in which form is more important than the foundation. Belief in the efficacy of outward signs is nullified if it does not keep murders, adultery, robbery, slander, or evil against one's neighbor from being committed, whatever such signs may be. This sort of belief creates superstition, hypocrisy, and fanaticism, not moral men and women. It is not enough, therefore, to put on the appearance of purity. Above all, one must be pure of heart. Scandals. If your hand is a cause for scandal, cut it off. 11. Woe to the world because of scandal, for it is necessary that scandals come, but woe to the person through whom the scandal comes. If anyone causes a scandal to one of these little ones who believe in me, it would be better for him if one of those millstones were hung around his neck, and that he were cast into the depths of the sea. Be very careful not to despise any of these little ones. I declare to you that their angels in heaven incessantly come before my Father in heaven, for the Son of Man has come to save who was lost. If your hand or foot is a cause for scandal, cut it off and throw it away from you. It is much better for you to enter life having only one foot or one hand than to have two and be cast into eternal fire. And if your eye is a cause for scandal, tear it out and throw it away from you. It is better for you to enter life with only one eye than to have two and be thrown into the fire of hell. Matthew 18:6-10. 12. In its ordinary meaning, scandal means every action that shocks morality or decency in an ostensive way. The scandal does not lie in the action per se, but in the repercussion it might have. The word scandal always implies the idea of a certain outburst. Many persons are happy to avoid a scandal because their pride would suffer and their worth would diminish in other people's eyes. As long as their turpitudes are ignored, it is enough for them and their conscience to be at ease. According to Jesus' words, they are whitewashed tombs on the outside, but full of rottenness on the inside. Clean vessels on the outside, but dirty on the inside. In the evangelical sense, the meaning of the frequently used word scandal is much more general, which is why its acceptation is not understood in certain cases. It is not only what offends someone else's conscience, but is everything that results from human vices and imperfections, all the wrongful actions of one individual toward another, with or without repercussion. Scandal in this case is the effective result of bad morals. 13. It is necessary for there to be scandals in the world, said Jesus, because humans are imperfect while on the earth and are thus inclined to do evil, just as bad trees bear bad fruit. Therefore, one must understand by these words that evil is a consequence of humans' imperfections, and not that there is an obligation for them to commit it. 14. It is necessary that scandals come because, being in a state of expiation while on the earth, humans are punished by means of contact with their vices, of which they are the first victims, and whose inappropriateness they end up understanding. Once they are tired of suffering from evil, they see the remedy in the good. The reaction to these vices, therefore, serves at the same time as punishment for some and trials for other. This is how God enables the good to emerge from evil and humans themselves to profit from bad and disagreeable things. 15. If such is the case, one might say that evil is necessary and will last forever, because if it were to disappear, God would be deprived of a powerful means of punishing the guilty. Hence, it is pointless to try to improve humankind. However, if there were no longer the wrongdoer, there would be no more need for punishment. Let us imagine humankind transformed into moral individuals. No one would try to do evil to his or her neighbor, and everyone would be happy because they would be good. Such is the state of advanced worlds where evil is excluded. Such will be the state of the earth when it has progressed sufficiently. Nevertheless, while some worlds evolve, others are formed, peopled by primitive spirits. These worlds serve as habitations of exile and places of expiation for imperfect, rebellious, persistently evil spirits who have been barred from worlds that have become blissful. 16. But woe to him through whom scandal comes. This means that since evil is always evil, those who unknowingly have served as instruments for divine justice, those whose evil instincts have been utilized, have committed evil nevertheless and must be punished. Thus, it is, for example, that an ungrateful child is a punishment or trial for the parents who bear it, because they themselves have perhaps been bad children and now must suffer the penalty of talion. However, the child is blameworthy nonetheless and must be punished in turn in the persons of his or her own children or in some other way. 17. If your hand is a cause for scandal, cut it off. This is a powerful image which would be absurd if taken literally, and which simply means that one must destroy within oneself all cause of scandal, that is, of evil. One must uproot from one's heart every impure sentiment and every immoral tendency. It also means that it would be more praiseworthy to have one's hand cut off than for that hand to have been an instrument for an evil act, to be deprived of one's sight than one's eyes having been an avenue for evil thoughts. Jesus never said anything absurd to those who could understand the allegorical and deeper meanings of his words. However, many things cannot be understood without the key that Spiritism provides. The Spiritism's teachings. Let the children come to me. 18. Christ said, "Let the children come to me." Profound in their simplicity, these words do not imply the mere calling of children, but of the souls that gravitate in the lower regions, where misfortune knows no hope. Jesus called unto him the intellectual infancy of the full-grown person, the weak, the enslaved, and the wicked. He could not teach anything to physical infancy, which is subject to matter and the yoke of instinct, and does not yet belong to the higher order of reason and will, which is exercised around them and for their benefit. Jesus wanted people to come to him with the trust of those little beings of wavering steps. His calling to them would win the hearts of women who are all mothers. Thus he could submit souls to his tender and mysterious authority. He was the flame that shone in the darkness, the morning light that awakens the dawn. He was the initiator of Spiritism, which in turn must call to itself not little children, but mature individuals of good will. A vigorous process has begun. It is no longer a question of believing instinctively and obeying mechanically. It is necessary for humans to follow the intelligent law that reveals in universality. Dearly beloved, the time has come in which errors, once explained, will become truths. We will teach you the precise meaning of the parables and will show you the strong correlation linking was with what is. Truly I say to you, spirit manifestations are increasing on the horizon, and Spiritism is the messenger that will shine like the sun on the mountaintops. John the Evangelist, Paris, 1863. 19. Let the little children come to me, for I have the milk that strengthens the weak. Let all come to me who are fearful and feeble and in need of support and consolation. Let the unlearned come to me so that I may enlighten them. Let all those who suffer come to me, the multitudes of the afflicted and unfortunate. I will teach them about the great remedy that softens the ills of life, and I will give them the secret of healing for their wounds. My friends, what is this supreme balm possessing virtue par excellence, this balm that may be applied to all the wounds of the heart to heal them? It is love, it is charity. If you possess this divine fire, what will you fear? Every moment of your life you will say, "My Father, may your will be done and not mine. If it pleases you to try me through pain and tribulation, may you be blessed, for it is for my own good, and I know that it is in your hand that is weighing on me. O Lord, if it pleases you to have mercy on your weak creature, if you give my heart permissible joys, may you be more blessed, but do not allow your divine love to sleep in my soul. May I unceasingly lift up to your feet the voice of my thanksgiving. If you have love, you have everything there is to be desired on the earth. You possess the most excellent pearl that neither circumstances nor the evils of those who hate and persecute you will be able to take away. If you have love, you will put your treasure where worms and rust cannot reach it, and you will see everything that might stain its purity erased from your soul. You will feel the weight of matter grow lighter day by day, and like a bird soaring in the sky with no memory of earth, you will ascend without ceasing. You will ascend forever until your exhilarated soul satiates itself with life in the bosom of the Lord. A Protector Spirit, Bordeaux, 1861. Blessed are they whose eyes are closed. 20. My good friends, why have you called me? Is it so that I might place my hands upon this poor sufferer here and heal her? Ah, such suffering, good God! She has lost her sight, and darkness has come upon her. Poor child, may she pray and hope. I do not know how to perform miracles apart from the will of the good God. All the healings I was able to receive and which were pointed out to you may be attributed only to the one who is our Father in everything. In your afflictions, therefore, always look to heaven and say from the bottom of your heart, My Father, heal me, but may my infirm soul be healed before the infirmities of my body. May my flesh be chastised if need be, so that my soul may ascend to you with the whiteness it had when you created it. After this prayer, my good friends, which the good God will always hear, strength and courage will be given to you, and perhaps also the healing that you have only timidly asked for as recompense for your self-denial. Nevertheless, since I am here in a gathering that deals with study more than anything else, I will tell you that those who have been deprived of their sight should regard themselves as the blessed ones of expiation. Remember that Christ said it better to pluck out your eye if it is evil, and that it would be better if it were cast into the fire than be the cause of your perdition. Alas! How many there are on your earth who someday in the darkness will curse having seen the light. Oh, yes, how happy are they who in expiation have been struck in their sight. Their eyes will not be a cause for scandal or downfall. They can fully live the life of the soul. They can see more than you who see clearly. Whenever God allows me to open the eyes of any of these poor sufferers and restore their sight, I say to myself, Dear soul, why do you not know about the delights of the Spirit that lives in contemplation and love? You would not be asking to see images that are less pure and less sweet than those that have been given to you to behold in your blindness. Oh yes, blessed are the blind who want to live with God. They are happier than you who are here, for they feel happiness, they touch it, they see souls, and can soar with them in spirit realms that the predestined of your earth do not see. The open eye is always ready to cause the soul to fail. The shut eye, on the other hand, is always ready to enable it to reach God. Believe me well, my good and dear friends, blindness of the eyes is often the true light of the heart, while sight is frequently the dark angel that leads to death. And now a few words for you, my poor suffering woman. Wait and be of good cheer. If I were to tell you, my daughter, your eyes shall be opened, how joyous you would be. But who knows if such joy would not lead to your loss? Trust in the good God who bestows happiness and allows sadness. I shall do everything for you that is allowed, but you in turn must pray and especially meditate on everything I have just said. Before I leave, may all you gathered here receive my blessing. Vianney, priest of Ars, Paris, 1863. 21. Comment. Whenever an affliction is not the result of acts of the previous life, one must search for their cause in a previous one. Whatever is called a whim of chance is no more than the effect of God's justice. God does not inflict arbitrary punishment. God always wills for a correlation to exist between the wrong and the punishment. If in the divine goodness God has cast a veil over our past acts, God nevertheless points the way to us by saying, Whoever is killed with the sword shall perish by the sword, words that may be translated as, the punishment is always according to the sin. Therefore, if someone suffers the torment of the loss of sight, it is because sight was for him or her a cause of downfall. Also, it could be that the person who was the cause of the loss of someone else's sight, perhaps someone had become blind as a result of excess work having been imposed or as a result of mistreatment, lack of care, etc., and now the person is suffering the penalty of talion. The person, him or herself, could have chosen such expiation, applying those words of Jesus personally, if your eye is a cause for scandal, pluck it out. The Gospel according to Spiritism, Chapter 9. Blessed are the meek and peace-loving. Insults and violence. The Spirit's teachings. Affability and meekness. Patience. Obedience and resignation. Anger. Insults and violence. 1. Blessed are the meek, for they shall possess the earth. Matthew 5:4. 2. Blessed are the peace-loving, for they shall be called children of God. Matthew 5:9. 3. You have learned what was said to the ancients, you shall not kill, and whoever kills shall deserve being condemned in judgment. But I say to you that whoever shows anger against his brother shall deserve being condemned to judgment. Whoever says to his brother, Raca, shall deserve to be condemned by the council, and whoever says to him, you fool, shall deserve being condemned to the fire of hell. Matthew 5:21 and 22. 4. By these maxims, Jesus makes meekness, moderation, docility, affability, and patience a law. Consequently, he condemns violence, anger, and even any discourteous expression regarding another person. Raca to the Hebrews was a term of scorn that meant a worthless person, and it was said while spitting and turning one's head to the side. Jesus goes even further, since he threatens with the fire of hell anyone who says to another person, you fool. It is obvious that here, as in every circumstance, the intent either increases or attenuates the wrong, but how can a simple word have enough gravity to deserve such a severe reproach? It is because every offensive word expresses a sentiment contrary to the law of love and charity, which should regulate human relations and maintain harmony and unity in them. Because such a word is an insult to mutual benevolence and fraternity, because it encourages hatred and animosity. Finally, because after humility toward God, charity towards one's neighbor is the first law for every Christian. 5. What did Jesus mean by these words, blessed are the meek, for they shall possess the earth? He who stated that one should renounce the things of this world and promise those of heaven. While waiting for the things of heaven, humans have need of the things of the earth in order to live. He only advises them not to attach more importance to the latter than to the former. By these words, Jesus means that up until now, the things of this earth have been monopolized by aggressive persons to the harm of those who are meek and peace-loving, that the latter often lack the necessities, while the former have the superfluous. He promises that justice will be rendered to the meek and peace-loving on earth as in heaven, for they shall be called children of God. When the law of love and charity is finally the law of humankind, there will be no more selfishness. The weak and peace-loving will no longer be exploited or crushed by the strong and aggressive. Such will be the state of the earth when, according to the law of progress and the promise of Jesus, it becomes a blessed world through the expulsion of evil individuals. The Spirit's teachings, affability and meekness. 6. Benevolence toward one's fellow beings, the fruit of love toward one's neighbor, produces the affability and meekness that are its manifestation. However, one must not always trust in appearances. Good manners and worldly skill can leave the veneer of such qualities. How many there are who feign good nature is no more than an outward mask, a garment whose premeditated form covers up hidden deformities. This world is full of such individuals who have a smile on their lips and venom in their hearts, who are meek as long as nothing angers them, but who bite back at the least contrariety, whose silver tongue when they speak to your face changes into a poisoned arrow when they speak behind your back. To this class belong also the men and women who seem benign on the outside, but who are really domestic tyrants, making their families and subordinates suffer the weight of their pride and despotism, as though wanting to get even for the restraints imposed on them elsewhere. Not daring to use their authority on strangers who would put them in their place, they want to at least be feared by those who cannot resist them. Their vanity rejoices at being able to say, "Here I command and am obeyed," without thinking that they could very well add, "and I am detested." It is not enough for lips to flow with milk and honey, because if the heart does not do the same, it is hypocrisy. Those whose affability and meekness are not feigned never belie themselves. They are the same both in the world and at home. Furthermore, it is said that even if we are able to fool others by appearances, we do not fool God. Lazare, Paris, 1861. Patience. 7. Pain is a blessing that God sends upon the elect. Therefore, do not become troubled when you suffer. Instead, bless Almighty God, who through the pain of this world has marched you out for glory in heaven. Be patient. Patience, too, is a form of charity, and you must practice the law of charity taught by Christ, the envoy of God. The charity that consists in giving alms to the poor is the easiest of all charities. There is another kind, however, that is much more burdensome and consequently more meritorious, forgiving those whom God has placed on our path to be instruments of our suffering and to put our patience to the test. Life is difficult, I know. It is composed of 1,000 nothings, which are pinpricks that end up hurting us, but we must consider the duties imposed on us, the consolations and compensations we receive in return, and then we will see that the blessings are more numerous than the sorrows. The burden seems less heavy when we look to heaven than when our brow is bent toward the ground. Courage, my friends. Christ is your model. He suffered more than any of you and had nothing for which to reproach himself, whereas you have your past to expiate and to strengthen you for the future. So be patient, be Christian. This word sums up everything. A Spirit Friend, Havre, 1862. Obedience and resignation. 8. At all points, Jesus' doctrine teaches obedience and resignation, two very active companion virtues of meekness, although people erroneously confuse them with the negation of sentiment and will. Obedience is the consent of reason. Resignation is the consent of the heart. Both are active forces because they carry the burden of the trials that insensate rebellion lets drop. The coward cannot be resigned, just as the proud and selfish person cannot be obedient. Jesus was the incarnation of these virtues, scorned by materialistic antiquity. He came at a time in which Roman society was perishing in the bankruptcy of corruption. He came to make the triumphs of sacrifice and renunciation of the flesh shine in the bosom of downcast humankind. Every generation is thus marked with the stamp of either virtue or vice, which must either save or ruin it. The virtue of your generation is intellectual activity. Its vice is moral indifference. I say activity only, for a genius might suddenly arise and single-handedly discover horizons that the multitudes will see only later, whereas activity is the combining of everyone's efforts to reach a less grandiose goal, but which nevertheless tests the intellectual advancement of that generation. Submit yourselves to the thrust we have come to give your spirits. Obey the great law of progress, which is the catchphrase of your generation. Woe to lazy spirits, those who close off their understanding. Woe to them, for we who are the guides of humankind on the march will apply the whip to compel their rebellious wills through the twofold effort of break and spur. All prideful resistance will yield sooner or later, but blessed are they who are meek, for they will lend a willing ear to our teachings. Lazare, Paris, 1863. Anger. 9. Pride leads you to deem yourselves to be more than you really are. You cannot endure any comparison that might belittle you. On the contrary, pride makes you consider yourself to be so far above your brothers and sisters, whether in spirit, social position, or personal advantage, that the least parallel irritates and hurts you. And then what happens? You give in to anger. Seek the origin of these outbursts of temporary insanity that make you resemble brutes, causing you to lose your poise and your reason. Seek, and you will find that they are almost always based on wounded pride. Is it not wounded pride at being contradicted that makes you reject wise remarks and makes you angrily reject the wisest counsels? Even impatience, which often causes puerile annoyances, is connected to the importance that one attributes to one's person, before which one thinks everyone else should bow down. In their frenzy, angry persons attack everything, from brute nature to inanimate objects, which they crush because they do not obey. Ah, If at such moments they could serenely see themselves, they would either be afraid of themselves or they would discover that they look ridiculous. Let them thereby deduce the impression they must have on others. Even if it were for nothing else but self-respect, they should make an effort to overcome a propensity that makes them an object of pity. If persons would realize that anger does not solve anything, that it affects their health and compromises their life, they would see that they themselves are its primary victim. However, another consideration should especially restrain them: the thought that they make everyone around them unhappy. If they have a heart, should they not regret making those whom they love most to suffer? What a deadly grief it would be if in a hot-headed outburst they committed an act that they would deplore for the rest of their lives. In sum, anger does not exclude certain qualities of the heart, but it keeps one from practicing much good and can lead to practicing much evil. This fact should be enough to motivate efforts to control it. Moreover, Spiritists are encouraged for another reason. Anger is contrary to charity and Christian humility. A Protector Spirit, Bordeaux, 1863. 10. According to the very wrong idea that one cannot reform one's own nature, humans think they are to be excused from putting forth the effort to correct their defects, in which they deliberately delight or which would require too much perseverance to amend. It is thus, for example, that individuals inclined toward anger nearly always blame it on their temperament. Before regarding themselves as blameworthy, they blame their faults on their body, thus accusing God for their misdeeds. This is a further consequence of the pride that may be found mixed in with all their imperfections. Of course, there are temperaments that lend themselves more than others to violence, just as there are more flexible muscles that lend themselves better to acts of strength. Nonetheless, do not believe that the primary cause of anger is to be found there. Rather, be convinced that a peace-loving spirit, even in an ill-tempered body, will always be peace-loving, whereas a violent spirit in a lymphatic body will not thereby be meeker. Instead, the violence will only take on a different character. By not having a suitable organism to second its violence, anger will be more concentrated, whereas in the former instance, it will be more expansive. Thus, the body does not cause anger in persons who do not already have it, just as it does not cause the other vices. All virtues and all vices are inherent to the spirit, otherwise where would the merit and responsibility be? A physically handicapped person cannot make him or herself whole because his or her spirit has nothing to do with it, but this person can change what is of the spirit if he or she has a firm will. My fellow Spiritists, does experience not show you how far the power of the will can go in the light of the truly miraculous transformation that you see happening? So tell yourselves that humans do not remain vice-prone unless they want to remain vice-prone. Those who want to correct themselves always can. Otherwise, there would be no law of progress for human beings. Hahnemann, Paris, 1863. The Gospel according to Spiritism, Chapter 10. Blessed are the merciful. Forgive so that God will forgive you. Reconciliation with one's adversaries. The sacrifice most pleasing to God. The speck and the plank in one's eye. Do not judge so that you yourself might not be judged. Let him who is without sin cast the first stone. The Spirit's teachings. Forgiveness of offenses. Indulgence. Forgive so that God will forgive you. 1. Blessed are the merciful, for they themselves shall receive mercy. Matthew 5:7. 2. If you forgive others for the wrongs they have committed against you, your heavenly Father will forgive your sins also. But if you do not forgive others when they have offended you, your heavenly Father will not forgive your sins either. Matthew 6:14 and 15. 3. If your brother has sinned against you, go to him and make his wrong known in private between you and him. If he listens to you, you will have gained a brother. Then Peter approached him and said, Lord, how many times shall I forgive my brother when he has sinned against me? Up to 7 times, Jesus answered him. I do not tell you up to 7 times, but up to 70 times 7 times. Matthew 18:15, 21, and 22. 4. Mercy is the complement of meekness, because whoever is not merciful cannot be meek and peaceable. Mercy consists in forgetting and forgiving offenses. Hatred and rancor denote a soul that is neither advanced nor great. Forgetting offenses is proper to the advanced soul, which is above the insults that might be directed at it. One is always anxious, darkly suspicious, and full of vile. The other is calm, full of gentleness and charity. Woe to those who say, "I will never forgive," because if they are not condemned by other human beings, they certainly will be by God. By what right will they beg forgiveness for their wrongs if they themselves do not forgive the wrongs of others? When Jesus says to forgive others not 7 times but 70 times 7, he teaches us that mercy should have no limits. However, there are 2 quite different ways of forgiving. One is great, noble, truly generous, without ulterior motives, delicately sparing the self-esteem and susceptibility of one's opponent, even when he or she is completely to blame. And the second, by which the offended person, or the one who thinks he or she has been offended, imposes humiliating conditions on the other person and makes him or her feel the weight of a forgiveness that angers instead of pacifies. If this person offers his or her hand, it is not done benevolently, but ostentatiously, in order to be able to tell the whole world, "See how generous I am." In such circumstances, it is impossible for there to be a sincere reconciliation for either one. No, in this there is no generosity, but a way of satisfying pride. In every dispute, the one who shows that he or she is more conciliatory, who demonstrates more disinterestedness, charity, and true greatness of soul, will always win the sympathy of impartial individuals. Reconciliation with one's adversaries. 5. Be reconciled as quickly as possible with your adversary while you are with him on the way, so that he does not hand you over to the judge, and so that the judge does not hand you over to the minister of justice, so that you may not be imprisoned. Verily, I say to you that you will not leave there as you have not paid the last farthing. Matthew 5:25 and 26. 6. In the practice of forgiveness and the good in general, there is more than a moral effect, there is also a physical effect. We know that death does not free us from our enemies. In their hatred, vengeful spirits often pursue beyond the grave those against whom they harbor rancor. Thus the proverb that states, "The beast dead, the venom is dead," is erroneous when applied to human beings. An evil spirit awaits the one against whom it wishes evil to be imprisoned in the body, and left free in order to more easily torment it, striking it in its interest or dearest affections. In this fact, one can see the cause of most cases of obsession, especially those that display a certain gravity, such as subjugation and possession. Obsessed and possessed persons are therefore almost always victims of a prior revenge, which they probably caused by their conduct. God allows this in order to punish them for the evil they committed, or if they did not commit it, then for having lacked indulgence and charity by refusing to forgive. Consequently, from the point of view of one's future peace of mind, it is important to repair as quickly as possible the wrongs one has committed against one's neighbor, and to forgive one's enemies in order to eliminate before death all motives of dissension and all causes based on ulterior animosity. One may make of an obstinate enemy in this world a friend in the other, or at least put oneself on the side of the good, and God will not allow the one who is forgiven to be the target of vengeance. When Jesus recommends being reconciled as quickly as possible with one's adversary, it is not only with a view to mitigating discords in the course of one's current existence, but rather to keep them from continuing in future ones. You will not leave there, he says, as long as you have not paid the last farthing, meaning as long as you have not completely satisfied God's justice. The sacrifice most pleasing to God. 7. If therefore, when you present your offering on the altar, you remember that your brother has something against you, leave your gift at the foot of the altar, and go first to be reconciled with your brother, and afterward return to offer your gift. Matthew 5:23 and 24. 8. When Jesus said, "Go first to be reconciled with your brother before presenting your offering at the altar," he is teaching that the sacrifice most pleasing to the Lord is the sacrificing of one's resentment, that before presenting oneself to God in order to be forgiven, it is necessary to have forgiven, and that if a wrong has been committed against any brother or sister, it is necessary to have repaired it. Only then will the offering be pleasing, because it will come from a heart purified of every evil thought. Jesus materializes this precept because the Jews were used to offering material sacrifices. He had to adapt his words to their customs. Christians do not offer material gifts, they offer a spiritualized sacrifice, but the precept thereby takes on an even greater import. They offer their soul to God, and that soul must be purified. Entering the temple of the Lord, they must leave behind every sentiment of hatred and animosity, and every evil thought against their brother or sister. Only then will their prayer be taken by the angels to the feet of the Eternal One. This is what Jesus is teaching by these words: leave your offering at the foot of the altar, and go first to be reconciled with your brother or sister if you want to be pleasing to the Lord. The speck and the plank in one's eye. 9. How is it that you see a speck in your brother's eye, but you do not see the plank in your own? Or how is it that you say to your brother, "Let me take a speck out of your eye," while you have a plank in yours? You hypocrites, first take the plank out of your own eye, and then you will be able to take the speck out of your brother's eye. Matthew 7:3-5. 10. One of humankind's defects consists in seeing someone else's evil before seeing the evil that is within ourselves. In order to judge oneself, it would be necessary to see oneself in a mirror, stepping outside of oneself somehow and regarding oneself as another person, asking, "What would I think if I saw someone else doing what I am doing?" Most assuredly, it is pride that leads people to disguise their own defects, both moral and physical. This fault is essentially contrary to charity, because true charity is modest, simple, and non-judgmental. Prideful charity is nonsense, since these two sentiments neutralize each other. In fact, how can certain people who are vain enough to believe in their own self-importance and the supremacy of their own qualities possess at the same time enough self-denial to point out in someone else the good that might eclipse their own instead of the evil that might make them stand out? If pride is the father of many vices, it is also the denial of many virtues. Pride may be found to be the basis and the motive for nearly all actions. That is why Jesus devoted himself to fighting it as the main obstacle to progress. Do not judge so that you yourself might not be judged. Let him who is without sin cast the first stone. 11. Do not judge so that you yourself might not be judged, for you will be judged according to your having judged others, and the same measure will be used on you that you have used on them. Matthew 7:1-2. 12. Then the scribes and Pharisees brought him a woman who had been caught in adultery, and stood her in the midst of the people, saying to Jesus, "Master, this woman has just been caught in adultery. Now the law of Moses orders us to stone adulterers. What then is your opinion on the matter?" They said this to test him in order to have a reason to accuse him. However, Jesus kneeled down and began writing on the ground with his finger. When they continued to question him, he stood up and said to them, "Let him among you who is without sin cast the first stone at her." Then he kneeled again and continued writing on the ground. But hearing him speak in such a way, they began to leave one by one, the older ones first. Thus Jesus remained alone with the woman who was in the middle of the square. Then Jesus stood up and said to her, "Woman, where are your accusers? Have not any of them condemned you?" She said to him, "No, Lord." Jesus responded to her, "Neither will I condemn you. Go, and in the future sin no more." John 8:3-11. 13. Let him among you who is without sin cast the first stone at her, said Jesus. This maxim makes indulgence a duty, for there is no one who does not need indulgence in return. Indulgence teaches us that we must not judge others more severely than we would judge ourselves, or condemn others for what we absolve in ourselves. Before blaming someone else's wrong, let us see if the same reproof might not fall upon us. Blame cast at another's conduct can have two motives: to reprimand evil or to discredit the person whose acts are being criticized. The latter motive is never excusable because it is defamatory and malicious. The former may be praiseworthy and even become a duty in certain cases, since some good might result from it, and since without it, evil would never be restricted in society. Moreover, is it not one's duty to help with the progress of one's fellow humans? Thus, it would not be right to take the principle, do not judge if you do not want to be judged in the absolute sense, because the letter kills, but the spirit enlivens. Jesus could not have prohibited the condemnation of what is evil, since he himself did so, and in no uncertain terms. What he meant was that the authority to condemn is the result of the moral authority of the one who does the condemning. To be guilty of what one condemns in someone else is to belie such authority. Moreover, it removes the right to restrain. Furthermore, one's inner awareness denies any respect for and any voluntary submission to those who, vested with any kind of power, violate the laws and principles they are in charge of enforcing. There is no legitimate authority in God's eyes except that which is founded on the example of the good it does. This too is what the words of Jesus emphasize. The Spirit's teachings. Forgiveness of offenses. 14. How many times should I forgive my brother or sister? Not 7 times, but 70 times 7. This is one of Jesus' teachings that should strike your mind the hardest and speak to your heart the loudest. Compare these words of mercies with the prayer so simple, so concise, and so great in its aspirations, which Jesus gave to his disciples, and you will discover the same thought. Jesus, righteousness par excellence, responds to Peter, you shall forgive without limit. You shall forgive every offense as many times as it is committed against you. You shall teach your brothers and sisters that forgetfulness of self, which makes them invulnerable to attack, evil behavior, and insult. You shall be meek and humble of heart without ever measuring your kindness. In short, you shall do for others what you would want your heavenly Father to do for you. Has he not forgiven you often? Does he count the number of times his forgiveness has descended to wipe away your wrongs? So listen to Jesus' answer, and like Peter, apply it to yourselves. Forgive, be indulgent, charitable, generous, even lavish with your love. Give because the Lord will repay you. Forgive because the Lord will forgive you. Abase yourselves because the Lord will lift you up. Humble yourselves because the Lord will sit you at his right hand. Dearly beloved, go study and comment on these words I am addressing to you on behalf of the one who, from the heights of the heavenly splendors, always watches over you and continues with love the ungrateful task that he began 18 centuries ago. Therefore, forgive your brothers and sisters as you yourselves have need of being forgiven. If their actions do you personal harm, it is one more reason for you to be indulgent, for the merit of forgiveness is proportional to the seriousness of the evil. There will be no merit in forgiving the errors of your brothers and sisters if they have done only little harm. O Spiritists, never forget that in words as well as in actions, forgiveness of wrongs must not be an empty expression. If you say you are Spiritists, then be so. Forget the evil that has been done to you and think of one thing only, the good you can do. Those who enter upon this path must not wander from it, even in thought, because they are responsible for their thoughts known by God. Therefore, empty your thoughts of any sentiment of rancor. God knows what lies at the bottom of each one's heart. So happy are they who can go to sleep every night, saying, I have nothing against my neighbor. Simeon, Bordeaux, 1862. 15. Forgiving one's enemies is to ask forgiveness for oneself. Forgiving one's friends is to give them proof of friendship. Forgiving offenses is to show that one has become better. Therefore, my friends, forgive so that God may forgive you. For if you are hard, demanding, and inflexible, if you are severe toward even a minor offense, how can you expect God to forget that every day you are in even greater need of indulgence? Oh, woe to those who say, I shall never forgive, because they speak their own condemnation. Moreover, who knows if looking deep down inside you might not discover that you yourself were the aggressor? Who knows if in the fight that begins as a pinprick and ends up as a rupture, you did not throw the first punch. If an offensive word did not escape you, if you used all the moderation necessary, of course your adversary erred in demonstrating excessive susceptibility, but that is a reason for you to be indulgent so that you do not deserve the reproach directed at you. Let us assume that you truly were offended in a particular instance. Who would say that you have not poisoned the matter with reprisal, and that you have not let what could have been easily forgotten degenerate into a serious quarrel? If it depended on you to prevent the outcome, but you did not, you are blameworthy. Finally, let us assume that you have absolutely nothing to be blamed for. In that case, you will have even greater merit if you show clemency. However, there are two quite different manners of forgiving. There is forgiveness from the lips and forgiveness from the heart. Many say to their adversaries, "I forgive you," while inwardly they feel a secret pleasure when ills befall them, and they tell themselves that they got only what they deserved. How many say, "I forgive," and then add, "but I'll never reconcile. I never want to see that person again for the rest of my life." Is that forgiveness according to the gospel? No. True forgiveness, Christian forgiveness, is the kind that casts a veil over the past. It is the only kind that will be credited to you, for God is not satisfied with appearances. God probes the depths of the heart and the most secret thoughts. No one deceives him with words and futile facades. The complete and absolute forgetting of offenses is proper of great souls. Rancor is always a sign of low-mindedness and inferiority. Do not forget that true forgiveness is recognized by actions much more than by words. Paul, Apostle, Leon, 1861. Indulgence, 16. Spiritists, today we would like to speak to you about indulgence, that sentiment so sweet, so fraternal, that all people should have for their brothers and sisters, but which few put to good use. Indulgence does not see the defects of others, or if it does, it avoids talking about them or publicizing them. On the contrary, it hides them so they do not become known, and if malevolence uncovers them, indulgence always has an excuse to mitigate them. That is, a plausible and genuine excuse, and not one of those that has the appearance of mitigating the wrong, but actually emphasizes it with clever perfidy. Indulgence is never concerned with the wrongs of others unless it can be of assistance, and furthermore, it takes care to mitigate them as much as possible. It does not make shocking remarks, nor does it have reproach on its lips. It counsels only and usually in a quiet manner. Whenever you criticize, what conclusion should one derive from your words? That you who reproach do not practice what you condemn, and that you are more worthy than the guilty party? O people, when will you judge your own hearts, your own thoughts, your own actions, without concerning yourselves with what your brothers and sisters do? When will you look upon yourselves with your stern eyes? Therefore be stern toward yourselves and indulgent toward others. Remember God, who judges in the last instant, who sees the secret thoughts of each heart, and who consequently frequently forgives the wrongs that you condemn, or condemns those that you excuse, for he knows the motives for every action. And bear in mind that you who proclaim loudly anathema might perhaps have committed even more serious wrongs. Be indulgent, my friends, because indulgence appeals, calms, and uplifts, whereas sternness discourages, keeps away, and angers. Joseph, a Protector Spirit, Bordeaux, 1863. 17. Be indulgent toward the wrongs of others, whatever they might be. Do not judge with severity except where your own actions are concerned. The Lord will show indulgence toward you to the degree that you have shown indulgence towards others. Uphold the strong, encourage them to persevere. Strengthen the weak by showing them the goodness of God, who takes the least repentance into consideration. Show to all the angel of repentance, stretching out its white wings over human wrongs and veiling them from the eyes of the one who cannot look upon it impure. Understand the infinite mercy of your Father, and never forget to say to him, through your thoughts and especially through your actions, forgive our offenses as we forgive those who have offended us. Understand well the value of these sublime words. Not only is their literal meaning praiseworthy, but also the teaching they contain. What are you asking of the Lord when you ask him to forgive you? Are you asking him only to forget your offenses? Forgetting them will leave you with nothing, for if God were to limit himself to forgetting your wrongs, he would not punish you, but neither would he reward you. Reward cannot be payment for the good that is not done, much less for the evil that has been done, even if the evil has been forgotten. By asking God to forgive your transgressions, you are asking him the favor of his grace, that you may not fall into them again, and for the strength needed to enter upon a new pathway, a way of submission and love upon which you can add reparation to repentance. Whenever you forgive your brothers and sisters, do not content yourselves with casting the veil of forgetfulness over their wrongs. That veil is frequently very transparent to your eyes. Bring them love at the same time as forgiveness. Do for them what you would ask your Heavenly Father to do for you. Replace the anger that defiles with the love that purifies. Preach by example the active and exhaustible charity that Jesus has taught you. Preach charity just as he himself did while he lived upon the earth in full view of corporeal eyes, and just as he has continued to do, even though he is no longer visible except to the eyes of the Spirit. Follow his divine model, walk in his footsteps. They will lead you to the place of refuge when you will find repose after struggle. Like him, beat all your crosses and thoughtfully but courageously mount your Calvary. On its top is glorification. Jean, Bishop of Bordeaux, 1862. 18. Dear friends, be strict with yourselves, but indulgent toward the weakness of others. Doing so is a further practice of holy charity that few observe. All of you have evil tendencies to overcome, defects to correct, and habits to change. All of you have a burden that is heavier or less heavy, but which you must get rid of in order to scale the peak of the mountain of progress. Then why are you so all-seeing toward your neighbor, yet so blind regarding yourselves? When will you stop noticing the speck in your brother or sister's eye, while not noticing the plank that blinds you and causes you to go from downfall to downfall? Believe in your friends, the spirits. All men and women, proud enough to deem themselves superior in virtue and merit to their incarnate brothers and sisters, are foolish and at fault, and God will punish them on the day of his justice. The true character of charity is modesty and humility, which consists in seeing the defects of others only on the surface, and in taking an interest in valuing whatever is good and virtuous in them. For if the human heart is an abyss of corruption, there is always in a few of its hidden-most corners the seed of a few good sentiments and a live spark of spiritual essence. O Spiritism, consoling and blessed doctrine, happy are they who know you and take advantage of the salutary teachings of the spirits of the Lord. The way is illuminated for them, and throughout their entire journey they can read these words that point to the means for them to reach the end: practical charity, charity of the heart, charity towards one's neighbors and toward oneself. In other words, charity toward all, and love for God above all things, because love for God summarizes all duties, and it is impossible to love him truly without practicing charity, which he made into a law for all his creatures. Dufetry, Bishop of Nevers, Bordeaux. 19. Since no one is perfect, does it follow that no one has the right to reprehend one's neighbor? Of course not, since each of you must labor for the progress of all, especially those whose tutelage has been entrusted to you. But you must reprehend others with moderation, with a useful purpose, and not as is usually done, for the pleasure of denigrating them. In this latter instance, criticism is wickedness; in the former, it is a duty, which charity commands to be achieved with all the care possible. Moreover, the criticism one casts at others must at the same time be directed at oneself, asking if one does not deserve it more. St. Louis, Paris, 1860. 20. Would it be reprehensible to observe others' imperfections when it does not result in a benefit for them, and when one does not divulge them? Everything depends on the intent. Of course, no one is forbidden from seeing evil where there is evil, Furthermore, it would be unsuitable to see only the good everywhere. Such an illusion would be harmful to progress. The error is in making the observation to the detriment of one's neighbor, unnecessarily discrediting him or her committing a public eye. It would also be reprehensible to make such an observation only to take pleasure in a sentiment of malice and for the satisfaction of catching others committing a wrong. The opposite applies when casting a veil over evil to hide it from the public. We limit ourselves to observing it for our own evolution, that is, to study it in order to avoid what we censor in others. Furthermore, is not this observation useful to the moralist? How could the moralist paint the defects of humankind without studying the models? St. Louis, Paris, 1860. 21. Are there cases in which it is useful to disclose someone else's evil? This question is very delicate, and it is here that one must appeal to charity rightly understood. If a person's imperfections are harmful to that person alone, it would never be useful to disclose them. However, if they might cause harm to others, it is preferable to take into account the interests of the majority against the interests of only one. Depending on the circumstances, unmasking hypocrisy and falsehood may comprise an obligation, because it is better for one person to fall than for several to become his or her victims. In such a case, one must weigh the sum of the advantages and disadvantages. St. Louis, Paris, 1860. The Gospel according to Spiritism, Chapter 11. Loving one's neighbor as oneself, the greatest commandment, render unto Caesar what is Caesar's, the Spirit's teachings, the law of love, selfishness, faith and charity, charity toward criminals. Should one risk one's own life for a criminal? The greatest commandment. 1. The Pharisees, having learned that he had silenced the Sadducees, gathered together, and one of them, a doctor of the law, came to him to ask him this question in order to test him. Master, which is the greatest commandment of the law? Jesus answered him, You shall love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, and with all your mind. This is the greatest and first commandment, and this is the second, which is similar to it. You shall love your neighbor as yourself. All the law and the prophets are contained in these two commandments. Matthew 22:34 through 40. 2. Do unto men everything you would want them to do unto you, for such is the law and the prophets. Matthew 7:12. Treat all men just as you would want them to treat you. Luke 6:31. 3. The kingdom of heaven is like a king who wanted to settle accounts with his servants, and having begun to do so, one who owed him 10,000 talents was presented to him. But since he did not have the means to repay them, his master ordered him, his wife, his children, and everything he owned to be sold in order to satisfy the debt. The servant, throwing himself at his feet, begged him, saying, Lord, have a little patience, and I will repay you the full sum. Then the servant's master, touched with compassion, allowed him to go and forgave his debt. However, having barely left, the servant met one of his fellow servants who owed him 100 denarii, took him by the throat, and nearly strangling him, said to him, Pay me what you owe. His fellow servant threw himself at his feet and begged him, saying, Have a little patience, and I will repay you the full sum. But the other did not want to listen to him, and upon leaving, had him put in prison, to be kept there until he paid him what he owed. When his other fellow servants saw what had happened, they were extremely upset and informed their master about everything that had occurred. Then the master had the first servant brought to him and said, You evil servant, I exempted you from all that you owed me because you begged me. Thus should you not have also had mercy on your fellow servant, just as I had mercy on you? And the master, enraged, handed him over to the jailers until he paid everything he owed. It is thus that my Father who is in heaven will treat you if from the bottom of your heart you do not forgive your brother for the wrongs he has committed against you. Matthew 18:23 through 35. 4. Loving one's neighbor as oneself, doing unto others what we would want them to do unto us, is the most complete expression of charity there is, because it sums up all our duties toward our neighbor. One could not have a surer guide in this respect than the commandment that one should do unto others what one desires for oneself. By what right would one demand from one's fellow beings better behavior, more indulgence, benevolence, and dedication than what one shows toward them? The practice of these two maxims leads to the destruction of selfishness. When humans take them as a rule for their conduct and as a foundation for their institutions, they will understand true fraternity and will ensure that peace and justice reign among them. There will be neither hatred nor dissension, but only unity, harmony, and mutual benevolence. Render unto Caesar what is Caesar's. 5. Then the Pharisees, having gone out, decided amongst themselves to ensnare him in his own words. Thus they sent to him their disciples with the Herodians to say to him, Master, we know that you are truthful, and that you teach the way of God through the truth, without regard for whomever one might be, because you do not take into consideration men's positions. So tell us your opinion on this. Is it permissible for us to pay taxes to Caesar or not? Jesus, however, knowing their malice, said to them, You hypocrites, why are you testing me? Show me the coin you used for the tax. And having presented him with a denarius, Jesus said to them, Whose image and inscription is this? Caesar's, they said to him. Then Jesus answered them, Then render unto Caesar what is Caesar's, and to God what is God's. Having heard him speak like this, they marveled at his response, and leaving him, they went away. Matthew 22:15 through 22, Mark 12:13 through 17. 6. The question posed to Jesus was motivated by the circumstance in which the Jews dreaded the tax imposed on them by the Romans, and thus they made it a religious issue. A large political party had been formed to repeal the tax. The payment of the tax was thus a current matter of outrage for them. Otherwise, the question they put to Jesus, is it permissible for us to pay taxes to Caesar or not, would not have made any sense. The question was a trap because, depending on his response, they hoped to incite either the Roman authorities or the Jewish dissidents against him. But Jesus, knowing their malice, eluded the problem and gave them a lesson in justice by telling them to pay to each what was owed. See the introduction section on publicans. 7. This maxim, render unto Caesar's what is Caesar's, should not be understood in a restrictive and absolute manner. Like all Jesus' teachings, it is a general principle summed up in a practical and usual form, and is deduced from a particular circumstance. This principle is a consequence of the one that suggests acting toward others as we would want them to act toward us. It condemns all physical or moral harm caused to others and any violation of their interests. It prescribes respect for others' rights, just as each one desires his or her own rights to be respected. It extends to the fulfillment of duties toward family, society, and authorities, as well as toward individuals. The Spirit's teachings. The law of love. 8. Love summarizes Jesus' doctrine in its entirety because it is the sentiment par excellence, and sentiments are instincts raised to the height of the degree of progress accomplished. At their origin, humans have only instincts. More advanced and corrupted, they have only sensations. More educated and purified, they have sentiments. The exquisite apex of sentiment is love, not love in the ordinary sense of the term, but that inner sun that condenses and joins at its ardent focal point all superhuman aspirations and revelations. The law of love replaces the personality with the union of all beings and extinguishes societal misery. Happy are they who, overcoming their human nature, love with a great love their brothers and sisters in suffering. Happy are they who love, for they know the anguish neither of the soul nor of the body. Their feet are light, and they live as though transported outside themselves. When Jesus spoke the divine word love, it made people tremble, and martyrs, filled with hope, descend into the arena. Spiritism, in turn, has come to speak a second word of the divine alphabet. Pay attention, for that word lifts the headstones from the empty graves, triumphing over death. Reincarnation reveals to astonished humans their intellectual heritage. This word no longer leads them to their deaths, but to the conquest of their own being, elevated and transfigured. Blood redeemed the spirit, and today the spirit must redeem humans from matter. I stated that at their origin, humans had only instincts. Therefore, those in whom the instincts dominate are closer to their starting point than to their goal. In order to advance toward the goal, they must overcome the instincts for the sake of the sentiments, that is, perfect the sentiments while dominating the latent seeds of matter. The instincts are the germination and the embryos of sentiment. They bring with them progress, just as the acorn contains the oak, and less advanced individuals are those who, ridding themselves little by little of their cocoon, remain enslaved to their instincts. The spirit must be cultivated like a field. All future wealth depends on today's labor, and much more besides earthly goods. Labor will bring you glorious elevation. It is then that, comprehending the law of love that unites all beings, you shall find in it the sweet joys of the soul, which are preludes to the joys of heaven. Lazare, Paris, 1862. 9. Love is the divine essence, and from beginning to end you possess in the depths of your soul the flame of that sacred fire. It is a fact that you have been able to prove over and over again. The vilest individual, the most abject, the most criminal, holds for another person or some object a living and ardent affection, impervious to anything that could diminish it, often reaching sublime proportions. I said for another person or some object, because amongst you there are individuals who spend the treasures of the abundant love in their hearts on animals, plants, and even physical objects. Misanthropes of sorts who complain about humankind in general and resist the natural inclinations of their soul as they search outside themselves for affection and sympathy. They reduce the law of love to the level of instinct, but no matter what they do, they will be unable to repress the living seed that God planted in their hearts at their creation. This seed develops and grows with morality and intelligence, and although restrained by selfishness, it is the source of the holy and kind virtues which generate sincere and lasting affections, which help you to travel the rugged and arid course of human existence. There are some to whom the trial of reincarnation is repugnant because it implies that others take part in the affectionate relationships of which they are jealous. Poor brothers and sisters, it is your affection that has made you selfish. Your love is confined to a closed circle of family and friends, and nobody else matters to you. Well, in order to practice the law of love as God intended it, you must progressively arrive at loving all your brothers and sisters indiscriminately. The task will be long and difficult, but it shall be accomplished. God wills it, and the law of love is the first and most important precept of your new doctrine, because it is what will someday kill selfishness under any form in which it may appear, for besides personal selfishness, there is also family, caste, and national selfishness. Jesus said, "Love your neighbor as yourselves." Now, what is the extent of one's neighbor? Family, sect, nation? No, it is the whole of humankind. On more highly of all worlds, it is the mutual love that harmonizes and guides the advanced spirits who inhabit them and your planet, destined for impending progress due to its social transformation, will see its inhabitants practice this sublime law, the reflection of the divinity. The effects of the law of love are the moral betterment of the human race and happiness during earthly life. The most rebellious and the meanest shall reform themselves when they see the benefits produced by practicing this. Do not do unto others what you would not want them to do unto you. On the contrary, do unto them all the good that is within your ability. Do not believe in the sterility and hardness of the human heart. In spite of itself, it yields to true love. Love is a magnet that it cannot resist, and contact with love enlivens and fertilizes the seeds of the virtue that lies latent within it. As a dwelling place of trial and exile, the earth will then be purified by that sacred fire, and will see the practice of charity, humility, patience, devotion, self-denial, resignation, and sacrifice, all virtues that are the offspring of love. So do not tire of hearing the words of John the Evangelist. You know that when infirmity and old age suspended the course of his preaching, he did nothing but repeat these sweet words: "My little children, love one another." Dear brothers and sisters, take advantage of these lessons. Their practice is difficult, but the soul will derive immense good from them. Believe me, put forth the sublime effort that I ask of you, love one another, and you will see earth very soon transformed and made into an Elysium where the souls of the righteous will go to enjoy repose. Fenelon, Bordeaux, 1861. 10. My dear co-disciples, the spirits present here tell you through my voice, love much so that you may be loved. This thought is so truthful that in it you will find everything that consoles and assuages the hardships of each day. Better still, by practicing this wise maxim, you will rise so far above matter that you will spiritualize yourselves before your earthly decease. Having developed within you the understanding of the future, Spiritist studies provide you with a certainty, your ascension toward God with all the promises that respond to your soul's aspirations. You must also uplift yourselves high enough to judge things without the constraints of matter and not condemn your neighbor before having directed your thought toward God. In the deepest sense of the word, to love means being loyal, honest, and conscientious in order to do unto others what you would want done unto you. It means searching around yourselves for the inner meaning of all the hardships that oppress your brothers and sisters so that you may bring them relief. It means regarding the great human family as one's own, for you will meet this family in a certain time on more advanced worlds, and the spirits who compose it are, like yourselves, children of God destined to evolve forever. That is why you must not refuse your brothers and sisters what God has freely given you, because you, on your part, will be very happy if your brothers and sisters give you what you need. Therefore, always offer a word of hope and support to all who suffer, so that you may be wholly loving and righteous. Believe that these wise words, love much so that you may be loved, will open the way for you. They are revolutionary and follow a steady and invariable course, but you have already gained much, you who are listening to me. You are infinitely better than you were 100 years ago. You have changed so much for your own good that you have accepted without complaint a multitude of new ideas concerning liberty and fraternity which you rejected before. And in another 100 years, you will easily accept ideas that as yet have not been able to enter your minds. Now that the Spiritist movement has taken such a big step, you can see how quickly the ideas of justice and renewal contained in the Spirit's dictations are being accepted by the average intellectual world. This is because such ideas respond to everything divine within you. It is because you have been prepared by a fertile seed, that of the past century, which implanted within society the great idea of progress, and since everything is linked together under the orders of the Most High, all lessons received and accepted will be contained in that universal exchange of love for one's neighbor. Through it, incarnate spirits, judging and sensing things better, will join hands throughout the confines of your planet. They will join with each other to understand and love one another, to destroy all injustices and all the causes of misunderstanding among peoples. The grand concept of renewal through Spiritism, described so well in the Spirit's book, will produce the great miracle for the century to come, the uniting of all humankind's material and spiritual interests through the full understanding of this maxim, love much so that you may be loved. Sanson, former member of the Parisian Spiritist Society, 1863. Selfishness. 11. Selfishness. That plague on humankind must disappear from the earth, whose bold progress it hinders. To Spiritism, the task is reserved of enabling earth to ascend in the hierarchy of worlds. Thus, selfishness is a target at which all true believers must aim their weapons, their strength, and their courage. I say their courage because more courage is needed to overcome oneself than to overcome other people. Let all of you, therefore, make every effort to fight selfishness within you, for that monster that devours all minds, that child of pride, is the source of all the miseries of this world. It is the negation of charity and consequently the greatest obstacle to human happiness. Jesus has given you the example of charity, Pontius Pilate that of selfishness, For while the righteous one was about to walk the holy stations of his martyrdom, Pilate washed his hands, saying, "What is this to me? This is a righteous man. Why do you want to crucify him?" Nonetheless, he let him be led to his execution. It is to this antagonism between charity and selfishness, it is to the invasion of the human heart by this leprosy, that Christianity owes the fact that it has not completed its entire mission. It is upon you, new apostles of the faith, and whom the high order spirits enlighten, that the job and duty of uprooting that evil has fallen, so as to give Christianity all its power, and to clear the way of the obstacles that hinder its forward progress. Uproot selfishness from the earth, so the earth can ascend the scale of worlds, for the time has come for humankind to don the toga of manhood, and to do so you must first uproot selfishness from your hearts. Emmanuel, Paris, 1861. 12. If people were to mutually love one another, charity would be practiced more perfectly. However, for this to happen, you would have to make an effort to free yourselves of that breastplate covering your hearts, so that you may be more sensitive to those who suffer. Hardness kills good sentiments. Christ never rebuffed anyone. All those who came to him, no matter who, were never rejected. The adulterous woman and the criminal were both helped by him. He never feared his own reputation would suffer because of it. So when will you take him as the model for all your actions? If charity were to reign on earth, evil would no longer have predominance. It would flee in shame. It would hide itself, because everywhere it would find itself out of place. This is when evil would disappear. You can be sure of it. Start by making an example of yourselves. Be charitable toward everybody indiscriminately. Make an effort not to pay any attention to those who regard you with disdain, and leave to God the burden of all justice, because each day in his kingdom he separates the wheat from the tares. Selfishness is the negation of charity. Now, without charity, there will be no peace for society. I would state further that there will be no safety. With selfishness and pride, which walk hand in hand, life will always be a pathway for the shrewdest, a conflict of interest in which the holiest affections are trampled on, where not even the sacred ties of family are respected. Pascal, Sens, 1862. Faith and charity. 13. My dear children, not long ago I told you that charity without faith is not enough to maintain among people a social order capable of making them happy. I should have said that charity is impossible without faith. Actually, you can find generous impulses even among persons without a religion, but that austere charity that is practiced only through self-denial, through a continual sacrifice of all selfish interests, can occur only if there is faith to inspire it, for nothing except faith can enable us to bear the cross of this life with courage and perseverance. Yes, my children, it is in vain that, eager for gratification, people delude themselves about their destiny in this world by pretending that it is permissible for them to concern themselves solely with their own happiness. Of course, God has created us to be happy in eternity. Meanwhile, earthly life ought to be used exclusively for our moral improvement, which is easier to accomplish with the help of the physical organs and the material world, without taking into account the ordinary ups and downs of life, the diversity of your tastes, your tendencies, and your needs. Earthly life is also a way of perfecting yourselves by practicing charity, for it is only through mutual concessions and sacrifices that you can maintain harmony among such diverse elements. You would be correct, however, in stating that people are meant to be happy in this world if they would seek happiness not in material pleasures, but in the good. The history of Christianity tells of martyrs who went joyfully to their deaths. In order to be Christians in your society today, neither death by martyrdom nor the sacrifice of your life is needed, but only and merely the sacrifice of your selfishness, pride, and vanity. You shall triumph if charity inspires you and if faith upholds you. A Protector Spirit, Krakow, 1861. Charity toward criminals. 14. True charity is one of the most sublime teachings that God has given to the world. Complete fraternity ought to exist among the true disciples of his doctrine. You must love unfortunates and criminals as God's creatures, to whom forgiveness and mercy will be granted if they repent, as is the case with you, for the wrongs that you will commit against his law. Regard yourselves as more reprehensible and guilty than those to whom you refuse forgiveness and commiseration, because quite often they do not know God as you do, and less will be asked of them than of you. Do not judge, do not judge, my dear friends, for the judgment you render will be more severely applied to you, and you have need of indulgence for the sins you continually commit. Do you not know that there are many acts that are crimes in the eyes of the God of purity, but which the world does not even regard as light offenses? True charity does not consist only in the alms you give, or even in the consoling words that might accompany them. No, this is not what God demands of you. The sublime charity taught by Jesus also consists in the benevolence always granted in all things toward your neighbor. You can even exercise this sublime virtue on many individuals who do not need alms, but who words of love, consolation, and encouragement will lead to the Lord. I will say once more that the times are near when widespread fraternity will reign on this globe. The law of Christ is what will govern humans, and that law alone will be the restraint and hope that will lead souls to the blessed realms. Thus love one another as children of the same Father. Do not set up differences between you and those who are unfortunate, for God wills for everyone to be equal. Therefore despise no one. God allows great criminals to dwell amongst you to serve you as a lesson. Soon, when humans have been led to the true laws of God, such lessons will no longer be needed, and all impure and rebellious spirits will be relegated to lower worlds according to their inclinations. You owe to those of whom I speak the help of your prayers. That is true charity. You do not have to say of criminals, they are wretched, they must be expunged from the earth. The death that is inflicted on them is too kind for that type of individual. No, you must not speak like that. Look at your model, Jesus. What would he say if he saw such unfortunate persons next to him? He would grieve for them. He would regard them as truly needy, sick persons, and would extend his hand to them. You cannot do this in reality, but you can at least pray for them and assist their spirits in the few moments they must yet spend on your earth. Repentance may touch their hearts if you pray with faith. They are your neighbors, just as the best individuals are. Like yours, their wandering and rebellious souls were created to become perfect. So help them out of their quagmire and pray for them. Elizabeth de France, Havre, 1862. Should one risk one's own life for a criminal? 15. A man is in danger of death. In order to save him, one must risk one's own life. However, it is known that he is a criminal, and thus, if he escapes death, he will be able to commit more crimes. In spite of this fact, should one risk one's life to save him? This is a very serious question, one that a spirit naturally could face. I will respond in accordance with my moral advancement, since the issue is whether or not one should risk one's life for a criminal. Devotion is blind. One lends aid to an enemy. Therefore, one must also lend aid to an enemy of society, a criminal, in other words. Do you think that you will only tear this criminal away from death? Perhaps it will be from his entire past life. Consider the possibility that in those quick instants that drag the final minutes of life from him, this lost man returns to his past life, or rather, his past life arises before him. Death perhaps is coming too soon for him. Reincarnation could be terrible, so rush to his aid. You whom the Spiritist science has enlightened, rush to him and snatch him from his condemnation, and then perhaps the person who would have died cursing you will instead throw himself into your arms. You should not ask yourselves, however, if he is going to do so or not. Just go to his aid, because in saving him, you obey that voice of the heart that tells you you can save him, so save him. Lamennais, Paris, 1862. The Gospel according to Spiritism, Chapter 12. Love your enemies. Render good for evil, discarnate enemies. If someone strikes your right cheek, offer him the other also. The Spirit's teachings, vengeance, hatred, dueling. render good for evil. 1. You've learned that it was said, you shall love your neighbor and hate your enemies. But I say to you, love your enemies, do good to those who hate you, and pray for those who persecute and malign you, so that you may be children of your Father who is in heaven, who makes the sun rise on the good and on the evil, and the rain fall on the just and the unjust. For if you love only those who love you, what reward will you receive from it? Do not the publicans also do that? And if you greet only your brothers, what are you doing that others do not? Do not the publicans do the same? I say to you that if your justice is not more abundant than that of the scribes and the Pharisees, you will not enter the kingdom of heaven. Matthew 5:20, 43 through 47. 2. If you love only those who love you, what reward will you have, since even sinners also love those who love them? And if you do good only to those who do good to you, what reward will you have, since even sinners do the same thing? And if you lend only to those from whom you can expect the same favor, what reward will you have, since even sinners lend to each other in order to receive the same advantage? But as for you, love your enemies, do good to all, and lend without expecting anything, and then your reward will be very great, and you will be children of the Most High, who is good to ingrates and even the wicked. Thus be full of mercy, just as your God is full of mercy. Luke 6:32 through 36. 3. If love toward one's neighbor is the principle of charity, loving one's enemies is its sublime application. For such a virtue is one of the greatest victories attainable over selfishness and pride. However, there is usually a misunderstanding as to the meaning of the word love in this context. Jesus did not mean by these words that one must have for one's enemy the tenderness that one would have for a brother, sister, or friend. Love presupposes trust, and we could not trust someone who we know means us harm. We could not have the same effusion of friendship with such a person, knowing that he or she is capable of abusing it. Among persons who distrust one another, the bonds of affinity cannot be the same as those that exist among those who are in communion of thought. Finally, one cannot feel the same pleasure upon meeting an enemy that one feels upon meeting a friend. Furthermore, the sentiment results from a physical law, the law of assimilation and repulsion of fluids. A malevolent thought emits a fluidic current whose impression is painful. A benevolent thought envelops you in a pleasant emanation. Hence the difference in sensations one experiences when close to a friend or an enemy. To love one's enemies, therefore, cannot mean that one should not make a difference between them and one's friends. This precept seems difficult, even impossible to practice, only because people have wrongly believed that it prescribes giving friends and enemies the same place in their hearts. Since the poverty of the human language forces us to use the same term to express the various nuances of sentiments, reason calls us to differentiate them according to each case. To love one's enemies, therefore, does not mean holding for them an affection that is not natural, since contact with an enemy makes the heart beat in a much different way than does contact with a friend. It means holding neither hatred, rancor, nor desires for vengeance against them. It means forgiving them unconditionally and without ulterior motives for the evil they have caused us. It means not setting up any obstacles to reconciliation. It means wanting the good for them instead of wishing them evil. It means rejoicing instead of despairing for the good that reaches them. It means extending to them a helping hand in case of necessity. It means abstaining either in word or act from anything that might harm them. Finally, it means repaying their evil with good in everything, with no intention of humiliating them. Whoever does this fulfills the condition of the commandment, love your enemies. 4. Loving one's enemies is absurd to disbelievers, those for whom the present life is everything, seeing their enemies only noxious beings who disturb their peace of mind, and from whom they believe only death can free them. Hence the desire for vengeance. They have no interest in forgiving unless it is to satisfy their pride in the eyes of the world. In certain cases, forgiveness even seems to them like a weakness unworthy of them. Even if they do not seek outright revenge, they nevertheless harbor rancor and a secret desire for evil. evil. For believers, and especially for Spiritists, the way of seeing things is different because they consider both the past and the future, between which their present life is only a dot. They know that because of the very destiny of the earth, they must expect to meet up with evil and perverse people, that the wickedness of which they are the target makes up part of the trials they must undergo, and their elevated point of view renders the vicissitudes less bitter, whether they come from things or other people. If they do not complain about their trials, they must not murmur against those who serve as their instruments. If instead of complaining, they thank God for putting them to the test, they should thank the hand that furnishes them the opportunity to prove their patience and resignation. This thought naturally disposes them to forgiveness. Moreover, they feel that the more generous they are, the more uplifted they are in their own eyes, and they find themselves to be beyond the reach of malevolent attacks from their enemies. Persons who occupy elevated positions in the world do not feel offended by the insults of those whom they regard as their inferiors. The same applies in the moral world for those who lift themselves above materialistic humanity. They understand that hate and rancor degrade and debase them. Therefore, to be above their adversaries, they must have a bigger, nobler, and more generous soul. Discarnate enemies. 5. Spiritists have yet other reasons for being tolerant of their enemies. First of all, they know that wickedness is not a permanent state for humans, that it is due to a momentary imperfection, and that just as children correct themselves of their fault, evil people will someday acknowledge their wrongs and become good. They also know that death frees them only from the physical presence of their enemies, and that their enemies can pursue them with their hatred even after having left the earth behind, that their vengeance thus fails in its objective, and to the contrary, has the effect of causing a greater anger that can continue from one existence to the next. It is Spiritism's responsibility to show through experience and the law that governs the relations between the visible and invisible worlds that the expression extinguishing hatred with blood is radically erroneous, and that what is in fact the truth is that blood preserves hatred even beyond the grave. Consequently, Spiritism must present a positive reason and a practical usefulness for forgiveness in Christ's sublime maxim, love your enemies. There is no heart so perverse that it would not be touched by good behavior, even without being conscious of it. Through good conduct, one removes at the least any pretext for reprisals and can turn enemies into friends both before and after his or her death. Through bad behavior, we anger them, and it is then that they serve as instruments of God's justice for punishing those who have not forgiven. 6. One can therefore have enemies among both incarnates and discarnates. The enemies of the invisible world express their malevolence through the obsessions and subjugations of which so many persons are the target, and which are one variety of life's trials. Trials like these, just like other trials, help one to advance and should be accepted with resignation, and as a result of the inferior nature of the terrestrial globe. If there were no evil people on the earth, there would be no evil spirits around it. Consequently, if one must have indulgence and benevolence for one's incarnate enemies, one must also have them for those who are discarnate. In times past, blood victims were sacrificed to placate infernal gods who were none other than evil spirits. These infernal gods were succeeded by demons who are the same thing. Spiritism has come to show that these demons are none other than the souls of wicked humans who have not yet gotten rid of their material instincts, that nothing can placate them except the sacrifice of one's hatred, that is, by showing them charity, that charity not only has the effect of stopping them from practicing evil, but it also can lead them to the path of the good and contribute toward their salvation. It is thus that the maxim, love your enemies, is not limited to the narrow circle of the earth and the present life, but is part of the great law of universal solidarity and fraternity. If someone strikes your right cheek, offer him the other also. 7. You've learned that it was said an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. I am telling you not to resist the evil that others might want to do to you. But if someone strikes your right cheek, offer him the other also. And if someone wants to sue you to take your tunic, leave him your cloak also. And if someone wants to force you to go to 1,000 steps with him, go 2,000. Give to him who asks, and do not turn away someone who wants to borrow from you. Matthew 5:38 through 42. 8. The world's prejudices concerning what has conventionally been called the point of honor causes that somber susceptibility that is born from pride and the exaltation of the personality, leading people to pay back injury for injury, offense for offense, and what seems like justice to those whose moral sense has not risen above the earthly passions. That is why the Mosaic law stated an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth, a law that was in harmony with the times in which Moses lived. Christ came and said, repay evil with goodness, and stated further, do not resist the evil that others might want to do to you. If someone strikes your right cheek, offer him the other also. To the proud, this maxim seems like cowardice because they do not understand that there is more courage in bearing an offense than in avenging oneself, and they always base their action on motives that keep them from seeing beyond the present. Must one take this maxim literally, however? No, more than the one that says to pluck out an eye if it is a cause of scandal. Taken to the extreme, it would mean condoning all repression, even when legal, and would leave the field free to evil persons by removing all their fear. If a restraint were not put on their aggressions, all good people would soon be their victims. The very instinct for self-preservation, which is a law of nature, states that one should not willingly hold one's neck out for a murderer. Thus, by these words, Jesus did not interdict self-defense, but condemned vengeance. By saying to offer one's cheek when the other has been struck, he is saying in another way that one should not repay evil with evil, that people should humbly accept everything that tends to lower their pride, that it is more glorious for one to be wounded than to wound, to bear patiently an injustice than to commit one, that it is worthier to be deceived than to deceive, to be ruined than to ruin others. At the same time, it is the condemnation of dueling, which is no more than a manifestation of pride. Only faith in the future life and God's justice, which never leaves injustice unpunished, can provide the strength to bear patiently the blows directed against our interests and self-centeredness. That is why we constantly state, focus your gaze on the future ahead. The more you lift yourselves above the material life through thought, the less you will be disheartened by things of the earth. The Spirit's teachings. Vengeance. 9. Vengeance is one of the last remnants arising from barbaric customs that tend to be erased among human beings. Like dueling, it is one of the last vestiges of those primitive customs under which humankind struggled at the beginning of the Christian era. This is why vengeance is a sure indication of the backwardness of the persons who indulge in it and of the spirits who can still inspire it. Therefore, my friends, this sentiment must never live within the heart of anyone who claims to be a Spiritist. As you well know, vengeance is so contrary to Christ's prescription, forgive your enemies, that those who refuse to forgive not only are not Spiritists, but they are not even Christians. Vengeance is all the more ruinous when falsehood and wickedness are its assiduous companions. In fact, those who indulge in this deadly and blind passion almost never seek revenge openly. When such persons are the stronger, they fall like ferocious beasts upon those whom they call their enemies, once the sight of them has inflamed their passion, anger, and hatred. However, more often than not, they put on a hypocritical appearance, hiding in the depths of their heart the evil sentiments that animate them. They secretly follow their unsuspecting enemies in the darkness and wait for the opportune moment to strike without endangering themselves. Hiding from them, they incessantly watch them, they prepare hateful traps for them, and when the opportunity strikes, they pour the poison in the cup. When their hatred does not reach such extremes, they attack their enemies' honor and affections. They do not recoil at slander, and their perfidious insinuations, skillfully sown on the four winds, grow larger along the way. Consequently, when those who are being persecuted appear in places where their persecutors' poisonous breath has passed, they are astonished at encountering cold faces where they used to find friendly and benevolent ones. They are stupefied when hands previously extended now refuse to shake theirs. Finally, they are shattered when their dearest friends and relatives avoid and run from them. Cowards who avenge themselves like this are 100 times guiltier than those who go straight to their enemies and insult them to their face. Thus be gone with such primitive customs, be gone with the ways of days gone by. Any spiritist who today still claims to have the right to seek vengeance would be unworthy of being counted any longer in the phalanx that has taken as its motto, "Without charity there is no salvation." But no, I will not hold on to such an idea. The idea that a member of the great Spiritist family would in the future ever yield to the impulse of vengeance instead of forgiveness. Jules Olivier, Paris, 1862. Hatred. 10. Love one another and you will be happy. Above all, assume the duty of loving those who inspire you with indifference, hatred, or scorn. Christ, whom you should make your model, gave you an example of such devotion, a missionary of love. He loved to the point of giving his blood and his life. The sacrifice that obliges you to love those who offend and persecute you is painful, but it is precisely this type of sacrifice that will raise you above them. If you hate them as they hate you, you are worth no more than they are. Such sacrifice is a spotless host offered to God on the altar of your hearts, a sweet-smelling host whose fragrance rises up to him. Even though the law of love wants us to love our brothers and sisters without distinction, it does not shield the heart against harmful conduct. On the contrary, it is the most painful trial. I know it well because during my last earthly existence, I experienced such torment. But God is ever present and punishes either in this life or in another all those who disregard the law of love. My dear children, do not forget that love brings us close to God, whereas hate keeps us from him. Fenelon, Bordeaux, 1861. Dueling. 11. The truly great are only those who, regarding life as a voyage that must lead them to an objective, makes little ado about the rough spots along the way, and never allow themselves for an instant to detour from the upright path. With their eyes constantly set on their objective, it matters little to them that the barbs and thorns of the path threaten to cause them scratches. These graze them without harming them, and they stay on course. To expose their lives by avenging themselves for an offense is to recoil before life's trials. It is always a crime in God's eyes, and if you are not as enthralled as you are by your prejudices, dueling would be deemed a ridiculous and supreme folly to human eyes. Death resulting from a duel is a crime of homicide. Your own legislation recognizes this fact. No one has the right in any event to make an attempt on the life of his fellow man. It is a crime in the eyes of God, who has traced out your line of conduct. Here, more than anywhere else, you are judges of your own case. Remember that you will be forgiven only according to how you yourselves have forgiven. Through forgiven, you draw nearer to the Divine One, for clemency is the brother of power. As long as one drop of human blood runs over the earth as the result of human hands, the true kingdom of God will not have arrived. The kingdom of peace and love, which must banish animosity, discord, and war from your globe forever. Then the word duel will no longer exist in your language, except as a far-off vague memory of a past which once was. Men will recognize among themselves no other antagonism than the noble rivalry of doing the good. Adolphe, Bishop of Algiers, Marmande, 1861. 12. In certain cases, dueling might of course be proof of physical courage and of disdain for life, but it is incontestably a proof of moral cowardice, as is also the case with suicide. The suicide does not have the courage to endure the vicissitudes of life. The dueler does not have the courage to endure offenses. Did Christ not tell you that there is more honor and courage in offering the left cheek to someone who has struck your right one than to avenge an offense? In the Garden of Olives, did Christ not tell Peter, Put your sword back in its sheath, because those who kill with the sword shall die by the sword. With these words, does Jesus not condemn dueling forever? In fact, my children, what courage is this, born of a violent, bloody, and wrathful temperament that rants and raves at the first offense? Where is the greatness of soul of him who at the least offense wants to wash it with blood? Let him tremble, because in the depths of his conscience a voice will always cry out to him, Cain, Cain, what have you done to your brother? He will tell his voice, it was necessary to spill blood in order to save my honor. However, the voice will reply to him, you wanted to save your honor before men for the few moments that remain for you to live on the earth, but you did not think about saving it before God. Poor fool! How much blood would Christ ask of you for all the offenses he received? You not only wounded him with thorns and the lance, you not only nailed him to the gibbet, but in the midst of his agony you could hear the mockery you heaped on him. After such outrages, what reparation did he ask of you? The last cry of the Lamb was a prayer for his executioners. Oh, like him, forgive and pray for those who offend you. Friends, remember this precept, love one another, and then to the blow given out of hate you will respond with a smile, and to the offense with forgiveness. Of course, the world will rise up in fury and treat you as a coward. Hold your head high and show that, like Christ, you are not afraid to have your brow laden with thorns, and that your hand does not want to be the accomplice in a homicide that supposedly authorizes a false appearance of honor, but which actually amounts to nothing more than pride and self-centeredness. In creating you, did God give you the right of life and death over one another? No, he gave such right only to nature for reforming and rebuilding itself, but as for you, he did not permit you to dispose even of yourselves. Like the suicide, the dueler will be marked with blood when he appears before God, and the sovereign judge reserves a harsh and long punishment for both. If God has threatened with his justice him who says Raka to his brother, how much more severe will the punishment be for him who appears before him with hands red with the blood of his brother? St. Augustine, Paris, 1862. 13. Like the practice known in a former age as the judgment of God, the duel is one of those barbaric institutions that still govern society. However, what would you say if you saw two adversaries being immersed in boiling water or submitted to the contact of red-hot iron in order to settle their quarrels, with the one enduring the test better being considered the one in the right? You would call such a custom ludicrous. The duel is even worse. For the skillful dueler, it is murder committed in cold blood with deliberate premeditation, because he is sure of the blow he will deliver. For his adversary, almost certain to succumb due to his weakness and ineptitude, it is suicide committed with the coldest reflection. I know that oftentimes one seeks to avoid this alternative by relying on equally criminal chance. Is not that, however, a return in a different form to the judgment of God of the Middle Ages? And yet, during that era, one would be infinitely less guilty. The very name judgment of God implies faith, naive certainly, but at least a faith in the justice of God, who could not allow an innocent person to succumb, whereas in the duel, one relies on brute strength in such a way that quite often it is the offended party who dies. O stupid conceit, foolish vanity, and insane pride, when will you be replaced by Christian charity, love for one's neighbor, and the humility that Christ exemplified and prescribed? Only then will those monstrous prejudices that still govern humankind, and which laws are powerless to repress, disappear. For it is not enough to prohibit evil and prescribe the good and the horror of evil must dwell in the human heart. A Protector Spirit, Bordeaux, 1861. 14. What will people think of me, you often say, if I refuse the reparation asked of me, or if I do not demand it from someone who has offended me? Those who are foolish like you, i.e. backwards persons, will find fault with you, but those who have been enlightened by the beacon of mental and moral progress will say that you are acting in accordance with true wisdom. Reflect a bit, because of a word many times said thoughtlessly or inoffensively on the part of one of your brothers, your pride feels bruised, and you respond respond to him in a harsh manner. A confrontation ensues. Before that critical moment arrives, do you ask yourself if you are acting like a Christian? What will you owe society if you deprive it of one of its members? Do you think of the remorse for having deprived a wife of her husband, a mother of her son, and children of their father and their support? Certainly the one who has offended you owes reparation. However, would it not be more honorable for him to do so voluntarily in recognition of his wrongs than to endanger the life of the one who has the right to complain? As for the offended man, I concur that sometimes one might find oneself gravely insulted, either personally or regarding those who are dear to him. It is not only self-centeredness that comes into play. A heart is wounded and suffering, but besides being foolish for risking his life in confrontation with a wretch capable of an infamy, if this wretch dies, will the affront, whatever it was, cease to exist? Does not spilt blood give more notoriety to a fact which, if false, would fall by itself, and if true, should be buried to silence? Thus the only thing left would be that vengeance was satisfied. Alas, a sad satisfaction that frequently, even in this life, leaves bitter remorse. And if it is the offended party that dies, how will reparation be made to him? When charity becomes the rule of conduct for humans, they will conform their words and actions to this maxim: do not do unto others what you would not want them to do unto you. Then all causes of dissension will disappear, the causes of duels and wars, which are actually duels between peoples. Francois Xavier, Bordeaux, 1861. 15. The man of the world, the happy man who, because of an offensive word or a slight matter, throws away the life that has come to him from God, or who throws away the life of his fellow man, a life that belongs to God alone, is 100 times more guiltier than the wretch who, compelled by greed or sometimes by necessity, goes into someone's home to steal what he covets and kills those who stand in his way. The latter is almost always an uneducated man with only imperfect notions of good and evil, whereas the dueler almost always belongs to the more educated class. One kills brutally, the other with method and politeness, which makes society excuse him. I would even add that the dueler is infinitely guiltier than the wretch who yields to a sentiment of revenge and kills in a moment of exasperation. The dueler cannot use a fit of passion as an excuse, because between the offense and the reparation there is always time to reflect. Hence he acts coldly and with premeditation. Everything is calculated and studied in order to slay his adversary more surely. It is sure that he also endangers his own life, and this is what justifies the duel in the eyes of the world, because it is seen as an act of courage and a disdain for one's own life. However, is there true courage when one is sure of himself? The duel, a remnant of barbaric times in which might makes right, was the law, will disappear with a saner appreciation of the true point of honor, and to the degree that people put a more ardent faith in the future life. Augustine, Bordeaux, 1861. 16. Comment. Duels are becoming rarer and rarer, and if dolorous examples of them are still seen from time to time, their number cannot be compared to what it used to be. Formerly, a man could not leave his home without foreseeing an encounter, thus he always took precautions. A characteristic sign of the customs of those times and people was the habit of carrying concealed or unconcealed offensive or defensive weapons. The abolition of such usage demonstrates the softening of customs, and it is interesting to follow this gradation from the time in which knights did not ride out except covered in armor and clutching a lance to when men started carrying a simple sword more as a decoration and a blazon than a weapon of aggression. Another indication regarding customs is that formerly one-on-one combat took place right in the street in front of a crowd that stayed back in order to leave the area free, whereas nowadays all is done in secret. Nowadays, the death of a man is an event that causes a commotion and is talked about. In the past, no one would have paid any attention to it. Spiritism will remove these last vestiges of barbarity, instilling humankind with the spirit of charity and fraternity. The Gospel according to Spiritism, Chapter 13. Do not let your left hand know what your right hand is doing. Do good without ostentation. Hidden misfortunes. The widow's mite. Invite the poor and the lame. give without expecting recompense. The Spirit's teachings, material charity and moral charity, beneficence, compassion, orphans, benefits repaid with ingratitude, exclusive beneficence. Do good without ostentation. 1. Be careful not to do your good works before men in order to be seen by them, otherwise you will not receive recompense from your Father in heaven. Thus, whenever you give alms, do not sound the trumpet before you as the hypocrites do in the synagogues and streets in order to be praised by men. Verily, I say to you that they have received their reward. But whenever you give alms, do not let your left hand know what your right hand is doing, so that your alms will be in secret. And your Father who sees in secret what has happened will reward you. Matthew 6, 1-4. 2. After Jesus had come down from the mountain, a large crowd of people followed him. At the same time, a leper came to meet him and worshipped him, saying, Lord, if you will, you can heal me. Jesus reached out to him, touched him, and said, I will it. Be healed. In that same instant, the leprosy was healed. Then Jesus said to him, Do not tell anyone about this, but go and show yourself to the priests and offer the gift prescribed by Moses, so that it may serve as a testimony to them. Matthew 8, 1-4. 3. Doing good without ostentation holds great merit. Hiding the hand that gives is even more meritorious. It is an incontestable sign of great moral elevation, for in order to view things from a higher state than the ordinary, one must look past the present life and identify with the future life. In other words, one must place oneself above humanity in order to renounce the satisfactions that seeks to be witnessed by others and to wait for approval from God. Those who prefer others' approval to God's approval show that they have more faith in others than in God, and that the present life is worth more than the future life, or even that they do not believe in the future life at all. If they say otherwise, they act as if they do not believe in what they say. How many there are who give only in the hopes that the beneficiary will shout the benefits from the rooftops, who give large sums in broad daylight, but would not give a cent in darkness. This is why Jesus stated that those who do good ostentatiously have already received their reward. In fact, those who seek their own glorification on earth because of the good they do have already been paid. God owes them nothing more. The only thing that remains for them to receive is punishment for their pride. Do not let your left hand know what your right hand is doing is an image that wonderfully characterizes modest beneficence. However, if there is such a thing as true modesty, there is also a thing as feigned modesty, the simulation of modesty. There are people who hide the hand that gives, letting a small portion to be shown while looking to see if anyone is watching them hide the rest of it. An unworthy parody on the maxims of Christ. If prideful benefactors are despised by other people, how will they be regarded by God? They have also received their reward on earth. They have been seen and they are satisfied because of it. That is all they will have. And what will be the reward for those who make their benefits weigh heavily on their beneficiaries, those who in some way demand to be acknowledged by them, making them feel their position by extolling the price of the sacrifices they have imposed on themselves for their sake? Oh, there is not even an earthly reward for these givers, because they are deprived of the sweet satisfaction of hearing their name blessed, and that is the first punishment for their pride. Instead of rising up to heaven, the tears they dry in the interest of their vanity fall back upon the heart of the afflicted and ulcerated. The good they do is without profit to themselves, for it is deplored, and every deplored benefit is a false and worthless coin. Kindness without ostentation has a twofold merit. Besides material charity, it portrays moral charity. It spares the susceptibility of its beneficiaries and enables them to accept the benefit without bruising their self-esteem. And it safeguards their human dignity because they will accept a service but not a handout. Now, changing service into a handout because of the way it is rendered is to humiliate the one who receives it, and there is always pride and malice involved in humiliating another person. True charity, on the other hand, is sensitive and skillful in concealing the benefit rendered and in avoiding the least harmful appearances, since any moral offense adds to the suffering born from need. The sort of charity is able to find kind and affable words that put beneficiaries at ease in the presence of their benefactors, whereas prideful charity crushes them. The sublime aspect of true generosity is present when benefactors switch roles and find a way for they themselves to appear to be actual beneficiaries of those to whom they render their service. That is the meaning of the words, "Do not let your left hand know what your right hand is doing." Hidden misfortunes. 4. Charity manifests during great calamities, and one can see a generous drive to repair the damage. However, alongside these general disasters, there are thousands of private ones that go unnoticed, of people lying on beds of misery without complaining. These discreet and hidden misfortunes are the ones that true generosity knows how to find without waiting for their victims to come asking for assistance. Who is this woman of distinction, dressed in a simple but careful manner, accompanied by a girl also dressed modestly? She enters a squalid-looking house where she is obviously well known because she is greeted respectfully at the door. Where is she going? She goes up to the garret. A mother is living there, surrounded by little children. At the woman's arrival, joy shines on those gaunt faces. She has come to soothe all their pain. She has brought what they need, along with gentle and consoling words that enable them to accept the benefit without being ashamed, for these unfortunates are not professional beggars. The father is in the hospital, and during this time the mother cannot provide for their needs. Thanks to this woman, these poor children will experience neither cold or hunger. They will go to school dressed warmly, and their mother's milk will not dry up for the littlest ones. If any of them are ill, no material care will be denied. From there, this woman goes to the hospital to bring a little comfort to the father and to put his mind at ease regarding his family's state of affairs. On the street corner waits a carriage, which is a veritable stockroom of everything she takes to the many wards whom she visits one after the other. She asks them neither about their beliefs nor their opinions, for to her all people are brothers and sisters, all are children of God. When she has finished her rounds, she tells herself, "My day has begun very well. What is her name? Where does she live?" No one knows. For the unfortunates, it is a name that reveals nothing. However, she is the angel of consolation, and at night a symphony of blessings rises to the Father on her behalf. Catholics, Jews, Protestants, all bless her. Why does she dress so simply? It is because she does not wish to insult poverty with luxury. Why does her young daughter accompany her? In order to learn how beneficence should be practiced. The daughter also wants to practice charity, but her mother asks her, "What could you give, my child, since you have nothing of your own? If I give you something to pass on to others, what merit will you have?" In reality, I would be the one practicing charity in that case. If you were to receive the merit, it would not be just. When we visit the sick, you help me care for them, and giving of oneself is to give something. Doesn't that seem sufficient to you? Well then, nothing could be simpler. Learn to make useful articles and make clothes for the little ones. That way you will be given something that has come from yourself. Thus, this truly Christian mother is educating her daughter in the practice of the virtues taught by Christ. Is she a Spiritist? What does it matter? At home, she is a woman of the world because her position requires it. However, the world does not know what she does because she wants no other approval except from God and her own conscience. However, one day, an unforeseen turn of events brings one of her wards to her home, selling handmade articles. She recognizes her benefactress and wants to bless her. "Hush," says her benefactress, "do not tell anyone." Jesus also spoke in such a manner. The widow's mite. 5. Jesus was seated opposite the offertory box, watching the way in which people dropped their money into it, and noticing that many of the wealthy were putting in larger amounts. A poor widow also came and put in only 2 small coins in the amount of a farthing. Then, having called his disciples, he said to them, "Verily I say to you that this poor widow has given more than what all the others have put into the offertory box, for they have all given of their abundance, whereas she has given of her poverty, everything she had and everything that was left for her to live on." Mark 12:41 through 44, Luke 21, 1 through 4. 6. Many people regret not being able to do as much good as they would like because they lack sufficient resources. If they desire wealth, they say it is so that they can put it to good use. Their intention is of course praiseworthy and might be quite sincere for some. However, could it be without question completely disinterested? Might there not be those who, even though desiring to do good to others, would be quite happy to start by doing good to themselves, to give themselves a few more pleasures, and to obtain a few of the superfluities they now lack, saving the leftovers to give to the poor? Such ulterior motives which they perhaps conceal, but which they could find in the depths of their heart if they were willing to search there, annul the merit of the intent. For true charity entails thinking of others before thinking of oneself. The sublimity of charity in this case would be defined within their own work and by using their own strength, intelligence, and talents, the resources they lack to accomplish their generous intentions. That would be the sacrifice most pleasing to the Lord. Unfortunately, the majority dream about the easiest way to become suddenly rich without having to make any sacrifice. They run after chimeras, such as hidden treasures, some favorable random chance, an unexpected inheritance, etc. What is to be said of those who hope to find helpers among the spirits to assist them in searches of such a nature? Obviously, they neither know nor understand the sacred objective of Spiritism, and even less the mission of the spirits whom God allows to communicate with human beings. In this, they are also punished by deceit. The Medium's Book, numbers 294-295. Those whose intentions are pure of any personal interest ought to console themselves with their powerlessness to do all the good they would like to do. They should think of the might of the poor who give by depriving themselves, but which weighs more on God's scale than the gold of the rich who give without denying themselves anything. The satisfaction would of course be great in being able to alleviate poverty on a large scale, but if it is not allowed, one must accept the fact and limit oneself to doing what is possible. Moreover, is gold the only thing that can dry tears, and must one remain inactive by not possessing it? Those who sincerely desire to be useful to their brothers and sisters will find 1,000 opportunities. Let them seek, and they will find them, if not in one way, then in another, for there are none who, enjoying the full use of their faculties, cannot render some sort of service, provide some consolation, mitigate physical or mental suffering, or do something useful. In spite of a lack of money, cannot everyone give a portion of the effort, time, and repose they have available? This is also the obol of the poor, the widow's mite. Invite the poor and the lame, give without expecting recompense. 7. He also said to the one who had invited him, whenever you give a dinner or a supper, do not invite your friends, your brothers, your relatives, or your wealthy neighbors, so that they will invite you in their turn, and thus repay what they received from you. But whenever you give a banquet, invite the poor, the lame, the maimed, and the blind, and you will be happy because they have no means of repaying you, for you will be rewarded at the resurrection of the righteous. Having heard those words, one of those who were at the table said to him, Happy is he who eats bread in the kingdom of God. Luke 14:12-15. 8. Whenever you give a banquet, says Jesus, do not invite your friends, but the poor and lame instead. These words are absurd if taken literally, but are sublime if one searches for the spirit in them. Jesus could not have meant to say that instead of friends one must bring to his or her table beggars off the street. His language was nearly always figurative, and for people incapable of grasping the delicate nuances of thought, he used forceful imagery, producing the effect of blaring colors. The foundation of his thought is revealed in these words. You will be blessed because they have no means of repaying you, which means that one should not do good with recompense in mind, but for the sole pleasure of doing it. In order to provide a lively comparison, he said to invite the poor to your banquets, because you know that they can do nothing to repay you. By banquets, one must understand not a repast per se, but rather participation in the abundance that one enjoys. These words may also be applied in a more literal sense, however. How many persons invite to their tables only those who can do them the honor, as they say, or who can invite them in their turn? Others, on the other hand, find satisfaction in inviting less fortunate relatives or friends. Well, who does not have such persons in his or her own family? It is at times a way to render them a great service without showing it, without going out to bring in the blind and the lame. They practice Jesus' maxim if they do it out of benevolence and without ostentation, and if they know how to disguise the benefit with sincere cordiality. The Spirit's teachings: material charity and moral charity. 9. Let us love one another and do unto others what we would want them to do unto us. Every religion, every moral possible is contained in these two precepts. If you were to abide by them in this world, you would be perfect. There would be neither hatred nor dissent. Furthermore, I will say that there would be no more poverty, because from the surplus of the table of each rich person, many poor people would be fed, and in the dark back streets where I lived during my last incarnation, you would not see poor mothers dragging along their miserable children in need of everything. You who are rich, think about this a bit. Help unfortunates as much as you can. Give so that one day God will repay the good you have done, and when you leave your earthly envelope, you will find a cortege of thankful spirits who will receive you at the threshold of a more blessed world. If only you could show the joy I experienced in meeting on the other side those who I was able to help during my last life. Therefore, love your neighbor, love him or her as you love yourself, because you now know that the unfortunate fellow you are rejecting and keeping away is perhaps a brother, a father, or a friend. And then what despair you will feel upon recognizing him in the world of spirits. I want you to understand fully what moral charity entails, the type that everyone can exhibit, and which costs nothing materially, but which is nonetheless very difficult to put into practice. Moral charity consists in giving support to one another, and it is what you practice the least on the low-order world where you are incarnate for now. Believe me, there is great merit in knowing how to keep quiet and let a more ignorant person speak. This is yet another kind of charity, knowing how to turn a deaf ear when a mocking word escapes a mouth accustomed to scorn, not paying any attention to the smirk of disdain that greets your entry amongst persons who often wrongly think they are above you, whereas in the spirit life, the only true life, they are sometimes far from it. These are meritorious acts not of humility, but of charity, because not paying attention to someone else's wrong portrays moral charity. This sort of charity, however, must not hinder the other kind. Remember especially not to neglect your neighbor. Remember all that I have told you. You must always remember that the poor person whom you reject perhaps houses a spirit who used to be dear to you, and who, for the time being, is in a position beneath yours. I myself met again one of the poor of your earth, whom I had fortunately been able to help a few times, and from whom I must now, in turn, ask for help. Remember that Jesus said that we are all brothers and sisters. Always think about that before rejecting the leper or beggar. Goodbye. Think of those who suffer and pray for them. Sister Rosalie, Paris, 1860. 10. My dear friends, I have heard many of you say to yourselves, how can I practice charity? Often, I don't even have enough myself. Charity, my friends, may be practiced in many ways. You can practice charity in thought, word, and deed. In thought, by praying for the forsaken poor who have died without having ever seen the light. A prayer for the heart will console them. In words, by providing your everyday companions some good advice. By saying to people embittered through desperation and deprivation, and who blaspheme the name of the Most High. I was once as you are. I suffered and was unfortunate, but I believed in Spiritism, and as you can see, I am fortunate now. To the elderly who say to you, it's useless, I am at the end of my journey, I will die as I have lived, you can say, God holds out the same justice for all of us. Remember the workers of the last hour. To you who are already corrupted by the company they keep and who wander along life's pathways ready to yield to evil temptations, say, God is watching you, my dear children, and do not be afraid to repeat these gentle words to them often. They will end up germinating in their young minds, and instead of little thuds, you will have made men and women of them. This is also a form of charity. Many among you say, nonsense. There are so many of us on the earth. God cannot possibly see all of us. Listen well, my friends. When you're on the top of the mountain, don't you see the billions of grains of sand covering that mountain? Well then, God sees you in the same way. He allows you your free will just as you let those grains of sand move about at the whim of the wind that scatters them, except that God in His infinite mercy has placed at the bottom of your heart a watchful sentinel called conscience. Listen to it. It will offer you only good counsel. Sometimes you deaden it by opposing it with the spirit of evil, and then it falls silent. Nonetheless, you can be sure that your poor forsaken conscience will make itself heard as soon as you allow it to perceive the shadow of remorse. Listen to your conscience, question it, and you will often find yourselves comforted by its counsels. My friends, a general furnishes a new banner for each new regiment. I offer you this maxim of Christ: love one another. Practice this maxim, gather around its standard, and you will receive happiness and consolation. A Protector Spirit, Lyon, 1860. Beneficence. 11. In this world, my friends, beneficence will give you the purest and sweetest joys, those joys of the heart that are disturbed neither by remorse nor indifference. Oh, if you could but comprehend all that is great and gentle in the generosity of beautiful souls, that sentiment that makes people look at one another in the same way that they look at themselves, joyfully shedding their clothes in order to give their brother or sister something to wear. My friends, if only you could have no sweeter occupation than that of making others happy. What worldly festivities would compare to those blissful moments when, as representatives of the divinity, you deliver joy to families who have known only the vicissitudes and bitterness of life? When you suddenly see these emaciated faces brighten with hope because they had no bread, these unfortunates and their children who, not knowing that living means to suffer, scream, cry, and repeat these words that pierce your mother's heart like a sharp dagger, I'm hungry. Oh, understand well how delightful are the feelings of those who see joy reborn where just moments before saw only desperation. Understand what your obligations are toward your brothers and sisters. Go to meet misfortune. Go especially to help hidden miseries, for they are the most heartbreaking. Go, my dear ones, and remember these words of the Savior. Whenever you clothe one of these little ones, remember that you are doing it to me. Charity, O sublime word that summarizes all virtues, it is you who must lead the people of the world to happiness. By practicing you, they will create infinite joys for themselves in the future and during their exile on the earth. You shall be their consolation, the foretaste of the joys they shall delight in later when they are reunited in the bosom of the loving God. It was you, O divine virtue, who provided me with the only moments of happiness that I enjoyed on the earth. May my incarnate brothers and sisters believe the voice of the friend who is speaking to them and tells them it is in charity that you must seek the peace of the heart, the contentment of the soul, and the remedy for the afflictions of life. Oh, whenever you are at the point of accusing God, cast an eye beneath you. Behold how many miseries need relief, how many poor children have no families, how many old people do not have one friendly hand to help them or to close their eyes when death reclaims them, how much good there is to do. Oh, do not complain. On the contrary, thank God and lavish handfuls of your sympathy, your love, and your money on all those who, bereft of the things of the world, languish in suffering and loneliness. Then you shall reap in this world the sweetest joys, and later only God knows. Adolphe, Bishop of Algiers, Bordeaux, 1861. 12. Be good and charitable. That is the key to heaven you hold in your hands. All the bliss of eternity is contained in this maxim, love one another. The soul cannot lift itself to higher spiritual realms except by devotion to one's neighbor. It does not find happiness and consolation except in charitable impulses. Be good, uphold your brothers and sisters, and root out the horrible scourge of selfishness. In fulfilling this duty, you will open to yourselves the way to eternal happiness. Besides, who among you has not felt the heartbeat, its inner joy expanded, hearing an account of noble self-sacrifice, of a truly charitable deed? If you would seek only the happiness that a good deed brings, you will remain on the path of spiritual progress. Examples are not lacking. What you lack is goodwill, which is very rare. Behold the multitudes of righteous men and women whose memory history has mercifully recorded. Did Christ not tell you everything regarding the virtues of charity and love? Why do you put aside his divine teachings? Why do you close your ears to his divine words and your hearts to all his gentle maxims? I wish more interest and faith would be displayed in the Gospels, but you have forsaken this book and have made it a hollow word, a closed letter. This marvelous code is left in forgottenness. Your ills have come only from your intentional abandonment of the summary of the divine laws. So read these ardent pages about Jesus' devotion and meditate on them. Strong men and women, prepare yourselves. Weak men and women, make your meekness and your faith your weapons. Be more persuasive, more constant in the spreading of your new doctrine. It is not only encouragement that we have come to give you. It is not only to stimulate your eagerness and virtues that God has allowed us to manifest ourselves to you. If you would so desire, you would merely need God's help, and your own will spirit manifestations are produced only for those whose eyes are shut and whose hearts are stubborn. Charity is the fundamental virtue that must uphold the entire edifice of earthly virtues. Without charity, none of the others exist. Without charity, there is no hope for a better future, no moral interest to guide us. Without charity, there is no faith, for faith is nothing more than a pure ray of light that makes a charitable soul shine. Charity is the eternal anchor of salvation on all worlds. It is the purest emanation of the Creator himself. It is his own virtue that he gives to his creatures. How can you fail to recognize such supreme goodness? With this thought in mind, what heart could be so wicked as to repress and expel this holy divine sentiment? What child could be so evil as to rebel against the sweet caress that is charity? I do not presume to speak of what I myself did, because the spirits are too modest about their deeds. Nonetheless, I believe that I began one of those works that shall contribute the most to relieving your fellow humans. I have frequently seen other spirits ask for the mission of continuing my task. I have seen them, my gentle and dear brothers and sisters, in their merciful and divine ministry, practicing the virtue I recommend to you with all the joy that such a life of dedication and sacrifice entails. I feel great happiness at seeing how much their character is honored, how much their mission is loved and watched over. O righteous men and women of good and strong will, come together as one in order to broadly continue the work of spreading charity. In the very practice of this virtue, you will find your recompense. There is no spiritual joy that will not be provided to you, starting in your present life. Remain united, love one another according to Christ's precepts. Amen. St. Vincent de Paul, Paris, 1858. 13. I am called charity, and I am the main road leading to God. Follow me, for I am the goal toward which you all must strive. This morning I went on my usual rounds, and with an afflicted heart I have come to tell you, oh, my friends, such misery, so many tears, and so much you must do to dry them all. In vain I try to console poor mothers, telling them, courage, there are good hearts watching over you. You will not be forsaken. Patience, God is there. You are his beloved. You are his elect. They seemed to hear me and turn toward me with big worried eyes. I read on their poor faces that their body, that tyrant over the spirit, was hungry. And even though my words might have brought a little peace to their heart, it did not fill their stomach. I told them again, courage, courage. Then a very young poor mother who was nursing a baby took it in her arms and held it out into empty space, as if to ask me to watch over that little being who had received only insufficient nourishment from barren breast. Elsewhere, my friends, I saw poor elderly people out of work and consequently homeless, tormented by all sorts of suffering arising from necessity, and ashamed of their poverty, and having never begged, they did not dare implore the mercy of passers-by. With a heart full of compassion, I, who have nothing, have made myself a beggar for them, and I go everywhere, encouraging beneficence and inspiring good thoughts in generous and compassionate souls. That is why I have come here, my friends, and I say to you, everywhere abounds unfortunates, those cupboards are without bread, whose hearths are without fire, and whose beds are without blankets. I do not tell you what you should do. I'll leave the initiative to your good hearts. If I were to tell you how to proceed, you would derive no merit from your good deed. I will tell you only, I am charity, and I hold out my hand to you on behalf of your suffering brothers and sisters. But if I ask, I also give, and I give much. I invite you to a great banquet, and I furnish you with the tree from which you will all be filled. Behold how beautiful it is, how it is loaded with blossoms and fruit. Go, pick and take all the fruit off that lovely tree called beneficence. In place of the branches you have left bare, I will attach all the good deeds you have done, and will take this tree to God, so that he may load it up again, for beneficence is inexhaustible. So follow me, my friends, so that I may count you among those who rally around my banner. Fear not, I will lead you along the way of salvation, for I am charity. Caritas, martyred in Rome, Lyons, 1861. 14. There are many ways to practice charity, which many of you confuse with almsgiving. There is a big difference, however. Almsgiving, my friends, is useful sometimes because it brings relief to the poor, but it is nearly always humiliating both for the one who gives and the one who receives. Charity, on the other hand, links the benefactor to the beneficiary and can be disguised in many ways. One can be charitable even toward one's family and friends by being indulgent toward them, forgiving their weaknesses, and taking care not to wound their self-esteem. And you, Spiritists, can practice charity in the way you act toward those who do not think as you do, by leading the less enlightened to believe, but without shocking them and without attacking their convictions, but instead by gently inviting them to our meetings where they can listen to us and where we will be able to find the way to their hearts. That is one aspect of charity. Now, listen to what charity means for the poor, those disinherited by the world but recompensed by God if they can accept their poverty without complaining, and this will depend on you. I will make myself understood by using an example. Several times each week, I see a meeting of ladies of all ages. To us, as you know, they are all sisters. What do? They work quickly, very quickly with their agile fingers. You can also see how radiant their faces are and how their hearts all beat as one. But what is their objective? They have seen that winter is approaching and that it will be hard on the homes of the poor. These aunts have not been able to gather enough provisions during the summer, and they have pawned most of their belongings. The poor mothers are upset and weeping, thinking about their little ones who will be cold and hungry this winter. Be patient, poor mothers. God has inspired others who are more fortunate than you. They have joined together and are sewing small garments. And one of these days, when snow has covered the earth and you complain by saying, God is not just, which is what those who suffer normally say, one of the children of these good workers turned into servants of the poor will arrive at your doorstep. Yes, it is you for whom they are working, and your complaining will be turned into blessings, for love follows close behind hate in the hearts of the unfortunate. Since all of these workers need encouragement, I see communications from good spirits coming to them from far and wide. The men who take part in this group also provide their support in the form of readings that are so pleasing to all, and in order to reward the zeal of all and each one in particular, we ourselves promise these industrious workers a good clientele that will pay them with blessings, the only currency used in heaven. We further assure them, without fearing to do so, that this currency will not be lacking for them. Caritas, Lyon, 1861. 15. My dear friends, every day I hear you say to one another, I'm poor, I can't practice charity, and every day I see you lacking indulgence toward your fellow beings. You do not forgive them for anything, and you turn yourselves into judges who are at times quite severe, without asking yourselves if you would be happy if they acted the same way toward you. Is not indulgence also charity, but who can only practice charity by being indulgent? Do that at least, but do it extensively. Regarding material charity, I would like to tell you a story from the other world. 2 men had just died. God had said previously, while these 2 men are alive, all their good deeds are to be placed in a bag, and at their death, the bags will be weighed. When both came to their final hour, God ordered the 2 bags to be brought to him. One was fat, voluminous, and stuffed, resounding with the coins that filled it. The other was so small and thin that through the cloth one could see the few coins it contained. Each man recognized which bag was his. This one is mine, said the first. I recognize it. I was rich and gave a lot. That one is mine, said the other. I was always poor. Alas, I had almost nothing to share. But oh, what a surprise. When the 2 bags were set on the scale, the fat one became light, whereas the small one became heavy, so that it outweighed the one on the other side of the scale. Then God said to the rich man, You have given much, it is true, but you gave to be ostentation, and to see your name displayed in all the temples of pride. Moreover, while given, you deprived yourself of nothing. Go to the left and be happy that your alms had counted for anything at all. Then he said to the poor man, You have given very little, my friend, but each one of those coins on the scale represents a privation for you. Even though you did not give alms, you practiced charity, and what is better still, you practiced it naturally without thinking that it would be taken into account. You were indulgent, and you did not judge your fellow beings. On the contrary, you offered excuses for all their actions. Go to the right and receive your recompense. A Protector Spirit, Leon, 1861. 16. Might not a rich, fortunate wife who does not have to spend her time doing housework dedicate a few hours of useful work to her fellow beings? With what she has left over from her pleasures, she could purchase clothes for the unfortunates that shiver in the cold. With her delicate hands, she could sew basic yet warm clothing and help a mother cover her child about to be born. If her own child has to do with a little less lace, the child of the poor woman will be a little warmer. To work for the poor is to work in the Lord's vineyard. And you, poor laborer, who have nothing superfluous, but who, full of love toward your brothers and sisters, also want to give a little of what you have, give a few hours of your workday, your time, which is your only treasure, make some of those fancy handicrafts that tempt the wealthy, sell these products of your evening time, and you too will be able to provide your brothers and sisters with your share of aid. Perhaps you will have fewer ribbons, but you will have put shoes on someone who is barefoot. And you, women devoted to God, you too work in his service. May your delicate and lavish creations not be solely for decorating your chapels or for calling attention to your skill and patience. Work, my daughters, and let the compensation of your undertakings be consecrated to helping your brothers and sisters in God. The poor are his beloved children. To work for them is to glorify him. Be unto them the providence that says, God gives nourishment to the birds of the sky. May the gold and silver threads that are woven by your hands be transformed into clothing and food for those who do not have them. Do these things, and your work will be blessed. All of you who can produce something, give of your talents, give of your inspirations, give of your hearts, which God will bless. Poets and authors who are read solely by the upper crust of society, go ahead and fill up their leisure time, but let the profit of some of your works be consecrated to the relief of the poor. Painters, sculptors, and artists of all genres, may your intelligence also come to aid your brothers and sisters. You will have no less glory, and through your help there will be a little less suffering. All of you can give. Whatever may be your social status, you have something you can share. Whatever God may have given you, you owe part of it to those who lack what is necessary. For if you were in their stead, you would be very happy if someone else were to share with you. Your earthly treasures will be a little less, but your heavenly treasures will be more abundant. There you will reap it 100-fold, what you have sown in good deeds on the earth. Jean Bordeaux, 1861. Compassion, 17. Compassion is the virtue that brings you closer to the angels. It is the sister of charity which leads you to God. Allow your heart to be moved with compassion before the miseries and sufferings of your fellow beings. Your tears are a balm which you pour out on their wounds, and when out of kind sympathy you manage to restore their hope and resignation, what delight you will feel. Such delight will of course contain a certain bitterness, because it is born alongside misfortune. However, since it does not have the acrid taste of worldly delights, neither does it have the pungent disappointments of emptiness that worldly pleasures leave in their wake. There is a penetrating gentleness that fills the soul with joy. Compassion deeply felt is love. Love is devotion. Devotion is forgetting oneself. And this forgetfulness, this self-denial on behalf of unfortunates, is virtue par excellence, the kind that the divine Messiah practiced throughout his life and taught in his holy and sublime doctrine. Once this doctrine is returned to its primitive purity, when all peoples have accepted it, it will bring happiness to the earth, enabling harmony, peace, and love to finally reign. The most appropriate sentiment for enabling you to progress by subduing your selfishness and pride, the one that predisposes your soul to humility, beneficence, and love for your neighbor, is compassion. That compassion which expresses itself within you at the sight of your brothers and sisters suffering, which impels you to reach out to them with a helping hand, and which moves you to tears of sympathy. Therefore, never smother this heavenly emotion in your hearts. Do not do like those hardened, selfish people who avoid the afflicted because the sight of their misery would upset them for a few moments of their carefree lives. Fear remaining indifferent when you could be useful. Peace of mind bought at the price of culpable indifference is the peace of mind of the Dead Sea, which hides fetid slime and decay in its depths. However, how far compassion is from causing the trouble and annoyance the selfish person is so afraid of. Without a doubt, on contact with another's misfortune, the soul rebounds upon itself and experiences a natural and profound ache that makes its entire being vibrate and affects it so painfully. What great will be the compensation when you manage to restore courage and hope to an unfortunate brother or sister who is moved by the contact of a friendly hand, and whose eyes, moist with emotion and acknowledgement, turn to you kindly before gazing into heaven in thankfulness for having sent a consoler, a support. Compassion is the melancholic but celestial precursor of charity, the first of all virtues. Compassion is the sister of charity, whose benefits she prepares and ennobles. Michael Bordeaux, 1862. Orphans, 18. My brothers and sisters, love all orphans. If you only knew how sad it is to be abandoned, especially in infancy. God allows there to be orphans in order to engage us to serve as their parents. What divine charity it is to help a poor, abandoned child, to keep it from suffering hunger and cold, and to guide its soul so it does not lose itself to vice. Those who reach out to an abandoned child are agreeable to God, for they understand and practice His law. Moreover, consider that many times the child you help may have been dear to you in another incarnation, and if he or she could remember you, it would no longer be charity, but an obligation. Thus, my friends, every sufferer is your brother or sister and has a right to your charity, but not the charity that wounds the heart of the alms that burn the hand in which they are deposited, for your alms are frequently quite bitter. How often these sufferers would refuse them if sickness and misery were not waiting for them at home. So give delicately, add to your beneficent act the most precious of all acts, a good word, a pat, a friendly smile. Avoid the patronizing tone that twists a knife in a heart that is bleeding, and remember that in doing good, you are working for yourself and your loved ones. A Familiar Spirit, Paris, 1860. Benefits repaid with ingratitude. 19. What should be thought of persons whose beneficence has been repaid with ingratitude, and who therefore no longer practice the good out of fear of meeting more ungrateful people? These persons are much more selfish than charitable, since practicing the good only to receive signs of recognition is not to practice it disinterestedly, and disinterested beneficence is the only kind that is agreeable to God. The same applies to their pride, since they derive pleasure in the humility of the recipients who place their recognition at their feet. Those who recompense on the earth for the good they do will not receive recompense in heaven. However, God will take into account those who do not seek recompense on the earth. You must always help the weak, even though you know beforehand that the recipients of the good you do will not be grateful. You can be certain that if those to whom you render a service forget about the benefits, God will take it more into account than if you had been recompensed by their gratitude. God sometimes allows you to be repaid with ingratitude in order to test your perseverance in practicing the good. And moreover, how do you know if the momentarily forgotten act of beneficence might not produce a good fruit later on? On the contrary, you can be certain that it is a seed that will germinate in time. Unfortunately, you always see only the present. You work for yourselves and not with others in mind. Most assuredly, acts of beneficence end up softening the hardest hearts. They may be unappreciated in this world, but once the recipient's spirit is rid of its corporeal envelope, it will remember, and that remembrance will be its punishment. Then it will regret its ingratitude and will want to repair its wrong and pay its debt in another existence, often accepting a life of dedication toward its benefactor. Thus, without suspecting it, you will have contributed to that spirit's moral advancement, and you will recognize later the truth of the maxim, a benefit is never lost. Moreover, you will have worked for yourselves because you will have the merit of having done the good disinterestedly and without being discouraged by disillusionment. Ah, my friends, if you knew all the ties that in your present life bind you to previous ones, if you could grasp the multitude of relationships that connect people to one another for their mutual progress, you would admire even more the wisdom and goodness of the Creator, who allows you to live again and again to reach Him in the end. A Protector Spirit, Sins, 1862. Exclusive beneficence, 20. Is beneficence rightly understood when you practice exclusively among persons of the same opinion, the same belief, or the same political party? No, because it is especially the spirit of sectarianism and political parties that must be abolished, for all humans are brothers and sisters. True Christians see only brothers and sisters in their fellow beings, and before helping those who are in need, they do not ask them about what their beliefs or opinions might be. Would Christians be obeying Jesus Christ's precept that says to love even one's enemies, even if they send unfortunate individuals away because they profess a different belief system? Therefore, help them without asking them to give an account of their conscience, for if they are an enemy of religion, it will be a way to lead them to love it. Sending them away would cause them to hate it. St. Louis, Paris, 1860.